mysterious, and backward. For centuries, Africa was known as a dark black continent with ungovernable economies, making it hard to do business. For centuries, the only market to get anything was the black market, illegally and uncontrollable. For centuries, it was deemed non-profitable and dangerous. To us, Africa is the promise, and with it comes untapped opportunities and rich potential. Africa for us is the perfect market, where you can get anything you need, but safely and profitably. For us, Africa is blackmarket.co.za. Black Market is a marketplace. Black Market is a payment gateway. Black Market is a large-scale employer. Black Market is an SMME empowerment partner. Black Market is backed by a blockchain, making each transaction secure and safe. Black Market is safe and secure. It's a marketplace that aims to empower you. Black Market is bringing all traders, formal and informal, together on one online platform to trade, sell, buy, and interact. blackmarket.co.za. Africa's promise.
Greetings, everybody.
Hello, Diana Revolus.
Diana, you're muted.
Sorry, guys. Hello. It says you have to unmute me.
Okay, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. How are you? Hi, Bo. Hi, Diana.
Hi.
Hi.
Well,
welcome to our 20th anniversary, and hopefully Bo can open us up with a little bit of an introduction. Bo?
Okay, thank you, Diana Marquis Solomon. Thank you, Diana Revolus. Hello to all the viewers of Tunachike, to all those who are watching us from the Facebook page of the Global Pan-Africanism Network and other platforms on Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. We want to thank you for trusting us today for this special celebration of the African Liberation Day. We brought to you thanks to the Global Pan-Africanism Network and streamed live on Tunachike TV and other platforms across the globe. My name is Bo Elvis, here on behalf of my Media Prime Television, The African Eye, in Douala, economic capital of the Republic of Cameroon. I'm going to begin by bringing to you a short, a brief history of the African Liberation Day. Also, the African Liberation Day, which was founded in 1958 by the father of African democracy and independence, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. That was during the occasion of the first conference of independent states, which held in Ghana, and was attended by at least 8 independent African heads of state. They declared the 15th of April as the African Freedom Day, which was a day marked each year to celebrate the liberation of Africa. And a day to that was supposed to symbolize the fact that the African people were more than ever before determined to free themselves from the claws of colonial domination and imperialism and exploitation. So that is a history of the day. And as the days evolve between 1958 and 1963, the nation class struggle continues in Africa and the world. When until 17 countries in Africa won their independence, and 1960 was proclaimed the year of Africa, and there were several advances that were made until the 25th of May 1963, when 31 African heads of state gathered during a summit during the summit when the Organization of African Unity, OAU, was founded. And at that time, they decided to rename the African Freedom Day, they rebaptized it to the African Liberation Day, and the date was changed to the 25th of May. And so the African Liberation Day today has become a widely celebrated day across the continent. And today is a day for us to reaffirm our commitment to Pan-Africanism. It's a day for us to reaffirm our commitment to total liberation, our commitment to the unification of Africa, and our commitment to keep on pushing until we emerge victorious against capitalism, neo-colonialism, racism, and other societal ills. So basically, that is why we are gathered here today to celebrate the 58th African Liberation Day Conference. And I'm going now to hand over the microphone to my co-host, Diana Revolus and Diana Marquis Solomon, to continue with, to give you a rundown of how our program is going to look like. I want to use the opportunity to welcome all those who are watching on board. Diana Marquis Solomon and Diana Revolus, I hand over the microphone to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much for that introduction. And to turn over actually the program to our next presentation to start us with our journalist, Jimbola. I'm saying that wrong, but he's a drummer and I just even said it right. But he is also a great GPAN USA representative, Adam Hudson, and his drumming presentation for us before we start the rest of the event.
Sorry, can I just check that everyone can hear? Can you hear everything?
We weren't hearing that. I'm sorry, guys,
no
for
problem.
the difficulties, but we weren't hearing that. Let's try to play it back for our audience.
Right, we'll do.
Yeah.
We'll try again.
Thank you.
We'll try again. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Take two, everybody.
I'm the GPAN country representative for the United States, and I'm also a member of the All African People's Revolutionary Party, which has a chapter here where I live in the San Francisco Bay Area, California. So I'm an African American writer, educator, drummer, and I'm going to be doing a djembe performance for African Liberation Day. And what I'm going to be playing is a rhythm called Yole. If you spell it in English, it's spelled D-J-O-L-E. So D-J-O-L-E, Yole. It's a rhythm from Sierra Leone, from the Temne people. For those who are unaware, for those, probably some of you know, but for those who are not aware, that's where it comes from. And the rhythm is usually played for like times of good harvest or Ramadan, since the Temne are predominantly Muslim. And what's really special about this rhythm to me is African American. On my mother's side, we were able to trace our lineage to Sierra Leone, the Temne people. So I'd been meaning to learn this rhythm for a while. I heard it and I just loved the way it sounds, especially as a drummer. I just love the rhythm, and I can just I can hear the rhythms in Africa in African American music. It's just so obvious to me. So listening to that rhythm just like really just spoke to me, and I wanted to learn how to play it. So I finally learned how to play it, and so I thought this video that I recorded, I think would be really good to share for African Liberation Day. So anyway, yeah, I'm going to be doing a djembe performance recorded on video. It's Yole, it's a Temne rhythm from Sierra Leone, where some of my ancestors, came from and were, stolen from and brought here to the United States. And so I'm not forgetting that history. So this is to pay homage to, my heritage. So anyway, hope you guys enjoy. Take care.
That was an amazing presentation from Adam, and we thank you for sending it in. Next is also one of a dear and person for us because he is the president of the United States of Africa, and he will be speaking on what African liberation means for this 25th anniversary special for Africa's liberation. Our president, Daniel, hopefully he will be able to come in and speak for us.
Hello, greetings, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, that's perfect. It's a very important occasion today, and the United States of Africa is extremely humbled to host the 58th session of the African Liberation Day conference. But before I start, I'd like to ask you a question. What African liberation means to you? We are celebrating 58 years since the founding of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, which is now known as the African Union, and assessing the status of how free we are in Africa after the political independence, which was choreographed by the same people who colonized Africa. This Pan-African holiday was founded by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah in 1958 on the occasion of the first conference of independent African states held in Accra, Ghana, attended by 8 independent African states. The 15th of April was declared African Freedom Day to mark each year the onward progress of the liberation movement, and to symbolize the determination of the people of Africa to free themselves from foreign domination and exploitation. On this day, we declare our firm resolve and determination to eradicate neo-colonialism and confront all forms of foreign domination by all means necessary. On 25th of May 1963, 31 African heads of state convened a summit meeting to found the Organization of African Unity. They renamed African Freedom Day, African Liberation Day, and changed its date to 25th of May. Today we celebrate the African Liberation Day. Today, as we celebrate the African Liberation Day, we need to understand the importance of what liberation means to us Africans, and more importantly, how do we achieve it? While the colonial masters left Africa physically, the legacy of colonialism remain intact. The colonial systems of extraction have left an indelible mark on Africa's society and economy. Africa's states' independence movement were negotiated by the ex-colonizers, who crafted and designed what it should look like. The outcome of these quasi-independent arrangements were based on African states' acceptance of certain terms that have perpetuated 21st century neo-colonialism. Freedom is a critical step for African liberation. As Albert Einstein said, freedom in any case is only possible by constantly struggling for it. In this regard, freedom is something to be acquired and a state to be realized by constantly struggling to attain it. We must free ourselves not only from physical bondage, but from mental enslavement, economic exploitation, and oppression. Many African freedom movements like Mau Mau and Umkhonto we Sizwe, the armed struggle of the African National Congress, have reflected that we must free ourselves not only from physical bondage, but also from mental enslavement, oppression, and any form of foreign domination, be it economic, cultural, social, or political. Liberation distinguishes itself from freedom and takes a step further beyond the political independence and freedoms. In its truest sense, liberation speaks to the action of being liberated from the imperialist modes of political, economic, social, and environmental oppression. liberation cannot be achieved by a single act, but is a concerted act for people and by the people to reconceptualize, reimagine what freedom means, and rediscover our journey towards complete self-determination and self-reliance, guided by the Pan-African spirit, Africa for Africa, Africa for Africans at home and abroad. As a people or nation, we must strive to strategically protect our hard-earned freedom and together rid of Africa the last vestiges of neocolonialism, which continues to impair Africa's economic development. Each year we'll host the African Liberation Day to assess the progress we have made in the fight against imperialism, neocolonialism, and foreign domination. Liberation means freedom of thought and freedom of religion. In this day and age, if freedoms existed in Africa, as it should be, there will be no single state where people are being compelled to be governed by a single religion and denied their freedom of conscience and freedom of religion. Today, as we celebrate the African Liberation Day, we urge every person to reflect on what to be done to get a point of being liberated as an African nation and also as an African people. Today, I implore you to reflect on how we the people, play an active role in attaining African liberty through mental emancipation and reimagining African identity, reconceptualizing economic development, and embracing global Pan-African movement. Our speakers today will speak to these topics and much more as we commemorate the African Liberation Day. Thank you very much, everyone, for being part of this event. And before I wind up, I'd like to also mention that the African Union today has launched the African Cultural Renaissance Charter, which emphasizes on the importance of people of African descent to embrace their culture and also to embrace our national heritage. We must embrace our culture and embrace our history as a people and work towards total unification of Africa and the unification of all people of African descent, whether they're in the Caribbean, in Africa, in North or Latin America, and all over the world. We cannot say that Africa is free when West Papua has marked 58 years of colonial domination by Indonesia, and we must join West Papuans in solidarity to end the Indonesian colonial domination, so that the Black nation in South Pacific can be free. So therefore, this is a continuous struggle that we need to keep on the momentum and to keep on the fight until Africa and people of African descent are completely free. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'll take it back to the host.
Always doing these remarkable events, and just you're a great presence for us, and we just appreciate you again and what you do for the continent and for the.
Thank you very much, and looking forward to other great speakers that we have today.
Yes, so thank you. Now, I don't want to take over, but now for next, we have Raki App, who is a
Diana, I don't think he's in the studio yet. I don't see him.
I'm so sorry. And can you even hear me? But I can't talk. But you could hear me, guys. But
I can hear you. I don't see Raki at the moment.
Okay, so then good too, because I didn't want to keep taking. So you guys can introduce one of our other hosts can introduce the next, and we'll find where we're going.
Well, now the next person to speak after Raki is supposed to be Professor Mamamuchi. He was here a second ago, and not sure what's happened, but he's also come off the screen.
Yeah.
So
next presenter.
I think while we're waiting, maybe he's having connection issues. Let's just give him a couple minutes, maybe, to come into the studio. Diana, I'm gonna put you on.
You're gonna put me on the spot.
I'm gonna put you on the spot.
You see how my head came up to do the same to you, and then you got me first. This is what happens with Diana's.
Okay. Like Daniel said, what does African Revolution mean to you?
Oh, that's so good.
African liberation. Did I say revolution? It's your name. It's your name.
It's because of my name. I'm sorry. I'm with you.
I meant African liberation. Yes.
African liberation to me is something that I think is resilient and palpable still to this day. Coming from Haitian heritage, African liberation pushed the resolve to have a Haitian revolution, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
African hearts were in Haiti to create that. You know what I mean? And through Haiti was able to then showcase it out right back, right? So to this day, African liberation and the African heartbeat of freedom and for all of their people is the heartbeat of existence to me as people, as just like a race of people. You understand? Like that's something that even is ingrained in the spirituality that we had before we even had a name for it. And I think that's something that we'll always be in constant pursuit of is liberation at every level for our African diaspora, because that's our heartbeat.
That is so profound. It's our heartbeat.
It's our heartbeat.
African liberation is our heartbeat. Yeah. It's the air that we breathe. It's what we're all about. It's what we live for, basically.
Yes.
So
for ourselves and the universe too. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's what so you got it. If she did it to me, I'm gonna do it to you. How about you?
Well, you know, you can't catch me now because
wait. No. We're gonna throw that right back to you. Bing. What does it mean to you? What does liberation and African liberation mean to you?
I'll come back at another break when we
another break. Did we get our people?
Because right now we have Raki App in the studio.
Raki, you saved her.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
So if we're gonna do Raki, let me just or you could just come in. I was going to introduce you, but go right ahead.
Okay. So Raki App is the coordinator for FWPC Netherlands, spokesperson FWPC Global, ULMWP Executive Staff Netherlands and Europe. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here. We look forward to your presentation. And we hand it right over to you without any further ado.
Thank you, sisters and brother, for having me on the show and allowing me here for being a voice for my people. So yes, and apologies for the delay if you had to wait for me. I'm just arrived at home from a protest here in the Netherlands, where we've protested in front of the Dutch Parliament. Because of the the situation going on right now as we speak in West Papua, where one of the biggest military operations by the Indonesian military since the late 70s is going on as we speak. So we had to make sure that we inform the Dutch politicians, our former colonizers, to take their moral responsibility. So yes, absolutely a pleasure to be here, my brothers and sisters.
Thank you so much. We're going to turn over to you.
Yeah.
So brothers and sisters all across the world, from The Hague, the Netherlands, on behalf of the people of West Papua, in my role as spokesperson for the Free West Papua campaign, my duty is to educate the world about the secret colony and genocide of Indonesia against the indigenous peoples of West Papua. For those who do not know where West Papua is, it's the island right above Australia, and West Papua is the western half of the island, and the island is the world's largest tropical island there is. So it's described as as an island with the most biodiverse land and marine surroundings. So it's a unique place on this planet, and it's the home of the almost 1.2 million indigenous West Papuans who are being marginalized and live as so-called poor citizens in their own country, where they live for more than thousands of years since Indonesia invaded West Papua with a military operation in 1963. After the Netherlands prepared the West Papuans to their right to self-determination in the beginning of the 1960s, we had our own military corps, we had our national flag, we had our government, but they decided different. A year later, in 1962, the Netherlands, under huge international pressure with the United States in front, they forced the Netherlands to transfer the sovereignty to the Indonesia we know today. And how the West Papuans could have an opportunity to vote via a referendum in 1969, Indonesia didn't wait, and they invaded West Papua, as you mentioned, in 1963, and since then, they have never left our motherland, West Papua. So what happened since then? Since Indonesia entered West Papua, invaded West Papua in 1963, the killing started, the occupation started, the torture started of elderly, of women, of children. And one of those victims was my father, Arnold Up, who was a famous musician, an anthropologist, a curator at our museum in the capital of West Papua, Jayapura. And he was assassinated 4 months before I was born. They put him in prison under false, indications that he wanted to do things against the Indonesian military. But the only thing he was doing, he was playing music and educating the indigenous West Papuans that they should love their identity, that they should love the black heritage, their cultures, the values of the nature, and how we lived at that, because that is what makes us indigenous West Papuans. And because he did that, and because he was an anthropologist, and he loved to make music, he combined his knowledge about the more than 250 tribes who live in West Papua and make them love and understand the culture and the value of it. And Indonesia understand that, he became a weapon because the people love him. The people love his music, and they understand who they are, Black Melanesian West Papuans, and that they were proud people on the cultures. And that was the reason Indonesia saw my father Arnold Up as a threat. And they created a scenario where they assassinated him 4 months before I was born. Not much later, my mom and 3 brothers and me still in my mom's belly at the time, 1984, we fled to the neighboring Papua New Guinea, where I was born, in a refugee camp. And a year later, we fled to the Netherlands, where we seek asylum because it was a former colonizer. So there was a large West Papuan community here in the Netherlands. And that's a short, brief history about what formed me to the person I became today, a freedom fighter and an activist who is educating people in the Netherlands, whether it is the media, whether it is the politicians, whether it is the universities, about their forgotten colony, about their hidden colony. Because in 2021, I have to educate Dutch history teachers about our shared history, that West Papua was their former colony, and that in their deadly science, this genocide against their former residents could continue, because their commitment to their corporations, such as Unilever and such as Shell, exploiting our resources, destroying our land, is part of the ongoing colonization of former Dutch New Guinea, West Papua. So Indonesia is keeping this colony a secret. They are committing this genocide with the facilitation of Dutch embassies, US embassies in Jakarta, the Australian embassies, and so on. And that is why we have to educate people in the Netherlands to understand their colonial past history and how it's still working today, and how their governments and corporations are still playing a huge role in the ecocide and genocide in West Papua, their former colony. And luckily, the West Papuans are, resilient. And without freedom, the last 59 years, we are capable of organizing ourselves. And Free West Papua campaign is such an example. I think 15 years ago, under the leadership of His Excellency Mr. Benny Wenda, who currently is the interim president of West Papua, the Free West Papua campaign was launched just to break down the deadly silence in the global community, especially the global north. And it's not a mistake. They have think about that. They have tried to wipe out the Aboriginals, African brothers and sisters during slavery, and the colonialism much later of the global south. The same structures and the same systems are very working right now as we speak, and West Papua is such an example. So I'm really thankful for having this opportunity here to educate my brothers and sisters, to empower ourselves, because the system is very much active. The system who is extracting the resources in Africa, our motherland, which is the richest continent on planet, and calling us poor people, primitive people, while they are destroying our cultures, our way of life, our homeland, and extracting our resources to benefit from it their own. So this is the time I hope that we can encourage each other. We now, freedom fighters in West Papua, need the voices of our brothers and sisters in Africa, in North America, and Europe, to collaborate, to get inspired from the stories of our ancestors. We have to educate ourselves about our resilience for more than hundreds of years. And that is why I'm really thankful once again for the Global Pan-Africanism Network and President Daniel Mambosu for being a voice for the people of West Papua, and my sisters and brothers here as well, to listen to our stories. And I'm sure that my brothers and sisters who are listening right now recognize my story, because it's not my story only. It's not my story of the West Papuans only. It's an African story, which is about extreme oppression by this global north, institutions, governments, and corporations. It's the same game which they are playing, and we need to find the courage and the moral responsibility ourselves to educate our people, our children, to understand and explain them that the structures and system from 400 years ago is still very much alive and active. And the momentum in West Papua is increasing. Yes, we are being oppressed. Yes, we are being colonized. But we are mobilizing, and we are capable of creating change, which having more than 83 countries now demanding a United Nations human rights mission to West Papua, where the United Liberation Movement for West Papua has launched the first interim government last December under the leadership of His Excellency Benny Wenda. And we need our African leaders and our brothers and sisters in Africa to force their governments to support the United Liberation Movement for West Papua. Within the African Union, we need their voice. They are our brothers and sisters. And that is what my call today. We have outlined a green vision where we can save the world with indigenous perspective, values of our ancestors 100,000 years ago, where we live in balance with nature. That is what the world is needed now. There's so-called, solutions to climate change with all these innovative things. It's about caring about the lives of people in the global south, caring about indigenous rights. Because if they cared about that 100 years ago, we didn't have this so-called climate and biodiversity crisis. And I think it's about colonialism. It's about capitalism and racism against people and countries in the global south. And that is why we have to educate ourselves. So it's a lot, but I want my brothers and sisters who are watching to strongly believe in themselves. And if they hesitate, they should Google West Papua and see what is happening right now there, because apartheid didn't end. It is still very much alive in West Papua. Colonialism is not something from the past. It is happening right now. And this genocide is threatening us on a daily basis. So yes, we are fearless because we know that is the only choice that we can create change and perspective for people. And that is what we are doing every day. I am taking my part here in the Netherlands, and we are creating a huge momentum, but we need our brothers and sisters to take their part as well and use every opportunity to be a voice for us. So I want to thank you, everyone who's watching. I want to thank the Global Pan-Africanism Movement, Africanism Network, for facilitating this and giving our voice, and our host, my sisters and brother for today, for having me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Raki, coordinator of the West Papua Liberation Struggle from 1963 to date. I want to thank you so much, because I'm sure the world today, some of them must have heard about the liberation struggle today for the first time. And we at the Global Pan-Africanism Network, I know they are doing all they can to ensure that you get the liberation you deserve. And now hand over back to my sisters, because we are going to be welcoming Professor Mamo Muchi. I don't know, Diana, if Professor Mamo Muchi is already online. Professor Mamo Muchi,
yes,
to talk about the much-awaited 2063 agenda. Stop fast-track African unity, and stop delaying and procrastinating to the too late 2063 time. I can see him already online. There's been much talk about the 2063 agenda being pushed by the African Union. And many people have criticized this agenda because people say that if this agenda is, most of those who are heading this agenda are maybe 50 or 60, and by the time we reach the 2063 deadline, we are sure that most of those who are heading that agenda will no longer be, be the one handling issues. And so it would have died just like the silence in the gun initiative 20, which was be effective, but it could be effective. So we are now being joined by Professor Mamo Muchi, a research professor with the Tshwane University of Technology. He has a presentation and he has suggestions about what we can do to fast-track African unity and stop delaying tactics to the too late 2063 time. Because what we want to do in 2063, according to Professor Mamo Muchi, it is possible to do that at a shorter duration. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, Professor, loud and clear. Thank you.
Dana?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello, hello?
Hello. We can hear you, Professor.
We can hear you, Professor. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Loud.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hold on, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
Now
okay.
you can hear me.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Okay.
Thank you. Happy Africa Liberation Day. So, can I start with a poem? Africa Liberation Day poem. It is 58 years today. We call it Africa Liberation Day. We still lack the Africa Unity and Renaissance Manifesto and reality. Not yet the African United States motto. The lost Africa Fest for 58 years failing to unite. Time now to fast track to correct the failure and act. Yes, let's, all right. Let's do the unity by appreciating difference, We need to change ourselves, learn to find the unity pathways, teach each other with Ubuntu how to share, and know by teaching each other from childhood with unity on how to care. All right. All Africans put our beloved Africa first. Acknowledge to put Africa first is to put humanity first. The world is still divided by implicit or explicit classifications of inferiority and superiority. Africans have not yet fully removed coloniality. They still prefer to look and affirm each other by mimicking externality. There is still failure to appreciate their full humanity by asserting their rich Africanity. African identity continues to be subtracted by a degrading psychic dislocation. Africans using external colonial presence by defining themselves with division, like Lusophone, Francophone, Anglophone, ethnic phone, language phone, religion phone, gender phone, and so on. Africa is not a phone. Africans must treat one another as one human family, practicing Ubuntu truly. You are me and me is you, really. No African is a stranger to another African. We are associational. We're not individual. Not call some Africans as relatives and others as aliens. Africaphilia must replace all the divisive forms that turn the African one family as strangers. Let us learn how to care and share with full trust and collaboration, not to agree even when we disagree relatively. It's 58 years now since Africa declared to unite or perish. Another 58 years is on. Is Africa now uniting? We ask, does Africa know what it is and where it's going? Let this 58 years be a moment for Africa to stand up and unite. Never again to fall behind. Africa uniting is humanity as a whole and everywhere benefiting. To challenge others' continued demand to maintain their claims to superiority, Africa can reject it by showing there is no justification to continue any form of inferiority. By all Africans coming together, showing the necessity to recognize full equality, to build with the cherished philosophy of Ubuntu, one in all and all in one humanity. Now, so never again to fall behind. Africa uniting is humanity as a whole and everywhere benefiting. To challenge others' continued demand to maintain their claims to superiority, Africa can reject it by showing there is no justification to continue any form of inferiority. By all Africans coming together, showing the necessity to recognize full equality, to build with the cherished philosophy of Ubuntu, one in all and all in one humanity. Teaching them once and for all to stop continuing to exploit Africa by using inferiority. Putting Africa first is as the road for Africa to unite on equal terms all humanity. Let us use this 58th Africa Liberation Day to create the African Renaissance and Unity Manifesto. Let all go for a grand vision to bring all Africans to realize liberation and their creative imagination and motto. The current powers need to change their ways, admitting they have undermined Africa always. Taking so much by offering aid, loans, debts, so degrading to resource-rich Africa, which has everything with her. Retaining this evil for a long time, making Africa to continue being vulnerable, penetrable. We call Africa's younger generation, you the younger generation. Africa is said to have nearly 70% of its population as young. The demographic dividend of the youth is incredible. So we call Africa's young generation, save Africa, stand up against its gross degradation. You, the young generation, and make African unity as a ground in inspiration. And not delayed, do it now. It should have been done yesterday, not even today, let alone tomorrow. In 2063, 100 years after 1963, when the Organization of African Unity was formed. Never go for inferiorizing or superiorizing. Go for African unity to spur global humanizing. Wherever you see inferiorizing and superiorizing, I advise you to use the epistemic vice tool for rejecting by adding virtue ethics along with epistemic virtue testing. So, recognizing from the heart the work we all do to unite Africa is a must. Let's all strive and go always for the best of the best. Let your intellect continue to shine, all you young people. Remain bright, spiritually and humanly genuine. Let your spirit glow. Giving inferiorizing Africa and superiorizing others a big blow. Remain blessed and keep strong. Never fail to participate to remove all in the world that is wrong. So that is my poem for all of you on this important day, that of the 58th anniversary. And I think it's extremely important that we understand that the future is not some place we are going, but one we are creating. The paths to it are not found, but made. The activity of making them changes both the makers and the destination. So speed in Africa's fragmented, divided direction will not work. Look what happened to us. After 1963, we had more coups d'etats, civil wars, and conflicts because when the decolonization did not happen properly, we did not properly decolonize. And that's what has happened. Still, the division continues. Still, our rich resources are still taken. Nearly 70 billion every year goes out of Africa, they say. So the illicit financial flows, many things like that are. So external forces still take advantage of Africa, not our own people. So we need to develop the speed, the high speed in the integrated direction, the unity direction. And we should, it's not just necessary, it must be, it should have been done by now. So if we can't do the unity now, we cannot do it in 2063. Why do we have to wait that long? Why not decolonize? Why not change the states and all these things people do? Let's go for total liberation, which African unity can help achieve to eradicate the current crisis from the African disunity. Let's do that and just give you a bit of inspirational things and ideas, and then I hope then after that we can have some discussion and we can do it. Let me just say a few things, like some inspiration points. Let me just give you some very important points. Where is Africa now? Do we know where we are? Do we know where we are going? Why do we continue to use division among each other? Why do we not trust each other, work with each other? Instead, we trust more external actors and still go to these external actors, and then our own collaboration is always undermined. Why unity is missing, missing blessing to us? Why we have to fast track African unity now more than ever? Why is it important? All right, where our friendship, our brotherhood, our sisterhood, the Ubuntu spirit, the Mat, the Sankofa, are critically important to apply now to change Africa's problems and into opportunities. We have rehabilitative justice, restorative justice. We have associational values. Why don't we use our values and not individualism is colonialism? Trust me, it's not us. Africans were not like that. All right. Why did we end up like that? If we want to look forward, let's look back. How others treated us. Let me just give you a few critical points. We have problems. For example, the missionary. They say that we are the children of God, like like the white brothers. But just look at us. Dogs, slaves, worse than baboons on the rocks. That's how the whites treat us. This is a Herero to a German settler. This is from Namibia. He says he gives him he responds to the missionary what the missionaries say. Look what David Livingstone is an imperialist. He says, "I beg to direct your attention to Africa. I know that in a few years I shall be cut off in that country which is now open. Do not let it be shut again. I go back to Africa to try to make an open path for commerce to Africa, to try to make an open path for commerce and Christianity. Do you carry out the work which I have begun? I leave it with you." This is what he said in 1857. 1884, 1885 came the Berlin Conference. Before the Berlin Conference, there were all these ideas being promoted. Looking, while beasts, the leopards killed some of us while we were working away in the forest, and others got lost or died from exposure or starvation. And we begged the white men to leave us alone, saying we could get no more rubber. But the white men and the soldiers said, "Go, you are only beasts yourselves. You are only Nyama, meats." This is a testimony of Congo villagers interviewed by Consul Casement in 1893. This is after the Berlin Conference. So this is some of the things that I am just mentioning it to you. I have to tell you that what Emperor Menelik, the one who led the great African Adwa victory, said, "I have no intention of being an indifferent looker on if the distant powers, the imperialist powers, have the idea of dividing Africa. For Ethiopia has been for more than 14 centuries an island of Christians in the middle of the sea of pagans." So he said like that. He said it in 1891, again after the Berlin Conference. He said this. This is when the Adwa victory came after the. So the difference between a corrupt person and an honest person is a corrupt person has a price, while the honest person has a value. We need to value our values. We should not value prices. We should not value money to hurt each other. That is what has been happening. The people who value their pocket have been the ones that have been doing all this politics. What Albert Einstein called the greatest human stupidity is politics. The African politics has been the leadership poverty and curse has been very strong. The reason is because honest persons that have value, we don't have. Persons that are our leaders are not uniting us. They value the price, the money, and their pocket. And that's what has been happening. And this has to change. I want the younger generation, the youth, genuinely speaking, to really value very much Africa's unity, Africa's dignity, all right, and Africa's freedom and independence and agency and identity, all right? And a total project must come out, a unity project that allows us to make all Africans own rich Africa. No continent in this planet is as rich as Africa is. So all that is what we need to do. So Africa must stand up united. Humiliation must end with a free expression of Africa's agency and dignity forever. So we need what we call a new Adwa victory to unite Africa now. The scramble for Africa is still on. It's not, we're still dividing, we're still fighting, we still have coup d'etats, we still have no structures, no principles that guide our political, economic, social, all knowledge. Every system is not well articulated, contextualized, Africanized. We haven't done it very properly. We haven't decolonized every sphere. Even the knowledge was created by us is not recognized, even in our schools, universities, and our children do not do. I'm sincerely telling you. Today I was in a conference. One of the young people, very bright, very intelligent. I said, do they know it is Africa Liberation Day? They told me honestly. They said, we don't know. We don't know the day. You see, that is very, very interesting. Why shouldn't we know about ourselves? And then I say to them that it's important, you know. And in fact, in the conference, we took a bit of time to actually acknowledge it very properly. So the 1884-85 Berlin Conference, colonialism has not ended. We need a new great African victory to end colonialism. That's what we need to do. I think that is the disunity is a big obstacle to build a free and dignified future. We need really something like that for us to continue to make a big, a very important achievement that we need to do. I think that's basically some of the things I must say. We need very important. I just say finally on it. We in Africa, slavery formally has been ended. Colonialism formally has been ended. Apartheid formally has been ended. Divide and rule continues under different guises. Imperial competition to grab African resources is very, very active. Neocolonialism is still a danger. Recolonization is also a danger. Look what is happening in different places. We still have conflicts in many parts of Africa now. Above all, the colonial imagination is still over pervasive. I mean, the colonial imagination from us hasn't been. So to overcome colonial imagination for good, bring back a confident African imagination, a free African sustainable decolonized future, the African logocentric imagination to defeat the colonial mentality that the ethnocentric choice by the existing dividing states continues to recreate. African unity is a blessing, and it must overcome disunity as a curse. Let's all create the African future by making it and not talking it and doing disunity. Let's unite now, fast track unity, move on, onwards and forwards.
Yes,
I think that's
onwards and forwards. We appreciate you speaking so much. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. I hope you heard me. Thank you.
Oh, yes, we heard everything.
The whole time.
We heard everything, Professor.
Your voice is always powerful, Professor.
You young people, you are the ones now who must make a difference. If you don't, Mamo is going to fight you.
No, I'm not ready.
Yeah, we believe it.
I believe it. We'll make sure of it. We'll make sure of it. And we thank you so much for being a part.
You're engaged. I'm happy with you.
You said so much.
I value you and respect you, admire you for doing this. Very important. I'm just telling you today, I saw some of them. They didn't know this. It's Africa. We don't know. They don't teach our history. The children grow up knowing nothing. They only know all the wrong things that the colonialists left. Absolutely. This place where I was in a place called Kedar, you know, all the images, you not believe are all the colonial, the British. You not believe all the images, the statues, everything. This is not what our children should do. There's no Mandela statue. There's none of all the liberation movement people here in South Africa. I didn't see anyone. I'm sincerely telling you. I was on Africa Liberation Day. Can you imagine that for me to be there? I told them it's not good for me to be there. I said, no, sincerely. Although I like to support the students. You see, they're presenting scientific things and we're supporting them. That's the kind of thing that's happening. So let's try to really work together. And I think our values are very rich. Let's value our values and sincerely, and we can unite. And in fact, we will help the rest of the world, not just ourselves. I think Africa can be a savior of this world.
Absolutely.
We thank you, Professor. And we, in the Ubuntu way, we are you, you are us, and we appreciate you. And as we continue in more education about our Liberation Day, just again, a special thank you from us. And we're going to now proceed to our next speaker. So again, appreciate you. One more time, thank you for our sponsors, Tuna Cheki and My Media Prime TV for live streaming us right now. And I will bring it back to my beautiful co-host again, the one that has such a powerful name, Diana.
Thank you, sis. Okay, so our next powerful speaker, my goodness, Professor Momo, that was something else. I have so much to say, but there's no time, so I won't start because I won't finish. But our next speaker, Abdusalam Hamtoon, is a member of Constitution Drafting Assembly Libya, and he will be coming to speak about what does African Liberation Day mean to Libya. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Daniel, for the invitation. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you, Daniel, for the invitation. You do very good job, and I appreciate your work. It is very nice to speak always about Africa, and it is nicer to speak on Africa Liberation Day. I will speak a little bit about the history in Libya and the organization, and I will have a suggestion later and something to do. I would say the importance of Libya lies in its geographical location. Many settlers and colonialists were in Libya. We Phoenician, were Greeks, Roman, Vandal, Byzantine, Arab, Turks, and Maltese, and Italian were in Libya. But there were settlers or colonialists. They came from north or east. But we have another African civilization called Injarma. The famous Greek philosopher Herodotus speaks about Jarma and Germans. They built very big civilization, but in south, in the Sahara, and the historian have not shed light on it. But the European travelers called Libya is the gate to Africa. In fact, if we travel from Libya to south, to Chad, then we will find ourselves in Cameroon or Central Africa. And if we travel to the west, Algeria, and then Mali, Burkina Faso, and we will find the whole West Africa. So in event of peace, Libya is very important for its neighbors and also dangerous, as we see now in case of war and instability. Libya was among the 8 African countries that met in Ghana 1958 and were the first African Continental Conference Accord, and where the idea of Pan-African organization was born. So Libya, it was progressive at that time, and as we know, it was the African countries were split in 2 groups, Casablanca group and Monrovia group, and Libya was belonged to the Casablanca group. That Casablanca group wanted an immediate federation and deep integration in Africa, and the Monrovia group, led by Senghor and by Senegal at that time, they would like the unity gradually and through the economic cooperation. So I will speak about the aims of the African organization of the Organization of African Unity. They have very important aims. All Africans enjoy human rights. First, and rise the living standard of all Africans. These aims were good then and now, and we are still struggling to implement them. So how we can ensure human rights for every African? Human rights should not be just for rhetoric, but should be real, and we can measure that. We have to recognize and be sure that the human rights, basic human rights, is universal rights. So, for example, I would like to say no human being willing to go to prison for his or her opinion, and there is no human being loves to torture, and no one willing his vote rig in any election. So, or no one deceived, or official media of our government lie about us. This is very important to basic human rights. And we have in Africa, we should define them and protected by law and anchored in the Constitution. They should not be rhetorical, but we should anchor them in the Constitution. And I thought about, for example, an independent institution for the election. Now it is for many African countries, they have this, an independent community for an election, but it is not real independent. So we have to make ways to have to think how we can make the community for the election is real independent. Independent institution for human rights should be also independent from the government, and an independent institution for state media. It is very, very, very important. State media should be an independent from the government, should control the government and express the idea and bring the truth for every African. So we cannot import solution from abroad. We have to create African thinking for African problems. The African Union declared, for example, 2006, a year of the African languages. In Libya, we have two Tubu minorities. They are native Libyans. They are Black Africans and have their own language. Like the other non-Arabs, for Amazigh and Tuareg, they still struggle to make their language an official language in Libya. So the question, how can we protect their language and heritage from an extinction? This is very important. I think, as the professor said, we have to believe in ourselves. We have to create a new idea, a new for ourselves, and we are still colonized. Colony is still here, is still in mind and in reality. I just want to speak a little bit about how we spoke about the rise of the living standards, and this is the aim of the Organization of African Unity since 1963, and still in FACOM is still real. So we have to think about that. How can we make the life standard of the African better. It is not easy to say this because how can we speak about the independence and we have 8 West African countries still have their currency reserves in the French Central Bank? How can we speak about the economic community of West African states or even about the African Union when something like this, it is very clear we have to be free first. And how can we speak about the African unity when we if we would like to travel from Tunis or Libya to Chad, for example, or Congo, or the most African countries, we have to fly via Paris. So Africa need a very big report, I believe, located in somewhere in Central Africa, south of Libya or Chad or Niger or Central Africa, and to make connection is very easy. It should be remembered that the European Union started with the giant company for coal and gas. So this is, we have to merge some sectors like the state-owned airlines, because we have many state-owned airlines, but they have no service or even economic benefit. And maybe in West Africa, we have only one airlines, we call it West Africa, or in North Africa we have only one lines. Why in East Africa it would be useful and stronger and can compete also economically. We have to organize ourselves better. For example, civil societies operate one-day march in all African capitals and large cities. This is the best way to unify public opinion about pressure, about how to pressure the government and the decision makers, as the professor said, and Raki has said, we need solidarity, and we need for any African cause, and we have to civil societies organization, they have to work together, and they have to advance their opinion together. This is the best way to unify and to achieve our goals. I can speak a lot about the constitution, about Libya and Africa, but we have solidarity, and we in Libya, even if there is Arabs, they feel they are sometimes more Arabs than African, but they are brothers and sisters, and we believe at the end it is very important for them. And the history shows that Libya is since, as I said, Ghana Conference and Casablanca Group and Gaddafi also continued that way. So Libya is the center of Africa and will stay, and we will struggle together, and our fate is the same, and our future is the same, and the geography, it is very important to us. And I believe Africans have to invest in Africa, especially the African countries like Libya, like Algeria. Now Morocco do very good job invest in Africa, and the other countries they have to follow. We have not to invest in the West, we have to invest in Africa, and we need, of course, peace and stability to do this. Thank you so much. Thank you. I am very glad to see all of you today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Bo, would you like to introduce the poet?
Of course, yeah. Thank you, Diana. Let me introduce the poet who is going to spice our day with.
Thank you.
Who is going to spice our day with a wonderful poem titled "Africa Unite." Our poet of the day is Owusu Foju Alexander Itapopo, also popularly known as the African poet. He's a Ghanaian who lives in Accra. He's an environmental health officer by profession, and he's also a health tutor at the Accra School of Hygiene, Kolebu, a Pan-Africanist and a social activist, director of the Earth Replenishes Foundation, an NGO into positive behavioral and attitudinal change, a media practitioner, a conscious music and spoken words artist. Is going to be doing for us a special poem today titled Africa Unite. Let's watch.
Thank you for having me. Hello, can you hear me?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you. Go ahead.
Greetings, Africa. Greetings to the rising sons and daughters of Mama Africa. It is time for Africa to unite, of course, and we have to make it. If you don't make it, nobody can make it for us. My name is Aita Bobo from Ghana, and I would like to share a prayer before I commence my poetry. In fact, everything of mine is going to be expressed in the form of poetry. Otredian pon kwam to turubonsu a wotonsio. Bori bori a uba ewia. Danso danso a wodanso. Wona ye kyera won sanso won no monsa. Asase ya imponi anoa ensa wo bosompo abena ensa esio pra. Ye freba akwani afra pem monje ensa. Abosmu dua se twa ye ho ahia ensa. Asene ne ewukugwa obiri komfo anoche ensa. Bokete lawe.
Interrupt. Can you put on your camera? We can't see you.
My camera is okay. My camera is also on. Can you see me? I can't even see myself.
We can't see you, although we can hear you very well, but I would love the audience to get to see your face while you recite your poem.
Can you check the camera? Okay. They can't see me. They can't see you. Yeah. Okay, very well. So I'm working on it, but I can't also see myself. I thought someone will allow me in, but I'm working on it. Just give me 1 minute.
What we can just try quickly to do, if you would like to just come out and then come back in, we'll just maybe go to the next, or just quickly just hold your time. But if you want to try to come back, go out and come back in so we could see you, because I can see your camera changing, but it just looks like something's blocking your camera. We can't see you at all.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
like
right.
I could see that change. I could see that change. So just
Okay, that'll be fine. So you can bring in somebody else, then I come in later.
So I will bring Diana back to introduce our next, and hopefully get Bo's attention too. All right.
Okay, one please. One moment.
and we'll all come together. Sorry for a little bit of delay. Got it? Okay, I'm gonna let you
I
go.
got it. Okay, so our next speaker, our keynote speaker, actually, is Marifa Okweli. Marifa is a global African studies teacher, speaker, strategist, and founder of League of Intelligence Institute. Since 2015, he's hosted free community classes throughout Charlotte, North Carolina, educating the public on the historical footprint and contributions of African men and women. Marifa has traveled to Africa and has read, studied over 175 books relative to African people's history, culture, and overall impact on humanity. To quote, a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. Marcus Garvey. I'd like to welcome you, sir, to our conference, our 58th anniversary conference.
Yes,
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate the invite. Can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Outstanding. Outstanding. I'm
Thank you so
humbled
much
to be here, Miss Diana. I've been watching you guys host this particular celebration. You do an outstanding job, and I appreciate the invite. I want to pay homage to Brother Daniel, the president, for putting this event together. I believe it is that, Miss Diana. Is it the 25th?
Yep.
25th. Outstanding. Mm-hmm. Outstanding.
No. You mean the 58th? It's the 58th anniversary.
58th African Liberation Day, but for this particular celebration.
Yes, on the 25th of May.
Gotcha. Okay, I understand now. 58th celebration, and then the day on the 25th. But Daniel, I'm not sure how long you've been hosting this event, but I appreciate you doing this. I also appreciate the invite, and it's humbling because being from the United States, the Caribbean, this side of the world, to be included in an African type of event to celebrate African liberation is big. In this side of the world, they've done an outstanding job in trying to convince us over here that we are not part of the African family, that we are indeed a separate group on our own, with no real nation to call our own and no ancestry or lineage of our own. And the divide and rule strategy is strong over here in the Caribbean, in the United States. So it was humbling to get the invite. I'm excited to be here. Again, my name is Marifa Okweli. And if you allow me, I just wanted to share a little bit of my story and where I come from. I had an entire speech type prepared, but I decided to scrap most of it because I was reading some of the comments on YouTube. And I was disappointed a little bit with the divide and conquer strategy that's still alive in our people. So I wanted to speak a little bit to that, just right off the cuff, if I'm allowed to do so. But before I get into those type of things, again, my name is Marifa Okweli. I wasn't always Marifa Okweli. My born name is Walter Robinson. I'm named after my father, who is from Jamaica, Montego Bay. And my mother is from Port Antonio, in Jamaica, and they moved here to the United States for a short time back in 1978, and I was born in the United States, Glendale, California, but then we moved when I was very young to Charleston, South Carolina, and I've been raised in Charleston, South Carolina since I was 7 years old, and I want to pay special homage to where I raised up, and that's Charleston, South Carolina. Without community, you're not much. There's no such thing as self-made in the African context. And it's no coincidence, if it wasn't for the community of Charleston, South Carolina, my friends and family there, I wouldn't be here today. And I also spent a lot of time in Charlotte, North Carolina. I moved to Charlotte in the year 2000. I raised a son there. His name's Daniel. Also, he'll be a sophomore at UNCG. He'll be a junior at UNCG next year. And so I'm proud of that. And my Charlotte family has done more than enough to support me. As a matter of fact, you're seeing the flag of Ghana waving behind me. It was Charleston in the Charlotte community who raised the money for me to be able to take a trip to Ghana. And Ghana welcomed me with open arms. All throughout my journey, that 2 weeks, nothing but you're home now. You're home now. Welcome back. Happy to receive you. Tell your brethren when you go back to the Caribbean, to the United States, that we want to unify, we want to unite. That was the overall message that I got. And so I just want to put that out there to dispel any type of rumors or myths that Africa does not want to unite with other people outside of the continent. That's not true. Don't let them use you with the divide and conquer type strategy. And so my community sent me to Africa, but before that, I didn't have any type of African consciousness. Growing up here in the United States, in the school system, they don't teach you any type of African history. They don't teach you anything before the slave times. They don't do anything like that. So you don't grow up molded with an African perspective. You don't have the value systems and the knowledge. I heard some of the professors before me speaking about the education. We didn't get the education. And so I was walking around European minded, Eurocentric. And usually when you have a Eurocentric European mind, you're self-destructive to yourself. You battle with self-hate, and you battle with self-defeat, and you see your skin color as inferior. It's a badge of inferiority. And you think you're less than other people and other groups, which is perfect for them so they can be in position to politically and economically dominate you by controlling what's in the mind. I believe Steve Biko said the most powerful weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. And so when your mind is not your own, your mind has been colonized by another group, you're self-destructive to yourself, you're self-destructive to your people. And even when you do strive for achievement, is usually within their system. Your role usually is to help them maintain their authority, keep the profits, and maintain their privileges and benefits. And you're just trying to find and isolate a part of your life in that, trying to squeeze something out for yourself. And so it's a hard life to live because of miseducation. And that's what we've experienced over here on this side. And so it was around 2014 that I finally kind of got an idea that the way I've been growing up and the things that I learned weren't correct, that I've been miseducated. And since 2014 at a certain event, Brother Sundiata, who's here in Charlotte, does excellent work. He was hosting an event, and we were talking about the school to prison pipeline and how they develop our kids in such a way that the outcomes will be prison. And so we were watching that documentary, and afterwards we had a panel discussion. And that panel discussion, we figured out that one thing we need to do is have educational classes. Kwame Nkrumah talked about that, having political, historical classes to give people their right mind and an understanding of who they are and where they come from. And we decided here in Charlotte, North Carolina, we needed to have that. And so an elder stood up and said he was willing to teach those classes. And I, being young at the time, didn't understand my own history, so I wanted to learn too. And so I tracked him down afterwards and said, I wanted to volunteer. You can teach the classes, and then I'll just simply recruit the people. I'll be the recruiter for the class because I need to learn too. And we exchanged numbers and email, and then we agreed that we would talk about 2 or 3 days later. The 2 or 3 days later passed, and I didn't hear from him at all. He never called me. He never emailed. He never did anything of the contrary. He didn't contact me at all. I never heard from him again. To this day, it's been 7 years, and I've never seen or heard from this brother again. And so while he was gone, I didn't want the education to die. And so I simply started to buy the books and read about our history. And I decided that I would just host the classes myself. And that's how I got started in 2014. And since then, I've read over 175 books on our history and our culture so I could be acclimated and disseminate this information among the people. And so that's been my main mission. And it revolutionized my life. Like I said, my name was Walter Robinson. I went by my middle name, O'Brien. And around 2014, after reading these books, April 2nd, the name just didn't fit me anymore. Somebody would call me and it didn't register right within me. And so I decided I was going to change my name. And I wanted the vibration and the energy of my name to resonate based on something that I was proud of, based on energy that I wanted around me, based on forces that I wanted to guide my destiny. And so I renamed myself Marifa. Swahili for knowledge, and my last name became Ukweli, which meant truth. And I just simply want knowledge and truth to guide me in every step of the way. Since I was miseducated without the knowledge of who we really were for most of my life, I didn't want that to happen again. So I was going to dedicate myself to knowledge and truth. And so I changed my name to reflect that, to Marifa Ukweli, and I've been running hard ever since. And in running hard, I came across Pan-African groups and other people who have more knowledge than I did, have been in this for a long time, have been fighting. I saw people fighting on the African continent. I understood what they were fighting about. I saw people fighting in India, the Black population in India. I saw the Aboriginals in Australia. We see West Papua freedom and liberation to West Papua. I'm seeing in the Caribbean, South America, all over, I'm seeing groups of people who got the same knowledge and are now trying to fight against their oppressors. And I was happy and proud to be a part of that movement. Even everyone watching now, for the most part, most of us here have gotten some form of knowledge, and we understand what's at stake. We understand the fight, and we're in this thing fighting. I just want to encourage you to fight and keep pushing. I also want to encourage you not to feed into being an agent of separatism, allowing some of our different methods in this fight to cause us to be divided. There's an African proverb that I came across as I was doing my readings, and it said, when two brothers fight to the death, a stranger inherits the land. When two brothers fight to the death, a stranger inherits the land. And I see this type of setup everywhere I look. Where I see us fighting, I see us getting divided. I see us being separated and warring against each other and not focusing on the task at hand, not focusing on the real cause of our colonization, the real cause of our third world, they say, type of condition, the impoverishment. We're not fighting against that. We're fighting against each other. So I want to encourage you to discontinue that and not feed into the enemy's hands and not let them divide you any further, but come together. This is why I was so humbled to be invited to this event, being someone who's born outside of the African continent, and to see African people embrace me with open arms. Us on this side in the Americas and the Caribbean, we need that. So I encourage everyone of African descent, and when I say African descent, I mean you were born on the continent, to reach out, open arms. We want to work with you. We want to unite with you. We want to push forward. African Liberation Day applies to us as well. We're all Pan-Africans over here who identify with our African ancestry and lineage, and we're proud. I am definitely proud to be a part of this lineage. And so I just want to encourage you not to let people divide you, not to let people separate you, but to focus on the task at hand, which is to eliminate colonization. And Miss Diana, if you're listening, if you can give me just a quick heads up when I have about 5 minutes remaining, if you could, so I can respectfully bring this talk to a close.
Will do.
Thank you very much. And so we have a common problem for everybody. And our common problem is colonization. Colonization, and if I could, I would like to share my screen. Let me see if I can share a screen here. There we go. So I can show you this file. Can everyone see that? There we go. There we go. And I just wanted to share this screen to really identify and kind of narrow down. Let me kind of minimize a little bit so you can see better all of it. All right, can everyone see that? I believe so. And so it says, the real aim of colonialism was to control people's wealth, what they produced, how they produced it, and how it was distributed. To control, in other words, the entire realm of the language of real life. Colonialism imposed its control of the social production of wealth through 1, military conquest, and 2, subsequent political dictatorship. So military conquest and political dictatorship was the strategy used to colonize. Look at the next line. It says, but its most important area of domination was the mental universe of the colonized, the control through culture of how people perceive themselves and their relationship to the world. Economic and political control can never be complete or effective without mental control. To control a people's culture is to control their tools of self-definition in relationship to others. Mental control is what they focused on. Next line. For colonialism, this involved two aspects of the same process: the destruction and the deliberate undervaluing of people's culture, their art, dances, religions, history, geography, education, orature, literature, everything about you, they want to undervalue and demonize. Next phrase, and the conscious, elevation of the language of the colonizer. Reasoning why I'm speaking an Indo-European language to you as we speak. The domination of people's language by the languages of the colonizing nations was crucial to the domination of the mental universe of the colonized. And I just want to leave that up there just for a second, how this is laying out the blueprint for how they came into our lands all across the globe and accessed control, gained control, military conquest, political dictatorship, but most importantly, through mental control. I repeat what Steve Biko said earlier. He said the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. It's the mind. I heard one of the professors earlier talk about the principle of Sankofa. Sankofa is talking about returning to the source. It's talking about going back in the past and fetching things that we need in the present to build for the future. Going back to get our value system, getting our history and our lineage correct, going back and getting the virtues that we stood on, the knowledge and wisdom that we had, going back in the past and getting those things and then bringing them to the forefront and using those things to strategize and create tactics that will give us liberation today. We want to be free, proud, and productive people. And what's stopping us from achieving that is this system of colonization. In the United States, they do a great job of pushing slavery and that slave mind in our people. And that was just one method, and we beat those chains. I want to congratulate our Haitian brothers and sisters and the Maroons all across the world who fought during that time period to free us from the chains, and we beat those chains. You can no longer chain Black people, African people around this world. We beat that system. However, our enemy changed tactics. I have a good friend named Larry Shaw here in the United States, and he made this post a few days ago, and it really resonated with me. He said, white abolitionists, those white people, the people of the European who were trying to help eliminate the chains, they saw that as wrong. He said the white abolitionists, though, were not trying to eliminate white hegemony. They were not trying to eliminate white hegemony. We're talking about authority. And as one thing colonization needs, it needs authority. It needs you to recognize the invading group as the authority. Three things come to mind. They want your authority for it to be successful. They want to collect the privileges and the profits, and they want the privileges and the benefits. That's what they want to achieve. And authority is needed, and the subversion of your mind is needed. And so I want to encourage everyone who's watching today to start to counter their propaganda. There were two ways they used to convince our people that we were less than and inferior, and to help promote them as the authority. Two main ways, two major themes. The inferiority complex they had, and I have some notes down here, and getting Black people to believe that somehow, shape, or form, you're cursed as a people, or it's your destiny to be in this position, or fate, or your own sins is what got you in this position, to take away from the fact that this group that invaded us are terrorists, and they have a strategy in place in order to produce this type of outcome. But they don't want you to understand that. They want the people that we're trying to reach to believe that they're either inferior or this is God's plan for us to be here, maybe to as punishment for past behavior or past decisions. And I see this theme a lot when I started to get involved in the Pan-African movement, that our people were suffering from this particular problem. And I think as a group, those of us who understand what's going on, we have to create information, classes, our own propaganda that reveals the truth. Over here in the United States, to counter the inferiority complex, we teach our history. We teach our history before slavery. We talk about the condition of Africa before any invasion of Europeans and Arabs, and how it was in a golden age. And as we see this history, we realize we have a shared experience, and we see all of our achievements, and we see what we created, the nations that we built, how we were free, proud, and productive people. And it eliminates and counters this idea that we're inferior and can't build our own. All those things are eliminated through the study of our history before we were invaded, before the colonial times. This history has been hidden and has been denied. Our people here in the United States, especially, we don't get that history. When I visited Ghana, and Ghanaians, if you're on here, please let me know. Ghanaians told me that they didn't go over all of their glorious history as far as the whole African continent, that golden age period, and that a lot of the Ghanaians weren't familiar. And so if we don't know our history, then we're easier to be politically and economically dominated. And so I want us to pay attention to the authority and the manipulation in our education system. We need that to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Reformed, revolutionized. We have to teach our people. I'm encouraging you to start classes in your own community to where you're reaching out and you're helping to win the hearts and minds of the people, to change how they see themselves, to change blaming themselves for their condition, that they are not inferior people and we're not religiously or spiritually cursed. I want to share something with you in regards to the spirituality. When Catholic missionaries came to the African continent, they were able to persuade our people that the way they practiced their spirituality, the way they lived, was demonic. And I want to submit to you that that wasn't the first time that we've seen that particular strategy. The first time we saw it actually was in India. And before it was called India, the Harappan Valley, the Indus Valley, we had Africans that had traveled over through the Middle East, through Afghanistan and Pakistan, and had settled in India, in the Indus Valley, which is Pakistan and India. And they set up civilization there. This was about 1500 BC, if I'm not mistaken. And they were invaded by Aryans, an Indo-European group that came from the north. And they fought. It took 1,000 years for Indo-Europeans to finally get the advantage over the people in that area. And when they took advantage of those people and they established themselves as the authority in that group, this is the first time you'll see spiritual manipulation. They had something called the law of Manu. You can look this up. The law of Manu, part of Hinduism. And what they would do is that they would claim that God told them that black people, especially black people and women, were cursed. The first time you see someone using spirituality to demonize a people is in the Indus Valley. And it's called the law of Manu, part of Hinduism. And it's what ended up helping to structure the caste system that's in India today, still today, even though Indo-Europeans have already left that area. They still practice this caste system. That's the first time you see racism being birthed in this world. And so the first time you see it is Indo-Europeans using spirituality to demonize the people. That's the first time you saw it. The second time you saw it, it was when Catholic missionaries came to the African continent and did the same exact thing. They came in and said that God told them that this is the way you're supposed to practice your spirituality. And if you don't practice like that, you're part of the devil and demonic and backwards, and you're on your way to hell. This is what they convinced African people of. And so they abandoned their spirituality and came in with the Europeans. And in doing that, they lost their authority over their lands. They gave their authority and control over to the Europeans. Europeans being the British, Spain and Portugal, France, Italy tried to do some things, Germany, the Dutch, all those groups. When I say Europeans, those are who I'm talking about. They came over and exerted authority over our people by way of spirituality, by way of spiritual manipulation. And so I want to submit that we need discernment along with education to win back our minds. We need discernment so that we can tell who's who when they approach us. We can tell where they're coming from, what their agenda is, what their context and intent is. And that's very important, discernment. I want to give you a story of Ethiopia very quickly. Are there any Ethiopians who are joining us today? I want you to verify this. that Ethiopia was also, for the most part, a Christian nation, just like or before the Europeans got here. And there was an emperor, I cannot pronounce his name off the top of my head, I don't want to mispronounce, but this was in the early 1600s. And what he was doing was he was inviting the Portuguese and the Spanish missionaries to come over into Ethiopia and to set up churches. He had a relationship with the Europeans, not recognizing who they really were and what their agenda really was. Another person named, I believe it's Faisal, noticed this, and he actually conducted a military coup, if I'm not mistaken, and took over the emperor position from this emperor. And then what he did, he kicked out all of the Catholic missionaries. Now, mind you, Ethiopia was already a Christian nation. Didn't have any white Jesus. We're talking about black people, right? They're already a Christian nation. But what he noticed was that these European missionaries didn't have the African value system. They were people of destruction. And he eliminated all European missionaries from the country and even asked his Muslim brothers and sisters in neighboring countries to help keep the Europeans out. This was in the 1600s. From that day forward, no Europeans were in Ethiopia. They didn't have any contact with them. And by doing this, none of the people of Ethiopia were enslaved or colonized. It never happened to them because they recognized the Europeans for who they were. This is just an example of keep maintaining your mind, using your discernment and recognizing, going beyond the surface and recognizing the people that you're dealing with. And that's something that the Western side of Africa did not do. They didn't recognize the Europeans for who they were. Ethiopia did. And I want to encourage us to follow that example, to use our discernment. They never were enslaved. They never colonized. Italy had a brief occupation for maybe 6 or 7 years, but they never lost their language. They never lost their culture. They were never colonized directly by a European force, unlike the other side of Africa. There's something we can learn there. And what we can learn is discernment. Discernment is key. And so I just want to put that forth to the group also. Last thing I'll say, and last thing I'll discuss, is our role in this, that we have to win the hearts and minds of the people. We have to show and prove. When I was reading up on past movements of our people who are trying to bring liberation to our people, I noticed we were always people of our mindset. I'm talking about everyone who's on YouTube right now, everyone who's watching on Facebook and Twitter. I'm talking about us right now. All of us have an understanding of what we're fighting against. And we had those same type of people before. Okay. So before I noticed, we were in the minority trying to convince our people to come to our way of thinking so that we can be liberated. And one thing I noticed is the people who were doing the oppression had more of a grip on the hearts and minds of the people than we did. And I think I want us to understand that we have to show and prove. If we're identifying these oppressive people as evil, we have to be able to demonstrate that. And we also have to be able to present a way that's African-centered that brings results. We have to show and prove, or there's no reason for anyone to listen to us. There's no reason, even though you're passionate, even though you have the knowledge, even though you're doing the work, if we're not producing results according to what our brothers and sisters want, they're not going to listen to us and will stay as the minority while another group is able to persuade them. Does everyone understand what I'm talking about? I appreciate everyone in the comments who's supporting this broadcast. Does everyone understand what I'm talking about? We have to win the hearts and minds of our people. And I want to give you some of the things that motivate people so that you can adjust your style of engagement with our people so that they will trust you, so that they will listen to you, so they will galvanize themselves around the principles that cause us to win and get victory. If you have a chance to write this down, I encourage you to do so. These are the things that can help motivate or cause people to move. They motivate them. People want safety and security. That will motivate people. People want to feel love. People want to love their family in a way, be able to provide for them. People want a solid life after death. I want to live as an immortal, having done, live a righteous life. People want that. People want freedom of mind and body. I'm free, mind and body. People want recognition and self-expression. recognized, be validated by their community. And people want wealth. People want abundance, the ability to provide for themselves, provide for their family, and be wealthy counterparts in their, or wealthy members in their community. These are the things that drive people to do what they do. And if we can cater our message.
5 minutes, brother.
Thank you very much. If we can cater our message to helping people understand, or cater our message to those things, people will join our cause. Our people won't look at us as being weird woke people. In the United States, it's a huge woke movement, and people who speak on the ills of our situation are ignored and cast to the side. But if we have results, if we appeal to the motives of people, we can better win them to our side of thinking. So I just want to put that out there as I bring everything to a close. Those things. Right now, the forces that be use these things to motivate our people and cause them to remain in a colonized state. They use fear. They use hate. They use anger. They use these things to curate a people that's not going to relate to us. That's not going to listen to us. That's going to remain divided. And we have to develop counter propaganda. We have to share our history. We have to form these classes. We have to show and prove. We have to form different institutions in order to win the minds and hearts of our people. If we don't do that, we'll continue to go through this cycle of having a small contingent of us who understand what's going on, but we're kind of talking in dead air because no one's really receiving and listening to what we're saying. We have to improve how we engage our people. That's what we have to do. And then we do that, then we can develop those economic systems and those political systems that we need to guide us into the next generation and the next level as free, proud, and productive people. As I close off, I want to thank Daniel again. I want to thank Diana, both Dianas, all the hosts, everyone for listening and taking the time to hear what I have to say and contribute to this great panel. It's African Liberation Day. Free, proud, and productive people is what we want to be. I want to encourage everyone to continue to fight, continue to push. Don't get weary in well-doing. Lean on your brothers and sisters. Don't be a person of division and separation. Be tolerant of others' methods and ideas. Be tolerant of other people's methods and ideas. Work together. Don't let them divide you. Don't let them split you up. This is an important lesson. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What a powerful, powerful presentation. You know, your name itself is so powerful. Marifa Ukweli. Wow. And for you to just rename yourself, it's just amazing, amazing, amazing. You know, there's just one thing I want to say, one thing I want to add. You know, when I made my first trip to Africa, what struck me, what really struck me in my heart was that until Africa itself, Africans themselves on the continent, stop allowing outsiders to come in and take advantage of them and exploit them, there is nowhere we, as melanated people on the world, can go and be respected. Because if you let someone come into your house and rape you and abuse you and take advantage of you, then who won't do that to your children wherever they go? If you let them come to your home. So until our house is in order, until Africa is in order and stops the abuse, how are we going to be respected anywhere on this planet? We have to, our people have to stand up for us on the continent. They have to embrace us wherever we are. When our African brothers on the continent see us struggling in America, people killing us all over the world, they have to speak out too. They can't stay silent. They have to own us and protest and say, what are you doing to our people? That's what we want. Yeah, please.
One of the things that we do in our history class is we look at it from a subjective point of view, meaning when we study the different groups in our history, we say that's us. When I see them, I see myself. We establish that subjective nature. Same way in today's time. When the brother came and talked about West Papa, those are my people. Those are my brothers and sisters. When I see hate, I see me. When I see Jamaica, of course, I see me. When I see our brothers and sisters in South America, India, all over, I see myself. We're all part of the African family, and we have to eliminate those things that divide us. Another thing with the history, it causes us to have a sense of pride, Ms. Diana.
Yeah.
We have a sense of pride and unity, and it causes you to rise up and say enough is enough. I'm not going to allow any more disrespect. I'm not going to allow any more oppression. Has everyone heard of the Maroons?
Yep.
The Maroons.
Jamaica.
The Maroons aren't just Jamaican and Haiti. It's any person, any black person who has returned to their natural state of mind, their natural self. You can be on the African continent, West Papua, Australia, the United States. If you're a person who has returned to your natural state of mind, you are Maroon. And Maroons were undefeated. They could not be stopped. In Suriname, right? Suriname, they had a Spanish general. Watch this now. The Spanish general sent one of his scouts to look over a mountain and tell me how many Maroons are over that mountain. This is Suriname. He came back and said there's 100 Maroons on the other side of that mountain. The Spanish general then wrote a letter back to Spain and said, I need 20,000 soldiers. He said he needed 20,000 soldiers to deal with 100 Maroons. This is the power when your right natural state of mind. And so when we get a right state of mind, nothing can stop us.
True.
And that's the value of having those classes. You're converting people from a Eurocentric mind into an Afrocentric mind.
Okay, so can I just interject? Because we do have to move on to our end. It's such a pleasure having you. I just want to interject because with everything you said as a Haitian American, as there's all of that. One of the things that I feel that it's a minute that we see ourselves in our divinity, and that's what you said, and having discernment, then we can move with everything else you said. But one of the things about seeing you, seeing me is in our spirituality. We don't see ourselves, we see our oppressors. So that being said, I thank you for your powerful thoughts. I thank you for your powerful movements and words. I will hopefully even try to find you later because there's other places I can connect you with that I would love to see you a part of. But this is amazing to have you here. And you could take us out all day, but we just want to give some time for other panelists. But you're just an amazing source, and like Diana always says, you are definitely you're going to be the rose between the two thorns of Diana's right now. So we love to have you as our rose, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Have a great one.
Oh, thank you. All right.
Okay, and I'll give it back to you, my dear sister Diana.
Okay, I think we're going to add our poet straight onto the stream now. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Now I can see everyone, and I know you did a great job. Greetings, Africa. Greetings to the world. Greetings to the Black all over the world struggling for African unity. My name is Aita Bobo, the African poet. Can we pray for Mother Africa? Ochedi ampon Kwame Nkrumah awutonsuo. Bori awuboewia. Danso awodanso. Wona ye chere wonsanso won no monsa. Asase ya impone ya noya. Insa wo bosompo abena ensa esio pra ye freba akwane afra pem. Monje nsa. Asenie ne ewuku gwadehie obiri komfo anoche ensa. Bokete lawe togbe chale na agbewa ensa. Yasantu akofo Kwame Nkrumah osajefo ensa. Africa aswa Africa achichere apanche ato apampaso ye na yenie Africa ye na yenie enesen eba no sen ena amanyofo enya tumi achen ahemfo asofo ehye nkom abere omonya komfo yenya fa hodie nanso ye mamre democracy ye memo politics borofo ye some religion borofo ye this education borofo ye kasa borofo ye din borofo ye warrior wedding eba no sen se esiedu se wonem besenria misi on to say do monjensa ye besi ejana bia agi oburo ne besia nanso ye wo edupon ye betwa kwan ya agi oburo ne besia nanso ye wo kana yereboɔ ye benya nsuo anoma agi oburo ne besia nanso ye wo denchembo eya ye nya afango impo ne yakwadere mu wo besia bomu nanso se besinto suo ya de ho ena se nya seremfo ya ne so emu ya Ghana forokoto monjensa munjira oman Africa munjira oman Africa munjira oman Africa. Africa and the blacks, someone owns us. So I ask you, who owns you? In the beginning, Jehovah created this world. He looked at it, smiled, and said, what a perfect world. He said unto man, have dominion over my world, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish my world. Move freely, east, west, north, south, and enjoy my world. Man was happy. Life was thirsty, like Alugun Tugui, till someone somewhere decided to own and rule a freely given world and created economy, politics, religion, education. Who owns the system? Who? Don't ever think it's the politicians. They put them there to give you idea that you have freedom of choice, but do you? Forget about the pastors, rabbis, and the imams. Their duty from them is to give you hope and enjoy life after death. Why not earth? Democracy over culture, loss over spirituality. Do you know the reasons why education sucks? It is the same reasons why the economy won't be better. Forget about your titles. Professor, doctor, lawyer, engineer, whatsoever. You can't fix it. Just enjoy what you have. The realness of this world. Don't want that. They don't want well-informed and critical thinkers like Aita Bobo. Why says knowing the words because problem is the system. Ask about Marcus, Nkrumah, Mali, Selassie, Gaddafi. But we know what they want. More for themselves, less for everyone else. Making countries suffer and beg them for help. They spend billions of dollars every year researching and lobbying to get what they want. They create diseases, weapons, and wars. They got the judges and the lawyers in their back pocket. They control the news because they own the media. They control the corporations and make the important decisions. They feed you, clothe you, shelter you. You have owners. You don't have a choice. It is a big club. And you and I are in it. The table has titled folks, but the game is rigged. Most people seek to notice. Nenso Koka, what they Koka so conforce call. But once the jack wins at the end of every movie, can't worry. One day, just one day, Kela Bewu La Show. So I have a letter, and the title of the letter is called To Whom It May Concern. I am black, but not proud. A foreigner in my own land. I am endowed with gold, but always go for loan. I am very religious, pray without season, but can't make a Caesar. I am forbidden to use even the herbs given by nature. My leaders are puppets. I am a guinea pig. Where is my future? The only creature that hates culture. The only one with melanin that bleeds with passion. I can wear my clothes Friday, eat my own food when broke, back, boom, fake, hair, eyelashes, fake. Even lawyers and the doctors, even lawyers and the judges are proud wearing those wigs. I can't speak my own language at school, even grow my own hair. Our strong African leaders are killed. The puppet mat shut. Enti Dabei, oh Africa, Dabei. Foreigners are protected. Indigenous are always apprehended. Discrimination against black is what we are capable. Get serious. Dreadlocks have no correlation with intelligence. Compare Okonfo Anoche to pastors. Kwame Nkrumah to the bald-headed president. Wake up, for we can't be like others. Wake up from mental slavery. Wake up. The world is just a book. Those who do not travel read only a page. Africa unite, Africa unite, Africa unite. 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 Who are the strongest people in the world? Who got a natural resource in the world? Who got the richest culture in the world? And who get the brainless leaders in the world? They came to our land, 19 Kodoho, rob land, enslave us. Oh no. Black spirit divided, having the diaspora. You know, what can a man do when the mind is stolen? No, no. They control our mind, chaka chaka, religion. They program our brain, basa basa, education, playing playing politics on us, causing mass dislocation, rendering blacks useless. We don't even have position. We claim their past, rape us with lust, start as a fast, emancipation, proclamation. They don't give a fuck. No reparation, no segregation. We stay stuck. We living in the hell. It's so sad to be black. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. We have the resource. We are the poorest. We have the rich land. We are the hungriest. We worship God the most. We are the brainless. They came to steal us, kill them. They came to steal us, kill and destroy us. When they give us 10, they steal hundreds, killing every black, refusing to be puppet. African leaders are aware, thinking of their pocket. They always poison us because they fear us. Biological weapon no go fit, can't face us. Don't you wonder why you kill us, but we multiply? One day, me someone come and say, killer bewula show. Awake, 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 awake. The diasporans are coming. We're getting back our mind. Back to Yehovah. We're getting back our land. Black to my root. Africa unite. Africa unite. Yeah, we will blow your mind. Ye bedi moto. Ye betu mutupe. We have the power. Ye were in Zimbabwe here. Our power even stronger than Illuminati. Our culture stronger than democracy. Religion, education, religion, education. Trumu, trumu, away. We don't need you, Mr. Margot. Away, 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 away. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And I appreciate your poetry and your words. And one of the things I just want to catch you is watching you and listening to you. Again, I'll say I'm Haitian. And when you go epi, that's something that's even in our language as well. So it's so fun to hear that because like usually you're in trouble, but like but epi cosa or EPS or something like that. Epi it's great to hear that in the language. You're an amazing artist. Thank you for coming back in and just expressing your time with us. Ubuntu, right? And we'll go up to our panel. There we go. We got my sister there. So she's going to introduce our next group, which is just exciting.
Yes, Black Mental Health, Black Mental Health Matters panel is coming to us now. Thank you, brother.
I'll give you the stage, and thank you, brother, for being around.
Okay. So we have Dr. Dawn G. Crosson coming to be the host for this next segment of our show. And she is Dr. Dawn Gillette Crosson is a native of Philadelphia, PA, and completed her undergrad and master's degree from the Pennsylvania State University, University Park, Pennsylvania. She later obtained a second master's and a doctorate degree in clinical psychology from the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine. She is a licensed psychologist trained in cognitive behavior therapy, CBT, and is a certified trauma therapist and has been in the field of psychology since 1996. Dr. Dawn has a vast array of experience with human services and working with at-risk children and youth. She is a noted trainer and has taught post-secondary collegiate classes at Phoenix University and Messiah University. She's provided trainings for Dauphin County for over 10 years on topics focusing on understanding the mental health disorders of the populations most served. Dr. Dawn is currently the sole proprietor of an outpatient office, Petra Psychological Services, LLC, and the clinical director and founder of the Harrisburg Area Learning Academy, Incorporated, that includes an intensive family-based trauma-focused cognitive behavior therapy program and a trauma recovery center, TRC, in Dauphin County. She also serves on the Adverse Childhood Experiences ACE Executive Committee, providing trauma-informed training to agencies and the community throughout the county of Dauphin. Thank you so much, Dr. Crosson.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Let me just start off with, this has been an amazing time. I wasn't able to be on the whole time, but what I've been witnessing so far, it's been awesome. And I am so honored to be a part of this celebration with my brothers and sisters across the African diaspora. So again, I want to thank BH BMHM for asking me to host and allow me to be a part of this. This is an exciting day. So now I'm going to do some introductions. We have a wonderful, exciting lineup today of panelists that we're going to be discussing persistent post-traumatic slave syndrome, but also persistent slave syndrome as well. So we're going to be talking about that today. So I'm really excited about this group. First up, we have Dr. Raquel Martin, PhD, HSP. She is a licensed clinical psychologist that holds her PhD in medical and clinical psychology. Dr. Martin completed her internship and postdoctoral fellowship at Johns Hopkins University, Kennedy Krieger Institute. Dr. Martin has published research regarding mental health disparities and health equity. Her research and clinical interests include child and adolescent mental health, trauma, minority health disparities, and racial identity development. Dr. Martin is currently the clinical director at a residential treatment center for children and adolescents that have experienced traumatic events. She has experienced conducting individual, family, and group therapy with a focus on racially based stressors, trauma-informed care, and racial identity development. Dr. Martin's experience as a psychologist, researcher, and professor make her the perfect fit to discuss the intricacies of the Black experience, trauma-based interventions, coordinating community resources, and coalition building. She prides herself on being a mentor, educator, and advocate for the next generation of clinicians. Welcome, Dr. Martin. Awesome,
thank you.
Awesome bio, and I can't wait to hear from you. Can't wait to hear from you.
I'm from Philly too, by the way.
Oh, whoop, whoop. All right, I am not alone today. Okay, awesome. Next up, we have Sister. Now, I'm going to try my best with this name. Please forgive me, all right? Sister Oloruntoyin.
Sister Oloruntoyin.
Oloruntoyin, yeah. Oloruntoyin, beautiful. Is a certified psychosocial counselor committed to addressing the mental health needs of the African diasporic communities with a focus on empowerment in psychology in cultural contexts and African knowledges and indigenous practices. She is a Yoruba singing and performance artist and member of Arivati, an African collective that uses art as an instrument of resistance and develops strategies for emancipation, decolonization, and community care. She has more than 20 years of experience in the self-organization of Black interest groups. She is also co-founder of Black Community, Coalition of Justice and Self-Defense, a self-organization for social justice. Welcome. It's so awesome to have you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sister Dawn.
And I am looking forward to hearing from you as well. This group, this lineup is wonderful, guys. I think this is the all-star right here, all-star lineup. Next, we have Dr. Kevin Washington, Mwati Kairi, PhD. Okay, is an African-centered psychologist licensed in Florida and Washington, D.C. He has taught, lectured at several colleges and universities nationally and internationally. NBC Universal BEN, National Alliance to End Homelessness, Roland Martin, Nick Cannon, Boris L. Henson Foundation, Essence, and many other national and international organizations have sought his expertise on Black psychological matters and leadership development. He is a past president of the Association of Black Psychologists and is currently an associate professor and head of sociology at, let me get this right now, I'm gonna mess it up, Grambling State University, and he is the National Director of Black Marriage Day. Kevin Washington received a bachelor's degree in psychology from Grambling State University and a master's degree in educational psychology, as well as a doctoral degree in counseling psychology from Texas A&M University. As a Fulbright Hays Scholar, Kevin Mwata researched the impact of socializing institutions on the healing of restructuring of post-apartheid South Africa, Azania. He worked with scholars from the University of Cape Town, University of Fort Hare, University of Durban, Westfield, and University of Zululand, KwaZulu, Natal, and others. He has conducted leadership training for students, faculty, and administrators, and continues developing leadership models that is grounded within a cultural competent framework. His expertise in multicultural African-centered service delivery. All right, awesome. Welcome. I believe he is still logging on. And you know, with technology, guys, we're going to be patient because anything can happen, right? It works when it works. Next up, we have David Nabaade. David Nabaade is a student of the University of Cape Coast, Ghana, pursuing health services, education, pursuing health sciences, education, psychiatry. He holds a diploma in community mental health from College of Health and Wellbeing, Kintampo, Ghana. He is the current national president of Ghana National Association of Community Mental Health Officers. Now, David is offline right now, but we just wanted to make sure we recognize him briefly, okay? All right, so I think we are ready to start. Okay, ladies, so we have an interesting topic. I think it's a powerful topic. I had the opportunity to read Dr. Joy DeGroy's book on post-traumatic slave syndrome. That was a powerful, powerful work. So let's jump in. Who wants to start off with this excellent topic? You're on mute, Dr. Martin.
Wow, that's the first time. Which aspect did you want to start with?
Well, what do you feel is most resonates the most with you? I was looking over some of the pieces, and one of the things that I thought that stuck out the most is the symptoms. But let's define the syndrome first. How about we do that for our listeners so that we can have a groundwork, just in case someone is not familiar with it.
Yeah. So as the novel states, it states that as someone who read the novel, I am not the doctor who developed this theory of post-traumatic slave syndrome. But what I got from the book was that the contributing factors are multi-generational trauma, combined with continued oppression, which individuals in the Black community, of course, can understand, and the absence of opportunity to heal or access the benefits of the society, which lead to the syndrome. So basically the aspect of being enslaved Africans in America, the continued oppression of Jim Crow and systemic racism within every single aspect of where we are in America, as well as the world, and then the lack of opportunity to heal from that, right? Like the acknowledging or not acknowledging the fact that it did happen, even just simply changing language. Instead of saying slaves, slaves were not brought from Africa, enslaved Africans were brought from Africa. So even just invalidation in that way prevents the opportunity to heal, or the absence of opportunity to learn about your own heritage. We go to school and we learn about Columbus and many other individuals, and we don't learn anything about our own heritage, which is the opportunity for us to heal or access benefits that are available to the society as a whole. The whole aspect of it is systemic, which in fact leads to the post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Yeah. And so for the listeners, we're using persistent traumatic slave syndrome and post-traumatic slave syndrome interchangeably. So just so you guys know, it's the same, pretty much the same thing. It's amazing that you brought that up, Dr. Martin, because one of the things that I remember in her book, early on in the beginning of the book, she talked about taking a trip to South Africa and how when she got there, how they were interacting and how it was different there. And she asked, because, they have this, they have a very heinous background too, in terms of oppression and things of that nature. And she asked one of the natives there, what made this different? Why is it different here? And he was like, well, we kind of passed that. It was South African that she asked us to. And he was like, well, we kind of passed that now. It was horrendous. And, we recognize that it was horrendous. And they acknowledged, South Africa made some acknowledgments. And I know it's not all perfect there at all. But what you brought up was powerful. The fact that there was an acknowledgement that there needs to be a validation of what has happened. And we have yet to see that in our country as a whole from the leadership, So I definitely agree with that. Sister, would you like to jump in? Did you have anything that you want to bounce off or add to that conversation?
Yes, I totally agree with that. That this in our tradition, like when you say there has been a trauma, there has been an injury. And if you look at one of the first steps in overcoming it is actually the acknowledgement. Mm-hmm. The acknowledgement that an injury has taken place. Mm-hmm. And then you can start moving on to ways in which one can try to make this situation better. Yeah, what can one do to heal? Mm-hmm. So often we remain in this state because even the injury has not been acknowledged. Yeah, in another history is being told. Yeah, the histories of the imperialists is always being told.
Yes.
Yes, and we and in part of this, you can notice this with the low self-esteem, which affects our people. You can notice this in feelings of anger that one can't even express why sometimes, you know, and all this kind of we're raised and socialized in a racist system, even in the continent. Yeah, there is an internalized racism already.
Yes.
So definitely there is a lot which can be said, but I think these points which you mentioned are already very important.
Definitely. Yes. You brought up some of the symptoms that is listed in the book in terms of how do we know that this is impacting us, and one of it was vacant self-esteem, ever-present anger, race and racist socialization. You know, and I think about I'm like, I don't know that I know any brown person that doesn't to some degree demonstrate these symptoms, you know, in my professional work as well as within my personal work. But I think the book really highlights some things that may even be subconsciously happening within our own families. You know, when I read the book and I think about this syndrome in general and gather information, I can see some of the impacts of that coming out in my home as a child. And I'm sure my mother wouldn't have identified it as that, but listening and reading in the literature, I'm like, that's what that was. That's what that
exactly.
Even in my own parenting, or even as a therapist myself, you know. Did you either one of you want to share some of the things that you've observed personally or professional with this type of with this situation or with this syndrome?
I think with every single aspect of working with Black children, because I work primarily, most of my experiences is with community mental health, incorporating racial identity development from a strength-based perspective. So many times you look into these models and they're looking at it from a deficit aspect of it, right? Like something that you need to improve. But when it comes to racial socialization, it doesn't only have to happen in the school. One, there needs to be an improvement of it in the school in the first place. But some of us don't have the opportunity to take our children to these schools and go to these school board meetings and make sure stuff are changed. So it also happens within the home. So when I'm working with families and individuals, we talk about racial identity development. We talk about where they are and what stage, because there are different stages of racial identity development when you feel as though you know a certain aspect about your community and your environment, and certain times when you don't, or you don't feel comfortable taking into the fact that there are just insidious aspects of propaganda within the media where children may not be used to seeing themselves in a positive light, right? Exactly. Children are used to being looked at in terms of the deficit aspect. Children aren't looked at when it comes to the strength-based approach. So even being able to address the fact that vacant esteem is present, even being able to address the fact that you may have a marked propensity for like anger, but it's not like that isn't valid. I can't imagine anyone being incredibly happy all the time when every single perspective or every single person is constantly speaking negatively about them. Every time they see someone like the media, or either get shot or screamed, or they're, you know, selling drugs or, you know, doing something like that. Like there aren't enough positive aspects in the media.
Yes.
And I feel like this is changing over time, right? Like I think it's amazing that this is a time where we're able to have more access to that, but that's not always the case for everyone. And that's where things get passed down, right? Like if you were at a time you're older and we didn't have Blackish, or you didn't have, you know, at some time all you had were like the Cosby Show and Family Matters. What if you didn't identify with that? I feel like social media provides an opportunity and other aspects, even like this program, to have more helpful racial socialization. But it shouldn't be something that's tap danced around. If there's an aspect of mental health, you can't talk about mental health within the Black community without talking about the aspect of systemic oppression, racism, the destruction of Black bodies that supports and continues to support the finances within this environment. It's not possible. You can't talk about, depression, if we don't talk about the intricacies of vacant esteem and racial identity as a contributor to depression in Black individuals. Right? We can't act like we talk about even healthcare. If we don't talk about racial and systemic biases within healthcare that make it so that people don't feel comfortable talking to these doctors or seeing them.
Right. Right.
If you know for a fact that there may have been bias against you, it's not possible to talk about Black mental health without talking about systemic racism and putting an emphasis that race is not the issue. Racism is the issue.
Yes.
You know, there's nothing wrong.
Yes.
with the
Yes.
person, just not to get it confused. But
right.
Sometimes people try to change, to be like, oh, we adjusted this modality by adding Black to it. No, it's a new modality, and you have to do more research on how it applies to us. Because when it comes to all these diagnostic manuals, we're not often thought of.
Yeah.
We don't think the same or do things the same. We don't have the same opportunity. So why would we have the same modalities?
Exactly.
So acknowledging that and stop acting like, you know, it's not there. It's there.
It is there. It is there. And it's so ingrained.
I've ever worked with. It's not present. Just being able to be a Black clinician, just being able to say, I understand being angry. I totally get that. Racism is awful. I get angry at every single time. There's nothing wrong with that emotion. What are you going to do about it?
Exactly.
Activism? Are you going to try to change your community? Are you going to get involved in mentoring? Are you going to try to educate other people? What are you going to do with that anger? What are you going to do?
Right. And that's important. That's important. And it's so ingrained. It can be so ingrained within our societies, within our own homes sometimes. Colorism, texturism. It's pervasive. It's pervasive and it's ingrained. So I totally agree with you, Dr. Martin. So we want to welcome Dr. Kevin Washington to the platform. How are you doing this morning? Mawata Kaidi, how are you?
I'm doing well. I am in the Gambia. This is not me trying to brag on anything. I am homecoming Gambia, where we help people to actually renormalize themselves back into the Africanity. And so I was trying to find a good space to
We're losing you there, Doc.
Beginning to diminish, so I had to relocate to a space that is more open. And I apologize for that, because every now and then you hear background noises. But I think that may be a good thing, because the beautiful thing about it is this, is that in this space, there is an element of humanity. And so somebody is going to stop and say, hey, how you doing? Going to ask you, how was your day? Did you rest well? And so that's a African humanizing experience that I think everyone should encounter. And so we have coming up this week, we have a Black Love Retreat, which is, again, if we understand that marriages for Black people African people were actually disrupted on the continent of Africa, then we must find ways to come back to a space to normalize ourselves into our beingness, where we were actually dislocated from this and experienced the trauma. So again, I regret the noise, but I'm not regretful of where I find myself, because this is an African humanizing moment. Right. So I wanted to add this. I don't hopefully that the sounds are not necessarily disruptive, but I wanted to say that one of the reasons why I conceptualize the concept of persistent enslavement systemic trauma as opposed to post-slavery trauma. And as a matter of fact, Dr. Jordan Gu and I were talking about this as she developed the concept. And I said very clearly then, and I say it now, that you can't have a post moment when it's ongoing. You can't. Post trauma means that you're beyond the trauma. Yeah, so once you're beyond the trauma, then you can have post. So we often use the oppressor's conversation or discourse to describe our African reality. And I think that you said it very well, Dr. Martin, is that you cannot simply Blackanize concepts or constructs. You must be grounded within your African reality. So we say persistent means that it's ongoing. George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, those things are persistent phenomena that continue that we encounter. Enslavement, not necessarily the issue of the physical enslavement, but the ideology of enslavement, which dehumanized African people. The idea that there is a superior and inferior group, the idea that there can be white and then there's the other, right? That is the enslavement ideology. Systemic means that it runs through everything that we encounter and you all said it, systemic racism. You mentioned about schools, you mentioned about what we name our children, the foods that we eat, the clothes that we wear. All of these things are perpetual moments of trauma where we decide and discern how we're going to navigate a space, and thus the idea of trauma, which is this disruption, and not trauma of a disruption of a physical nature, but for African people, what is
Yeah, I think we're having some spotty connection there, but he's pointing out some really powerful points, though, in terms of persistent versus post. And that is very important, the language that is being used. And how you said you just can't Blackanize something. It has to be, it's something that we have to be mindful of, like rooted and grounded in the culture, understanding the nuances, because there are differences between people of color and treatment versus non-people of color. And it's important to understand those nuances to be able to treat effectively and to heal effectively. Sister, did you want to jump in? Go ahead, Dr. Martin. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I know when it comes to, and I think pronouns is also a thing, but when it comes to color, I always say Black because I don't know the whole wealth of the people of color experience. Yes. I just know how my experience is as a Black woman. And I think a lot of times lately, and I'm all for inclusivity, but I think we need to also be specific because there are many people in that aspect of people of color, but I'm talking about the Black experience. Now, it doesn't mean that it doesn't apply to them as well.
Right.
But it means I know who I am specifically diverting my
to.
When it's more general, I always say people of color. But when people, I'm like, oh, I'm talking about Black. It may also apply to brown or anything else. But if it doesn't, I just want to say I was referring to Black specifically. Because I can lose that too when we say things broadly and then we get lost in the shuffle. And I also feel like we need to be specific too. And I know, some people don't refer to as Black and everything, pronouns are different, but with myself and my culture, when I'm talking about it, I'm Black.
The Black, right? Yeah, I do people of color and I do Black because I have people of color and Black. I work with both and I experience both, and I am a person of color as well as African American. But I definitely understand where you're coming from, making it really clear in terms of what you being specific. So I appreciate that, but I do both. So Dr. Washington, so you got cut off. Your reception is not that well where you're at. So sorry about that. You want to pick up where you were at?
Hey.
Yes, can you hear us?
So I think I heard microaggressions as well. Is that what? Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Can you hear me?
No, I don't. Yes, we can hear you. I was just sharing with you that your
can you
reception.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
can
good.
You hear us?
Yeah. All right. So microaggressions. I am challenged. I got the VPN. I've done everything. I've never had the reception problems with anything until today. But anyway, we will press forward. And it's a very sanitized term because any aggression is aggression. I mean, is what it is. So we have to call it for what it is. It's a traumatizing experience, and so we don't use European nomenclature to describe African reality. So I will pause more so that we can make sure that I'm being heard. Is I'm being heard? What was happening?
Yeah, you're going in and out. You're going in and out. You're going in and out. So
that's terrible. And I have not had problems until today. So I relocated and I'm still having problems with. All right. So I will try to find another location. And I will just give me a moment to find another location and I will get better.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Sister, it sounds like you were about to speak. What were you going to add?
Yeah, I was going to talk again and emphasize again about how deep this trauma goes and actually how early it starts. So that was a good point that was made, that it's not even only in the institution of school, but also in institution of family.
Yes,
That already children as young as 5 are already feeling, I'm not good enough.
Yeah.
Or asking, what am I? Is there a purpose to my life?
Yes.
Already as young as 5, some even earlier. Yeah, that even in the family, parents are misjudging their kids as being too light or too dark.
Yes.
And we noticed already now in the talking, the construct of Blackness. Yeah. Am I Black? Is my identity based only on the color of my skin? But it has been, we're living in a system, born in a system, which is now racist. Yeah. So as opposed to Black in the capital letters to say, yes, I identify consciously as Black because I realize I am in an oppressive system and I take a position of power and self-determination joint self-determination and identify consciously as Black. But normally in the African tradition, we are not identifying according to color.
Yeah.
Normally we would say, yes, humans, we're all the same.
Right.
But we're living in a violent system that puts people in categories even before they're born. And we have to understand that. So the first step is so important in understanding where are we in this world, and actually realizing that we cannot start early enough to even educate our children so that they understand these experiences that they are having. A lot of time people grow up and feel something is wrong with themselves, not realizing that the system is actually functioning in a way to oppress a certain group of people.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, it's ingrained year after year, generation after generation. You know, when we think about, like I said, texturism, colorism, and the macro and microaggressions that, you know, can occur just across. And like he said, we're making this language soft. We're watering it down. But the truth is, it's an aggression. You know, and just the noticeable differences within homes as well as schools, within the workplace, of how people are treated based upon the color of our skin, you know, and within our color, but within our own race, you know, the colorism and the terrorism that stands out. I like how Dr. Martin had pointed out the racial socialization has to occur in the home, you know, as well as the schools and as well as throughout our communities, but also in our homes. So Dr. Martin, what are some of the recommendations that you would throw out into, I mean, I have a few, but let's hear from you, that you would throw out in terms of socializing, beginning that socialization at a young age, because they notice it at a young age. And, you know, I was babysitting someone, one of the children from the church, and they're biracial. The father is, the mother is biracial, the father is African-American. And so the mother's African-American and white. And the children they're brown, and they were saying something. They were talking amongst themselves. They're little. Nobody's over the age of 10. And the littlest one, she's like 5. She says something like, "Well, he's Black. You know, he's Black." And she wasn't saying it, you know, like he's Black. She was saying it like it was a bad thing. And I talked to her about it. I said, "What's wrong with being Black? Let's talk about that." You know, but so young. No one ever said anything to her. Her mother said, "You know, we don't do that in our home," but she got it. She got it from family interactions. She got it from school, that something's wrong with being a darker skinned Black person. So Dr. Martin, what do you have for that?
I would say we really need to be more mindful of the things that we let our children ingest. You know, I say propaganda because it is propaganda. There's no aspect of it and that's the way, and to delve deeper into it, that's the way that eventually, like when we were brought over here, that's the way that they decided to make it normalized for racism, for Africans. They began having propaganda to show that, you know, people can't imagine treating other individuals this way. So we have to say that they're lesser than. We have to have propaganda that shows manly. We have to show propaganda that shows that their brain is smaller. We have to show propaganda that shows that, you know, we're doing them a service. That's, you know, it's propaganda. Don't think that any aspect of media is just there, because it's not. The reason why slavery was able to continue to go on, it wasn't solely about the aspect of, it was ingrained in the laws. It was illegal to free enslaved Africans. If you had to free, you weren't able to do it. There was propaganda stating that what else are they going to do? They can't understand our language and dialect. They actively separated individuals who could speak to each other. They made it so that you couldn't do it. There's no way to separate that. So it is propaganda, right? Like, so when you're looking at TV, and you're seeing people fighting on TV, and you look at the CEO, the people who make the decisions about what shows get put on TV, they don't look like us, you know? And versus when you look at this media that actually does look appropriate, that actually has that dialect, then they look like us. So be mindful of what they ingest, from TikTok to Instagram to commercials to all that. I also make sure that with my own son, every single book looks like him or me or his dad or his mom or his grandma, you know, like that's what we make sure it happens. It happens in every single aspect. When it comes to our verbiage, a lot of times we are, as Black people, parenting out of fear, and that's understandable.
Yes.
To be honest, there is a fear that you have when you're having a Black child that no race can possibly fathom.
Yes.
How long until my child is an adult? They're cute and cuddly now. How long until you see them as an aggressor, right? So sometimes we are parenting out of fear, but we need to be mindful of how much we're balancing that. We're telling them, make sure, you know, you put your hands up immediately, you know, make sure you're on that, you are mindful of it, but make sure we also talk to them about the benefits of being a Black person, of having this collectivist society, of having the people that no matter what, you see a Black person in the room, you give them a nod, you see me, I see you. Okay. The strength of being enslaved Africans and still being able to contribute to me, being able to contribute to every single aspect of the world, like being able to be mindful of that. So I think there needs to be a balance. We need to make sure we're looking at the TV shows that they're ingesting, if they need TV at all, because I'm not a big fan of screen time personally, or the books that they're looking at, or looking into just how we talk to them, because there's so many individuals who, you know, are parenting out of fear, and we're telling them all these messages because we want to keep them safe. And I understand the reasoning for it. I totally understand, but you're scaring the heck out of them.
Yeah.
And they're getting all of these negatives about you have to do all these extra things that your white counterpart can't do, but you need to also talk about, and you get to have all of these amazing things that your white counterpart does not have. There has to be a balance. We need to make sure they're safe, but we need to also understand and speak strength into our children and realize that, you know, everyone talks about generational trauma, but there's generational healing too. And running their family as well.
Yep.
You know, it just be a generational health club, you know, and just be mindful of that, because we take on what happened to us as children, right? Like that aspect of socialization. So it could be back when I was a child, I wasn't able to do that. Think about how amazing that now that your child is, you have a child, they are able to do that. They are able to experience these different things. Speak empowering to your children. We are very mindful that as black people, we don't get to do the same things. We may be looked at differently, but that shouldn't be the only message that we are giving our children. Because when I'm working with these Black teens, I get like, sometimes we're dealing with these I'm dealing with these teen Black males, and I really feel like they are in the middle of just feeling like every time I see someone look like me, they're either getting harassed, we're getting followed in stores, I'm watching people take their last breath, I don't hear their socialization about amazing things at home. All of this. And it's just like, well, we need to change this message. We need to make sure they're safe, but we need to also make sure they're strong. And like understand the strength of our community. And I think it's very hard to change that narrative without working with the parents too. And it's hard to do that when people that you're working with don't look like you, when they don't get it. Because no matter how culturally competent you are, there are only certain aspects that you can get from walking around in this skin. That's just what it is. And I'm not saying, you know, knowing other people can't get it and educate themselves, but there's certain things that you just feel. There's certain things that you can't even put into words. Like as Black women, just being like, you know what I'm talking about, you know, just being like, you feel that. And it's also working with the parents to be like, I hear you and I see you, and this is totally valid, but can you understand that you gave your child 10 negative things about being Black this week, and they got one positive thing?
Definitely. And I definitely think it's one of those things that it is a lot of fear. And I think the fear has been there, like you said, for generations and generations. And media doesn't help, you know, because now, you know, it's good in the sense that we know, we see the injustices right away. We're videotaping them and we're aware of them. But again, how much of that is okay? Because if you constantly are watching that and I call it, there's a difference between being inundated versus being informed. And it's important to be informed. But when we have that constant 24-hour news networks now that you could just watch the same incident over and over again from different perspectives, discuss it 1,000 million different times, that can definitely increase that fear, you know, and that's the research. That's not something I'm making up. That increases that fear. So I totally agree with you in terms of what are we watching, the screen time, but also having that balance and having those conversations about what happened to Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd, and so on and so on and so on, right? Making sure we have that conversation with our children, even if they're young, finding that language and having that information as well. And I completely agree. I was sharing with my client, it only takes one person to start healing. So just like fear is contagious, so is joy, so is resilience, so is healing. So I totally agree with you, making sure we balance that out. But I think it's something that we have to be mindful of, because I don't know that as a mother, I have boys. I have nothing but boys, you know, men, grown men. And I think that the African-American male's experience is much different in many ways than our experience, right? Both of them are tumultuous, but it's a different experience. And so I can remember having that fear with my sons, like having, you know, that anxiety about what's going to happen when you get a certain age and, you know, you're interacting with certain groups of people. So thank you for that, Dr. Joy. I'm sorry, Dr. Martin. Thank you very, very much. I called you Dr. Joy because your comment made me smile, made me feel good on the inside. I got a little bit of joy there.
I take that as a compliment.
It is a compliment.
I have no problem with
really
that.
That was really good stuff you said. So you're back with us again, Dr. Washington.
I think we have a better connection, but we may have noise in the background eventually. But however, I will say this about fear. We know that Diaz and Resler did research on fear within mice and had mice that were shocked. As they were shocked, they would get a whiff of an orange blossom smell. The mice began to associate the orange blossom smell with the trauma of being shocked. Mm-hmm. And what would happen is that these mice would have pups that would not be shocked, but they would have the experience of the orange blossom, and their bodies would have a visceral response to the orange blossom as if they had been shocked. Mm-hmm. These mice would grow up and have pups, and their offsprings would have the same experience. That is, that they would smell the orange blossom and their bodies would have a visceral response. So when we talk about the idea of fear and trauma, we must recognize that there is an intergenerational pass down of content, of substance, from one group to the other. And it's easy to understand because if you understand that a female that gives birth to a female child gives birth to her own grandchildren because the eggs that will make her grandchildren are inside the child that she gives birth to. Right. So it's easy to comprehend then that the genetic material and memory of how to adapt and to adjust to given situations are contained within 3 generations, because when we exist, we are 3 generations back. So I'm a product of my grandmother and my mother concomitantly. So when we talk about trauma and the experience of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, right, Breonna Taylor, it is not a new phenomenon. It is remembering. It is the means to go back, member, joining. It is the rejoining of the old traumatized memories that have never been resolved, which is why we have to have the conversation again about persistent enslavement, systemic trauma, that it is ongoing. And it is a thing that deters us from actually getting to a space of liberation because we haven't stopped to analyze and assess that we do have some traumatizing experiences. And you mentioned early on about colorism. All right, the pass down of a survival mechanism to navigate the incursions of European oppression. Yeah. So we have to understand that colorism is a function of adaptation to perpetual traumatization. So that if I have the tokens that will give me access to a given space, and that token could be color, that token could be hair texture, that token could be education, that token could be body structure, right? Whatever that is, if I can have the token to navigate this space, then I will not incur the trauma of this space. And so I talked about this in closing. I would say that one time I mentioned this to a group of students, and one student said, "Dr. Washington, you're right. My mother named me Brittany because they did not want people to know that I was white. I mean, I was black." And so the issue is that I said, well, one day they will have to see your black self, right? But the idea was that think about this, the simple task or obligation or honor of naming a child is filled with trauma for how they're going to survive in a space. I want you to think about how deep that is, that our modality for operating and functioning is survival, which is why we cannot have post-trauma, because I cannot do therapy on a military soldier while we're having bullets flying over our heads, saying, how does it make you feel? Well, how do you feel about this now? Because the bullets are flying over our heads. We're in the middle of the issue. And so again, we talk about identifying the issue, the concepts. And I think, Dr. Martin, you were very clear in not just simply blackenizing the conversation, but having a grounded conversation within an African-centered perspective. Yeah. Like, how do I define this from my angle? Because when they talk about the slave trade, it sounds like swapping baseball cards. Yeah. But if I talk about the experience, it is as we say, the ma'afa, it is the great suffering of African people. right? These are clear things that we have to be able to identify for ourselves. We can't use their terminology to define our reality, because if we use their own terminology against them or on them, they would all mostly be narcissistic. It would be sociopaths. It will be psychopaths, because why? Think about, yes, a sociopath will lie, will cheat, will kill, and have no remorse for it, right? And then blame somebody else for it. And if you look at European culture, have taken Africans, right? Human trafficking, lynched, took pictures around that, right? There's no remorse for the humanity of someone else. So in reality, if we analyze it, which we should do a better job as well, using their own terminology, but analyze it, we say that behavior is not human. Because it does not advance the humanity of others. We're afraid to say that, because, well, what does that mean for my license? What does it mean for my practice? What does it mean for my white friends? So the issue is not about that. The issue is about defining truth. And that's where the healing takes place.
Yeah, and that's why they have to actively dehumanize it. You know, they had to say that we weren't if they identify the fact that we were doing this to other humans, right? Then
what would that make them? Exactly.
Yes, that makes you a society of individuals who systemically raped, pillaged, destroyed, and murdered families repeatedly. For hundreds upon hundreds of years, you made it law that you could do this to human beings. Not human beings who had less intellect than you, not human beings who were savages, not human beings who were just, what did they, looking at ideologies and non-human ideologies. You were doing this to someone like you in the same race. You decided to do that, and it could have easily happened to you. Being raped repeatedly, murdered repeatedly, separated repeatedly.
So defamation of character, apologies, go ahead. Defamation of character precedes the destruction of the person. So the reason that we have the crescent roll, for example, is because the French army wanted their soldiers to see themselves devouring those who practice Islam with the crescent. And so they had them to create the crescent roll. So each morning they were devouring their enemy. So when we deal with war, Dr. Martin, you are on point. There is the imperative to have a defamation of character so that I can then destroy the person. So if I can suggest to you that the person is not human. The person is a nigger. The person is a bitch, right? A person is a hoe, and a nigger is non-human. A bitch is a female dog, right? A hoe is something that's manipulated for one's purposes. So the reality is that if I can make the entity non-human, the problem is that those who have had this verbiage bestowed upon them begins to identify with that dehumanizing position and own it as if it were their true, authentic self. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the racist and socialization. That's the internalized racism, every single aspect. And the fact that they made a conscious effort to do that. They made sure that they had doctors who said that their skull size was smaller. So, they couldn't understand it. It wasn't, you know, I think it's really important to identify the language and the fact that this aspect was brought on by society, laws. You have publications that you can go back into and say that, oh, these people aren't humans. Oh, we have Dr. Sims, who is seen as the father of obstetrics and gynecology, who decided to do his work anesthetize on Black women so that we can anesthetize white women. And why do they need it? They feel pain differently. And this isn't even that far back. There was a study, I think 8 to 10 years ago, where physicians, residents were tested to see, what are your perceptions of pain for Black people? And these are people who are going to be our future physicians, thought that we experience pain differently. It's not even, I mean, you could go back to research a year ago, and this isn't like articles or blogs. These are,
it's the truth.
American medical.
But a couple things. Dr. Washington, right, it was systemic. Dr. Washington pointed out some things about a mother carrying a child and a female child, and also in essence is carrying her grandbabies, right? So that speaks to epigenetics, I would say, right? And again, we're looking, you know, again, this is that passed down from generation to generation, and the experiences that we can continue to harbor within our bodies and then give that off to our offspring, you know? And so I definitely hear what you're saying in terms of the mindsets that they have how it impacts us, how they see us, and also how we see ourselves, and breaking those belief systems early on. And so we have about 10 minutes left. I wanted to, Sister, I know you wanted to jump in, so I want to hear what you have to say, but I also wanted us to kind of start to look at what are some intentional steps that we can take to begin the healing process. Because I think I want to also bring up that persistent piece, how you explained it, how you broke it down, Dr. Washington, makes a whole lot of sense, makes a whole lot of sense in terms of, we're treating something that's actively going on. So it's not post. We're doing damage control in essence, because we are witnessing the same thing across the world over and over and over again. And it doesn't seem to matter.
It's global.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Go ahead, sister. Jump in.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I totally agree. And to come again to this point that we understanding the situation as it is something which which we're doing through webinars and online Zoom conferences like this, is that we realize we cannot rely on the system to bring about any form of transformation.
Exactly.
So we have to do it. We have to start by educating ourselves, right to the core unit of the family, that Black families understand their situation, what is going on. From this understanding, from the telling of the truth, already is the first stage of healing, understanding the situation.
Yeah.
So often I still hear a lot of negative talk about Black people, from Black people. Oh, we are lazy. Oh, we are this. We don't treat our children right. So there is still a lot which is not understood about ourselves, not understanding that the Black child was in danger outside of the home. And we have passed this through our generations out of love, to be careful. So when here in Germany, when I go somewhere and I see white kids playing, they're all over the place. Under the table, they're free to explore.
Yeah.
And when I watch the Black kids, the mothers are like, "Oh, come here, stop that, don't disturb, don't this," So it comes from somewhere, out of this wanting to protect our child, because almost every move was a danger to their lives. And in a way, it's still like that.
It is. Yeah, it's still like that. I would say it's still like
children, that. Exactly, are not free to explore.
Yeah.
From telling the truth and then coming back to our origins, to our heritage. We are a people, our history did not start with slavery. And the Eurocentric ways which lead to dehumanization and destruction have to be overcome. And we are the ones to do this job. We have to move back to our ancestry and regain the knowledge of ourselves in order to change behavior and take action. So I think it's important that we start to reflect on our behaviors and we start to heal ourselves. A healer cannot heal himself, we say in my language. So we need each other, and we have to make this collective organization, organizing together is so important. And these are the steps which I think are important, that we start to pull on these in African indigenous ways and knowledges which are there, honoring our ancestors, recalling their histories. When we honor them, we call on their histories, we tell their stories, we draw from their power.
Awesome.
And that's why I'm so thankful for such for our organizing together like this. It's so important. And we see it's a global problem. And the solution is also us as Black people collectively.
Yes. It is. This platform provides such a connection. It's so empowering to be with other African Americans, other people, Black people, to be able to talk about these types of topics and to be invested in the literature and the research and know what was happening within our people, you know, versus what we're being taught to think.
Exactly.
You know, it's such a powerful thing, and you walk away feeling like refreshed. You know,
exactly.
I totally agree. Dr. Martin.
Yes. Recommendations?
Yes. Yep. Some intentional healing. I love what Sister said about recalling the stories of our ancestors. That thing just resonated right here for me, right here. That felt real good. What else you got?
Yeah, I would say continue on with that, like active racial identity development, like, you know, educating your child on purpose. You know, one of my best friends tell me, you know, it's important to have a good day on purpose. It's important to educate your children purposefully, not only when it comes to aspects of, you know, you got reading, writing, and arithmetic, but what about who you are as a person and where all your values come from? I think there needs to be more information about values within a collectivist society, or just value development and how that guides who you are as a person.
Yeah.
Like, so if you value integrity, and if that's something that's passed down, how does that impede upon the decisions that you're making every day? How does that help you rear a child? But also when it comes to mental health, because I am a psychologist, to go to therapy.
Yes, definitely.
Like, please.
Like, yes. And have the conversation is.
Just realize there's nothing wrong with having a preference in the clinician that you are working with and that you are paying to help you. Period. You know, you can have a preference for age, race, and ethnicity. You can have consultation sessions before you even meet with your clinician, and you can ask, what are your sliding scale fees? What are your hours? What is your opinion on the implications of the systemic oppression on Black mental health?
Right.
That's an appropriate question to ask your clinician. Because if you're coming into therapy and you're going to have some aspect of stress regarding the environment that you're in as a Black person, you need to know what they think contributes to that stress.
Yes.
As a clinician, what do you think contributes to Black stressors? Ask that.
Don't. And I would ask those questions to Black and non-Black therapists, because Dr. Washington brought up, you know, we have some, and so the sister, we have some Black people out here, African Americans, people of color out here that think that this whole persistent slave syndrome thing is a crock. They don't feed into it. We just need to pull ourselves up from the bootstraps and X, Y, and Z. So I would ask those questions to both Black and non-Black therapists, because I need to know where we at. Are we on the same page in terms of what our country or what this world is doing to people of color? Because we do have people that don't believe.
And I don't get a free pass just because I'm Black. My experience might not be the same as you.
Exactly.
No, and I don't, you know, people will say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And it's like, oh, I didn't even get boots, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
You know, and that's where a lot of people are coming from. So don't just assume that I'm Black. I understand you're only refer to race. There's a generational aspect of it.
That's right.
Know? There's the aspect of where you're coming from, you know, from East Coast versus down South versus the Bible Belt versus, they have different access to things, so they may not see it the same way. Don't assume that I get a pass just because I'm a Black woman. Don't assume that I understand where you're going through because I'm a Black woman. You need to query everyone. Nobody gets a free pass.
That's right. Especially when it comes to your mental health and your treatment, you know. So we only have a few minutes left. I want to make sure we get, thank you so much, Dr. Martin and Sister. Those are some excellent reminders, things that help resonate with where we need to go, what directions we need to go into, because we want to leave people with the healing tools. Like we talked about, healing is contagious, joy is contagious. So we want to leave them with that. But as we're wrapping up, I want to give Dr. Washington, and I'm sorry how to say your last name, Dr. Kyrie. Am I saying that right?
You said everything correctly. You on point.
Okay.
you were Dr. Croissant. You were on it. Thank you for everything. I didn't tell you thank you for what you've done. And I thank you for your scholarship over the years. So I appreciate you for that.
Thank you. Did you want to add to our intentional healing pieces?
So the idea here is clear that there has to be an intentionality around our healing. The idea of inoculation. If you think about a vaccine, the function of a vaccine is to be able to inoculate one from the incursion of the phenomena. So we have to expose our children, as Dr. Martin said, to the content of what they're encountering. And the sister said that we also have to give them an infusion of who they are as a person beyond the enslavement experience. Too many times we define ourselves in the context of reacting to a traumatic experience, but who are we at our core, and who is doing the reacting? Who is responding? Because we have to be clear about our essence, because our essence is what it is. So we have to also have affirmations of the socialization process that was mentioned earlier, socialize people into knowing this is who you are at your core, no matter what it is, no matter what I did. My grandmother says, and I know you know better. Right?
Yes.
How, whatever it was, she said, and I know you know better. Now she didn't. How does she know? She knew that in me was something greater than what I displayed. And so we have to then also have that knowledge that beyond reacting and responding to racism, and also the idea of socialization, but also the notion of who are you at your essence, and what is it that they come to attack? See, the reason why somebody keeps coming to attack you is because they haven't won yet. See, once you have the victory, you're done. But the reason why they keep coming back over and over and over again is because they haven't won. The thing that we have identified clearly as a people. Now we know it here on this panel, but we've identified as a people, what is it that they cannot destroy? They cannot destroy the essence of who we are, because where we have come from is something greater than what they try to understand, because we know that we are a seed of a seed of a seed of a seed of the seed, which means inside of us is the essence of all that has been and all that will ever be. So we have to have a ritual that remind us of this. And I will close by saying this, Dr. Arun, this is interesting, because I had a conversation about spirit and ancestors with a brother here in the Gambia. And he was so enamored or indoctrinated into Arabicized Islam that he said that the ancestors don't exist. They in the past, there's no thing called spirit. It's all Allah, right? And so we have to be able to challenge ourselves to see where we have been indoctrinated to be, to disidentify from ourselves, to become unlike ourselves, but still use our essence to inform us on how to do that practice. And that means that we have to interrogate not only our education, interrogate our clients and therapists, we must interrogate our BS, our belief systems. We interrogate them to see if they are informing us of how to be the best that we can be. That is the idea of the healing work. And so we are here, and I want you to all know that I'm completing the book on persistent slave systemic trauma. I've been writing and stopping and writing for years, but I want to talk about the issue of persistent slave systemic trauma and how to heal from that, which is Ubuntu psychotherapy that we talk about, which is the affirmation of African humanity. So that is the plug I would put in.
Awesome. Well, I cannot begin to tell you how wonderful of an experience this has been. We are closing. We're going to wrap this up because we're moving into our next segment of the breakdown. I thank you all for your intentional pieces on how to start the healing process. And we just want to now just take about 30 seconds per person and just give some final comments for the audience so that we can make our way into the next segment. How about we start with you, sister? Let's hear from you first.
Yeah, so thank you very much again for this opportunity. And I remind again that today is Africa Liberation Day, and that we recommit on this day to the collective liberation of our people.
Love it. Dr. Martin.
I would say be active in the way that you rear your children, but don't think that rearing anyone stops with just you, just because you're an adult. Be active and intentional. I see so many things about manifestations, but you need to back up those manifestations with action to figure out how you're going to actually act on the opportunities that you want, and be mindful of that and identify your values. Because we never, we always ask what you want to be when you grow up. We never stop growing.
That's right.
We should never stop learning about ourselves, our history, our surroundings, all of that. You need to be intentional in everything. It's all about evolution. Evolve who you are as a person.
Thank you for that. Dr. Washington, Cardi.
So the true healing work comes in when we recognize that we are divinely inspired to be here. I think that we stop and we ask permission too many times to exist. But when we begin to take agency and say that I know that I'm here for a purpose, it begins to lead us into better spaces to ask better questions, to get better answers. So we must discontinue asking for permission to exist and affirm ourselves in knowing that we are authentically created for this moment. Every moment is purposeful. Every moment is ordained. Every moment has in it something that is sacred. And so we cherish each and every moment. And even us as a moment of inspiration of two cells coming together inside of a womb that caused a light to flash. our liberation comes not from someone else. Our liberation to be who we are came prior to our creation, but inside the womb, when that flash happened, that bang happened in darkness, the question becomes, what powered the light? And what powered the light was the source that gave us that light. So I don't have to ask you, can I exist? I don't have to ask permission.
That's
I
right.
simply stand in it. And that same light that gave rise to the fingers that formed inside the womb, and I had nothing to do, that gave rise to the legs that formed, and my body had nowhere to walk. That gave rise to every part, organ of my body, yet I was not using any of them. That same entity is the same one that knows exactly where I should go. I must be able to submit to that and know that every moment that we have is a purposeful moment and that we're a moment of divine inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you. It gets no better than that. So again, a wonderful, wonderful panel. You guys did an amazing job. It was an honor to be amongst you guys and to have this conversation. I'm taking all of this in and definitely going to just mull over it because it really blessed me today. So now we're going to turn it back over to one of our other amazing hosts. I believe it's one of the Dianas. I believe it's one of the Dianas.
Hi. Wow, what a powerful segment to our day. My goodness, thank you so much. We are in the midst of greatness today. Oh my goodness me.
Definitely.
Whoa, this is powerful stuff. I'm sure the people watching are inspired. They're getting knowledge. Woo, this is
I was back there doing the same thing. Preach.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Doctors, yes. We're going to go on to our next segment now. So we'll bid you goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, sister. Thank you.
That was empowering.
All right. So, wow.
So now I was going to go to you.
Where are you, my sister? Right. You've disappeared. Here you are.
I was here. I don't know what happened. I told you we were just going to slowly do that. But that was an amazing panel, wasn't it?
It was.
Yes. Yeah. So with that being said, I do know that our next guest is closer in spirit to you. So I want to give you my next thorn.
The opportunity.
But my simple rose, the platform.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sis. All right. So our next guest, without any further ado, is Dr. Demisi. Dr. Michael Demisi. He has worked as a research fellow at the African Center for Technology Studies in Nairobi, Kenya, before he joined the University of Gonda as Associate Professor of Law. He has also been a research fellow at the Tshwane University of Technology in Pretoria, South Africa. And before his postgraduate studies, he served in the judiciary in Ethiopia. So without any further ado, welcome, Dr. Michael Demisi. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. And I look forward to your talk. Your talk is about fighting our demons, the unfinished business of African liberation.
Yeah.
Please, it follows on so sweetly from our Black Mental Health Matters panel session.
Indeed, very much, indeed.
Yes.
In fact, I took the phrase fighting our demons from the mental health professionals.
Wow.
That's where the phrase is often used.
Okay.
Not in a political or legal setting, rather in a psychology setting that the phrase is used. Thank you very much. I salute both you, Dianas, and all the organizers. This is a great event to mark the anniversary of the Africa Liberation Day. Such anniversaries are important to reflect on our achievements, to get the feedback and the feed forward about our next moves. 60 years ago, Africa was in the process of getting its independence from European colonizers. But since then, a lot has happened, and it will be really not wise to claim to cover what has happened in the 60 or so years since the Charter of the Organization of African Unity was signed on this date in 1963. The panel before, just the previous panel, was discussing a lot of issues about mental health and about our kids, how to raise them, and about their mental health. I haven't followed the whole discussion, but they will have a lot of work on the mental health of those children in Africa who have grown in the midst of genocide, egregious violations of human rights, the crimes against humanity, war crimes, who have grown in these horrible, horrible situations. Their mental health is, to say the least, damaged by these events that they happened to witness. They also have been victims of the violations of human rights themselves, or they have witnessed these violations before their face. So for the panel, I have a message that they have a lot more work dealing with these children of Africa whose mental health needs a great deal of healing. I'm going to share my slide with the audience, my talking points. I hope you can see that. Yeah, the panel before me were discussing about the mental health of individuals, the individual person. I am here taking the mental health of the collective mental health of our nations, our states in Africa. So in 1963, when the Organization of African Unity, when the charter was signed, like half of Africa was still under colonialism, under European colonialism. So the major preoccupation of the organization was to eradicate all forms of colonialism, including settler colonialism, as in apartheid South Africa, and colonialism in its other form, in the form of neo-colonialism. But that was not the only thing. The other promise of the Organization of African Unity was to achieve a better life for the peoples of Africa through cooperation. And this is also through allowing the peoples of Africa their right to self-determination, as provided in the preamble of the Charter, the very first principle, conviction of the the Organization of African Unity says that it recognizes the inalienable right of all people to control their own destiny. This was the other. This was the promise that was undertaken in 1963 when the charter was signed. Now, what has happened since then? Can we say that the peoples of Africa have achieved a better life since independence, can we say they have been in control of their own destiny? Well, we may have to ask the Eritrean, for example, who got the Eritrean citizenship 30 years ago. Yesterday was the 30th anniversary of the Eritrean independence from Ethiopia. Well, what would the Eritreans say if we were to ask them that they have they been able to achieve better life since they became independent from Ethiopia in 30 years ago? Are they in a situation where they can control their own destiny? You can ask the same to the South Sudanese, the youngest state, the youngest nation to come out as a result of the eradication of all forms of colonialism, as promised in the Charter. Have they achieved a better life since the independence they got, since their statehood some 15 years ago? Definitely, we are not going to get a positive answer. Eritrea has just changed hands in dictatorship. For 30 years, Eritrea is led by one person. We don't know what form of government we have in Eritrea, whether it is a republic, a monarchy, a military government. We don't know what form of law they have. There is no constitution. There is no election. And half of its population at one point was forced to flee. So what is meant? What does it mean for the Eritreans to be independent? With half the population fleeing the country. That's just an example. I said yesterday was the 30th anniversary of the Eritrean independence. In other news today, what is happening in Mali? Well, in Mali today, on this anniversary, on this 50th anniversary of the African Liberation Day, the president and the prime minister are detained by the military. They have been removed from power. This is a classical coup d'etat that we are used to. So we can say the European colonizers are gone, but the peoples of Africa are not independent, are not liberated. They have not achieved a better life as promised in the Charter. This is not just the examples I just raised are just a few. They are just the tip of the iceberg in the bad governance of the African states. To this result was somehow this was somehow a result of the OAU itself. To ensure the independence of the newly formed states, the newly decolonized states, the OAU focused on the principle of non-interference, so that the hard-won independence of these new states can be safeguarded and consolidated. So the newly formed states, the newly decolonized states, were given the free hand, the license to do whatever they want with their own people. There was no challenging whatever is done in one African state was against the principle of non-interference that the OAU Charter provided. So this policy of non-interference nurtured this culture of impunity by the states. The OAU was focused on protecting the state. It's the state-centric focus of the OAU. It resulted in the neglect of the security of the people, the citizens of African states. It was in effect protecting state regimes as opposed to human the human beings, the citizens in Africa. So we could say what was promised at the outset was somehow achieved when it comes to removing European colonial powers. But the majority of the other promises have not been kept. It is clear that we can say that the people of Africa have not achieved a better life as promised in the charter. We can further see what has happened since independence in post-colonial Africa after colonialism. Africa did not fare well, as can be seen from the different happenings that we have seen in the past 60 years. One important statistics here is that 40% of the deaths relating to civil war related deaths have taken place in Africa. 1.55 million people out of the 3.86 million people worldwide were killed in Africa. Africa took the lion's share of its deaths. When it comes to internally displaced persons, 42% of the global internal displaced persons are in Africa. This is more than its fair share. And for some countries, for several countries indeed, up to half of the population of the countries were forced to flee the country. Including today's news of the coup in Mali, Africa is home to numerous coups, genocide, ethnic cleansing, crimes against humanity, gross violations of human rights, untold misery to the people of Africa, especially the non-combatants, women, children, the elderly, people with disabilities. They have suffered a lot ever since decolonization has taken place some 60 years ago. It was these situations that led the economists to conclude that there is no hope in Africa, and labeling it in its cover story as a hopeless continent. There were the blame game continued as people were dying. There was the issue of foreign meddling. It was not just Africa, it's just the old colonial powers that are causing these problems. That the East and the West were fighting their battle on the African turf. Neo-colonialism is was playing the biggest role in all these things. All these excuses are there, but I don't accept these excuses. The old colonial masters, they have their interests still, but they are not the ones handing over the machete. They are not the ones giving the orders. Even if they give the orders, it is not going to be a defense for those who committing committing genocide or committing the violations of human rights. There is no such thing as superior order as a defense, as we can learn from Nuremberg, from the International War Criminal litigations in the past. So it all comes down to us. It was our responsibility to protect, and we have failed in it. We should have identified our own role.
Mike, sorry, Doctor.
Yes.
We have about 6 minutes left. Thank you.
All right. We should have identified our demons within us. Okay. The psychologists tell us that people suffer from anxiety when they always think that something isn't right. Okay. Now that the European colonizers have gone, why is genocide continuing? Why is the violation of human rights continuing? Why is the right of the peoples not respected? We should have inquired into ourselves. We should have inquired. We should have asked ourselves what was the problem with us also. So the policy of non-interference was doing more harm than good by allowing states commit egregious violations of human rights and still pass it over as if it is their right to do it on the basis of the policy of non-interference. So the African nations have identified these demons, and they have known for some time that the problem lies within us. By adhering to the policy of non-interference, Africa was adding fuel to these violations of rights. So Africa realized that more attention needs to be paid to the protection of to human protection, to the sanctity of human life, human rights, and human security at all levels. So with the change of the Organization of African Unity to the African Union, the policy of non-interference was set aside, and the policy of non-indifference was adopted. Still, the policy of non-interference is still there, but it was tempered with this new policy of non-indifference. And with this policy, the African Union was allowed to intervene in a member state pursuant to a decision of the Assembly of the African Union, where there are grave circumstances of war crimes, genocide, crimes against humanity. This was the adoption of the norm of the right to protect, or in short, R2P, the responsibility to protect, R2P. This concept was doing the rounds in the discussion forums around the globe, but the African Union has taken it, has adopted it, and it is a pioneer in this regard to protect human security in Africa. So with the African Union, we have the African Peace and Security Council, which will intervene in cases of genocide, in case of these grave circumstances. And it did intervene in Somalia, in West Africa, in Sudan. You have the African forces, peace building, peacekeeping forces. So the demands have been identified, and there is a commitment now to protect human security and that will not, the excuse of non-interference will no longer apply. But this is not without its challenges. The AU is quite young, just a couple of decades now in its existence, if we are not to count the OAU. The principles in the AU Constitutive Act are in place, but its organs are still on hold. The African Court of Justice, the Pan-African Parliament, and also even the peacekeeping force, the African Stability Force, they are still in the process of being organized. So it's going to be a huge challenge for Africa in terms of executing the principles it has put place in the Constitutive Act of the African Union. As I said earlier, the AU in its short years of existence has taken huge responsibilities. It has taken the initiative to protect human security from West to East Africa in several countries. That's a commendable job, and it needs the support of the African states and the African people, and the international community as well. Still, it is a challenge because there is the politics involved. The African Union is still an organization of the states. So it is the states that determine what is what steps it takes. So we need the African Union to develop further on the basis of its Constitutive Act, so that it can withstand the political pressures from its members. Okay, as everyone may have observed, there was an attempt to shield African leaders from the International Criminal Court. You also have the Libyan case, but also you have the Libya, the case of Libya trying to host the Pan-African Parliament without Libya itself having any parliament. You also have an ongoing story of Eritrea and Ethiopia. Eritrea intervening in Ethiopia, perhaps to help with the democratic changes there, and perhaps to observe elections there, without Eritrea having its own democratic system, or without having any elections in its 30 years of existence. So if the member states are to put undue influence on the African Union, then the demons will be back. The demons will be back. So the African Union must be able to free itself from the influence of its members. As we'll say later, it should grow to the extent of being more than the sum of its members. Again, the claim for sovereignty, the policy of non-interference, it is still being invoked by countries, despite the existence of those grave situations, the grave circumstances of genocide and war crimes and crimes against humanity. There is resistance by some states that it is their sovereign right and they will not allow intervention. This may still continue, and we may still continue to witness these problems. The AU needs to grow fast to put in place its organs, the Pan-African Parliament, the Court of Justice, so that it can it can avoid the looming human catastrophes. Accelerating integration is very important. As I mentioned earlier, like 40% of the internally displaced persons around the world are in Africa. So they will be refugees in their own continent. That would not have been the case if that was the case in Europe, okay? If there was no such thing as visa restriction between the states in Africa. So they should accelerate the free movement of people and of goods in the same manner as the EU has done.
Okay, Dr. Mike?
All right,
Sorry.
all right. I'm about to finish. Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
So our demons will be with us for some time to come. They are persistent. Autocracy, corruption, and strife will not go away overnight. But it's not corruption. It's not who has the power, who takes control of the political power. But issues of genocide, crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, war crimes, violations of human rights, these cannot be delayed. These are not agendas for tomorrow. These are today's agendas. So our demands that are leading us to these grave circumstances should be tackled right away. The EU's mechanisms should be used to prevent and stop these crimes. States should not be allowed to defy the EU, at least when it comes to human protection. The peoples of Africa should not be condemned to life in anxiety, always thinking that something isn't right. We hope the EU will fare better in the coming decades, and it will be a happy story to hear about its achievements. As The Economist changed its tone after the cover story of The Hopeless Continent, after 10 years, it has changed its tone, and it has come up with a new cover story which says "Hopeful Africa." So hopefully, we expect the EU to fare better in the coming decades, to give us a continent where there is no news of coups, there is no news of war crimes or civil war. But for that, it doesn't have to look outside. It has to look inside, and it has to fight its own demons. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for your great talk, expounding on how to, fighting our demons and the unfinished business that we have. We have a lot of work to do, So thank you so much. And I'm going to pass over to Diana now to introduce our next guest. So over to you, Diana. Thank you, Dr. Mike.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay. You're muted, Diana.
I gotta get over that. Our next guest is Jafet Odious, who is a designer, a researcher in design and fashion made in Africa. She speaks and is the CEO of Modec. She is going to speak on it's a time to wear our identity. I think this will also be in a French and English translation. So with no further ado, and with another exciting topic, let's bring on Jafet. I love her name. Oops, I don't know why I can't get you. There you go. I love this. It's an amazing design. You create that?
Thank you. I'm
it's
so glad.
I will definitely give the floor to you, but the blue on you that's amazing. I'll definitely give you the floor. Thank you for being a part.
Thank you so much. Bonsoir à tous, comment allez-vous? Ben, moi, c'est Jafet. Je me nomme Jafet Ozias. Je suis béninoise et je vis au Brésil depuis 9 ans déjà.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm supposed to translate. I didn't realize. So let's start over. I didn't realize I'm translating. My French isn't the greatest, but let's go. So, bonsoir. Okay.
Bonsoir. Je m'appelle Jafet.
Good afternoon. Her name is Japet.
Je suis designer.
She's a designer.
Et je vis au Brésil.
She lives in Brazil. You studied in Brazil.
Depuis 9 ans déjà.
For 9 years already.
Je suis née, j'ai grandi au Bénin.
I'm not the best in French. What was?
Je suis née et j'ai grandi
You're
au
married.
Bénin.
Okay. Okay, you're married. Okay. Mm-hmm. From a
No, I'm born in Benin.
Oh, born. Oh, I thought you said Marie. Okay, you're born in Benin. I'm sorry, they got me translating. I'm not the strongest in French, but I'll get us through it. And if you help me in English, go ahead.
No problem.
Yeah.
Je suis née et j'ai grandi au Bénin, un pays africain.
He's paid African. I'm going to let you speak since you know English. I'm not the best translator, so I'm going to let you speak. Do you understand English well? Un petit, pas bon? Okay.
My English is not well.
So I want you to speak and then I'll get from it, but for every word, I don't translate like that. I'm not the strongest one in the group to do that. So, but go ahead and speak, and from what I get, I can translate after you. So,
Okay. We will try to do this. Quand je suis venue au Brésil, j'ai initié ma faculté en design et en mode.
Go ahead. You can speak. Just go ahead and speak because I'm not that strong. And I didn't know I was supposed to translate, but go and speak and I'll catch what you said. I know that you just said you design and where you're from, but just speak and I'll catch it. But for me to translate it, I need you to just speak it and I'll catch it. You know what I mean?
Ok. Quand j'ai commencé mes recherches par rapport à la mode d'origine africaine et le design d'origine africaine, cette recherche, en fait, cette volonté de rechercher plus, est née d'une frustration que j'ai eue à l'université parce que déjà en première année, j'ai eu un contact avec des références eurocentriques, avec des références européennes. Comme tous ceux qui sont dans le domaine du design le savent, que ce soit le design graphique, le design de produits, on sait tous que la plus grande référence en ce qui concerne le design, c'est Bauhaus. Et pendant longtemps...
No, I'm sorry. I was going to actually ask you. So through your studies, you're stating you went to design, but you saw a lot of design that didn't represent you. It was a lot of French design, a lot of so on. So you went on to find more through your studies that would translate into the look you're having right now. But that's what she's speaking on. Go.
Alors, je me suis mise à rechercher dans ma culture les différentes références de design qui existent. Étant donné que déjà, ce qui est fait chez nous, on ne l'appelle pas design, on l'appelle art. Mais je devais resignifier ma culture parce que nous, en fait, les designers, quand on dit design, ça veut dire un concept qui aligne l'esthétique et la fonctionnalité.
Okay.
Du coup, il fallait que je recherche dans ma culture pas seulement des langages artistiques, mais des langages esthétiquement agréables, mais qui transmettent également.
Well,
alors,
well, with the freeze, it just froze a little bit, but you were also talking about how you went out to find clothes that also were more aesthetically appealing and can fit and can work with you and other people, but also fit within the realms of what you were looking for with the culture and the fabrics and so on. And you were very valiant in doing that research in looking for that. I'm explaining correct? Okay, good. See, I'm okay. I just can't do it word for word, but I'll get the story.
I think because my English is not well too.
So you get what I mean. You get what I mean. But okay.
Yes, I got it. Alors, j'ai dû faire recours à d'autres références et qui font partie de ma culture et qui font partie surtout de ma vie en tant que béninoise, en tant qu'Africaine. Et je me rappelle quand j'étais à l'université, je faisais des recherches sur les différents sites de chercheurs, de docteurs en design, pour voir si je pouvais trouver un quelconque Africain qui soit un docteur ou un maître en design ou en mode. Des stylistes en Afrique, nous en avons beaucoup. Des designers textiles, nous en avons beaucoup. Mais des gens qui soient dans le domaine scientifique, en ce qui concerne la mode et le design, nous n'en avons pas. Parce qu'en Afrique, nous n'avons pas des universités de design et de mode. Et quand je parle d'université, en Afrique, je parle de la région subsaharienne.
Right. So you've be able to create a university that makes these type of apparels centerpiece to look like you, because you've had a lot of people who were involved, but they were, even in doing it, they weren't us that were doing it. And when you went to school studies, you integrated yourself, your passion for your design, for African design within the studies, and created this design that created your company and your motif, pretty much, right? If I got that correctly? Did I miss anything? Ça bon? Ça bon pour moi?
C'est bon, ça peut aller.
Okay.
Alors,
okay.
Dans mes recherches, je n'ai découvert qu'un seul docteur en design graphique et qui soit africain.
You consulted a doctor in graphic design. You consulted a doctor in graphic design for this. Okay. Mm-hmm. I just forgot to say that part. You said it before.
I discovered just one.
One scarf.
Son nom c'est... Yes. Son nom c'est Sakima Fundikwa. Et il a écrit un livre sensationnel. Il a écrit un livre nommé African Alphabet. Et pour moi, cela a été révolutionnaire. Parce que déjà à la base, on dit que l'Afrique n'a pas d'écriture. On dit que l'Afrique n'a pas d'écriture et que tout ce que nous avons, c'est une tradition orale qui a traversé plusieurs millénaires, plusieurs générations.
Yes, our traditions are need to be expressed generationally, and I'm even, you know, when you have terms in French that it's hard to say in English, because what you said, he said about our culture, like dation. I don't even know how to bring that to English, but I know what you mean. It's a regard of, you know, there's words hard to bring to English. Can you hear me? It's hard.
I'm here.
Okay,
but I'm not understanding.
I'm sorry. Okay, there's some words of what you said I can understand, but hard to bring to English. You know what I mean? So I just want them to understand that the person you went to was understood the importance of bringing this regard of Afrocentricness to the sculptures and designs that you were doing. You know what I mean? And I just don't want that missed from the audience, how valiantly that you and at the school working with the gentleman got these to happen.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Donc, j'ai dû lire ce livre et dans ce livre, j'ai découvert en fait que la typographie, elle ne s'arrête pas au niveau de la compréhension eurocentrique du sujet. Et que la typographie africaine existe, bien entendu. La typographie existe en Afrique, juste qu'elle n'a pas une même compréhension, elle n'a pas un même abordage du sujet que l'Europe. Parce que les différents types de typographie qui existent en Afrique ne suivent pas l'alphabet abécédaire eurocentrique.
Gotcha. I do want to ask, just bring back the alphabet, the African alphabet. I want to understand, how did that tie? Because I lost that in translation.
Les différents types. Nous n'avons pas un seul type de typographie en Afrique. Nous avons plusieurs types de typographie. L'exemple le plus palpable qui est donné, l'exemple le plus cité est celui des Adinkra, de la culture de l'ethnie Akan au Ghana. Et il s'agit là de typographies qui sont des symboles qui illustrent une phrase, qui illustrent tout un concept. Et ce concept n'est compris que par ceux qui comprennent ce langage en question.
Are you coming in to help? I'm sorry.
Hello?
I'm so sorry. Hold on.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Okay, so he will translate for you. He's going to be the new translator for you, okay? All right. Thank you.
Okay. Can I continue in English or in Portuguese?
If whichever you're more comfortable with. English is always easier, but with mute, whatever you're more comfortable with. And Samuel, you're muted. What would you be more comfortable with, English or Portuguese? Portuguese? Whichever. Whichever. Yeah. As long as the screen has you in that outfit, whichever. I'm glad. Whichever you're good with.
Can I continue in French or Portuguese?
They're saying French.
Your audio is closed.
Okay.
Je peux continuer en français? Je peux continuer en français?
Oui, je continue en français.
Ok. Ok, l'Internet n'est pas trop bonne, la connexion n'est pas trop bonne, mais je crois que ça va. Donc, je disais tantôt que une fois à l'université, dans une université de design et de mode, j'ai dû faire recours à mes références africaines.
Okay.
Vous m'entendez? Hi. Je ne vous reçois pas bien. Je ne vous reçois pas du tout.
What we're gonna do, parlez pour moi. Allez. Okay? You could just speak. Just speak about your experience. Don't worry about translating. Just speak. We'll do it back in translation after. I just want you to be able to be free. Go ahead.
Ok. Bon, voilà, l'Internet, ça a pris un coup, mais on va continuer. Je disais tantôt que quand je suis rentrée en faculté de design, en fait, je suis venue du Brésil, je suis venue du Bénin sur le Brésil pour faire une graduation en design de mode. Et quand je suis venue, tout de suite, les grandes références de design qui m'étaient présentées, les seules d'ailleurs, étaient 100% eurocentriques. Bien sûr, on le sait tous, la grande référence de design en termes académiques, l'école de Bauhaus, qui est allemand et qui serait à l'origine de la naissance du design. Donc, comme quoi, il a fallu que je regarde très bien, que j'observe très bien dans ma culture des éléments qui pourront m'aider à construire la base dont j'ai besoin, étant designer et béninoise en même temps. Alors, je me demandais si dans ma culture, le design n'existait pas. Parce que oui, nous avons cette conception, nous designers, nous avons cette conception selon laquelle le design serait une résolution de problème. Donc, pour appeler quelqu'un designer, il serait quelqu'un qui développe un produit A ou B pour résoudre un problème. Un produit qui vient jouant un rôle, mais qui également serait agréable en ce qui concerne l'esthétique. Alors, j'ai dû regarder très bien, j'ai dû fouiller pour savoir s'il y avait des gens qui avaient déjà eu ce genre de frustration avant moi, s'il y avait des Africains dans ce milieu académique, s'il y avait des Africains qui avaient au préalable déjà parlé sur ce sujet. J'ai découvert un docteur en design graphique qui s'appelle Saki Mafundikwa, il est du Zimbabwe, et il a écrit un livre intitulé African Alphabet. Et dans ce livre, il nous raconte l'histoire de l'écriture africaine. Alors, tout de suite, j'ai aimé parce que cela venait briser un paradigme. Le paradigme selon lequel, en Afrique, il n'y aurait pas d'écriture. Le paradigme selon lequel l'Afrique aurait une tradition orale très forte, mais pas une tradition écrite. Alors, tout de suite, je me suis acquis ce livre. Je l'ai vraiment étudié de loin en large et j'ai commencé à voir mieux le design dans ma culture. J'ai commencé à voir en fait que ce que je pourrais appeler de design dans ma culture ne doit pas nécessairement suivre les règles établies par la culture eurocentrique. Parce que je devais dorénavant regarder le design avec des lunettes afrocentriques. Et dans ma recherche également, j'ai découvert d'autres personnes qui ont fait des travaux fabuleux, mais qui n'ont jamais été appelés design, qui n'ont jamais été intitulés comme design, mais oui, comme art tout simplement. Étant donné que l'art, voilà, c'est le nom qu'on donne à un objet ou à un produit qui a été développé se basant seulement sur l'esthétique. Mais moi, je voulais des produits qui se basent sur l'esthétique, également sur la fonctionnalité. En observant de plus près les typographies africaines, en étudiant les typographies africaines, j'ai compris une chose, une typographie, c'est un élément qui peut non seulement, elle te conduit vers la lecture, mais elle ne te conduit pas nécessairement vers une lecture abécédaire. C'est-à-dire le B.A.B.A. qu'on nous a appris à l'école, le b.a.-ba qu'on nous a appris dans les écoles qui en fait utilisent des systèmes d'apprentissage avec une base totalement européenne. Et là, tout de suite, ma première étude en ce qui concerne les typographies africaines s'est portée sur les symboles Adinkra, l'alphabet Adinkra de l'ethnie Akan, qui est une ethnie située entre le territoire géographique actuel de la Côte d'Ivoire et du Ghana. Et là, j'ai pu comprendre qu'une typographie, ce n'est pas nécessairement une lettre, ce n'est pas nécessairement 2 lettres, ce n'est pas nécessairement 4 lettres, mais une typographie, elle peut être un seul symbole qui peut traduire tout un texte. Comme nous prenons par exemple le symbole du peigne en bois, qui fait partie de la typographie des Adinkra. Tout ce symbole, en fait, retrace l'esthétique féminine. Tout ce symbole parle des soins féminins. Et cela ne se résume pas seulement au fait de dire, ben voilà, cela parle, cette typographie représente la féminité. Non, elle représente tout un contexte. Donc, quand cette typographie est mise en jeu, ben voilà, c'est une manière de retrater tout ce qui va avec la féminité, tout ce qui va avec les soins féminins et ainsi de suite. Donc, il fallait revenir à la mentalité africaine de souche. Il fallait comprendre comment les peuples africains, et quand je dis peuple africain, je parle des différentes tribus, des différentes ethnies, des différents groupes sociaux africains, comment les différents groupes sociaux africains pensent. Et pour venir à cela, il va falloir rentrer dans un processus de décolonisation. Et ce processus, je l'ai commencé et je continue dans ce processus de décolonisation. C'est-à-dire, je commence à regarder ma culture avec un nouveau regard et bien entendu un regard dépourvu de la colonisation, dépourvu de ce que la colonisation nous a apporté. Et regardant ainsi le design, explorant ainsi la mode, j'ai pu faire des travaux, j'ai pu réaliser, n'est-ce pas, des projets dans ce domaine, s'inspirant totalement de ma culture. Et quand je parle de la mode africaine, je parle de la mode made in Africa. Je ne parle pas de la mode africaine produite à l'extérieur, parce que je crois que la mode africaine produite à l'extérieur ne fera que retarder l'Afrique, ne fera qu'endommager l'Afrique. Je crois qu'il est temps quand même que nous-mêmes Africains, que nous puissions investir dans de nouvelles technologies, que ce soit des technologies électroniques, électriques, intellectuelles, industrielles, ou même artisanales, parce que oui, la technologie ne se résume pas seulement à l'électronique ou à l'électrique. Et quand nous étudions les plus grands empires de l'Afrique, nous pourrons voir qu'en fait, ils avaient des technologies. Ils avaient des technologies, mais qui ont été bafouées avec la venue de la colonisation. Donc, il est temps réellement que nous puissions regarder derrière, nous inspirer de ce qui a été fait autrefois et repartir sur de nouvelles bases, se déshabiller totalement des idées du colonisateur, se déshabiller totalement de la culture colonisatrice et nous revêtir réellement de ce qui est nôtre et utiliser cela comme une base pour rebondir. Et quand je parle d'explorer, de faire un comeback au passé, là tout de suite, l'exemple palpable que j'ai, c'est le symbole Sankofa, de la même, du même lexique en fait, de la même typographie à Caen. Et Sankofa, ça veut dire tout simplement regarder le passé afin de construire un futur meilleur. Donc, il est temps que nous puissions regarder le passé et dégager ce passé de différentes idées colonisatrices afin de construire une Afrique qui soit réellement inspirée par nous, qui soit inspirée par notre propre culture. Et quand je parle de mode aussi, je pense là à une génération de personnes qui préfèrent utiliser des marques de prêt-à-porter venues de l'extérieur, qui sont prêts à investir assez, qui sont prêts à investir assez dans des tenues de prêt-à-porter venues de l'extérieur, mais qui ne sont pas prêts à faire pareil pour les marques produites localement. Souvent, nos designers locaux, nos artisans locaux ne sont pas encouragés et ben voilà, parfois ils sont obligés d'abandonner leur office parce qu'ils sont pas valorisés. On préfère en fait s'habiller dans une veste Louis Vuitton au lieu de s'habiller dans une tenue faite par un designer local. Je trouve cela vraiment absurde si nous pensons à un développement panafricain. Nous ne devons plus utiliser ce qui vient de l'extérieur. Nous ne devons plus donner de la priorité. Je crois que dire catégoriquement nous ne devons plus utiliser serait une barrière catégorique. Je crois que d'une manière, nous devons être également libres dans nos choix, mais de ne pas se sentir obligés d'utiliser ce qui vient de l'extérieur pour se sentir bien. Il y a cette nécessité au niveau des Africains de consommer extérieur afin de transmettre à la société un certain statut social. Le statut social, ben, les générations passées l'affirmaient également par le biais de tenues faites selon leur identité, des tenues qui ont une signification à leurs yeux, des tenues qui transmettent un message, des tenues qui parlent pour elles-mêmes, des tenues qui nous représentent à 100%. Donc, utiliser des tenues qui ont été produites par des stylistes étrangers, des tenues qui ont été produites par des stylistes qui n'ont rien à voir avec votre identité, en fait, cette tenue ne vous représente pas, cette tenue ne traduise pas, cette tenue ne représente pas qui vous êtes réellement. Donc, j'invite réellement tout chacun de nous à s'investir plus dans le développement de nouvelles technologies, que ce soit du point de vue design, du point de vue mode, du point de vue design d'intérieur, dans tous les domaines de notre vie qui ont un rapport avec la créativité. Parce que la créativité, voilà, quand les designers exploitent leur créativité, c'est pour créer un produit X ou Y qui pourra être utilisé à une certaine fin. Et généralement, nous acquérons ces produits A ou B et nous les utilisons pas réellement dans le sens adéquat. Nous ne les utilisons pas réellement dans le sens adéquat parce que ce qui a un sens X pour eux n'a pas le même sens X pour nous, mais a un sens Y. Et dans ce cas, ben voilà, tout ce qui est nôtre est bafoué. Je crois réellement à un renouveau sur notre continent. Je crois réellement à un renouveau en ce qui concerne la créativité africaine et que le Made in Africa est en train de rentrer dans une révolution fabuleuse et que d'ici là, nous verrons des créativités alimentées réellement par notre identité. Et quand je parle tout de suite là de créativité alimentée par notre réalité, je parle par exemple d'utiliser un tissu produit localement pour une tenue au lieu de se borner, au lieu de s'acharner sur le fait d'utiliser un visco. Pourquoi un visco? Une marque produite en dehors du continent doit être enchérie sur ce continent. Une marque qui n'est même pas produite par des Africains étant utilisée par les Africains. Je crois qu'il est temps que nous puissions réellement penser à utiliser ce que nous produisons, ce que nos artisans, ce que nos designers locaux produisent, penser réellement à leur donner cette valeur méritée et investir si possible dans de nouvelles technologies. Je crois que les nouveaux stylistes, ces stylistes qui sont en train de sortir des nouvelles écoles de mode, des nouvelles écoles de stylisme, de couture et tout, devaient se contenter en fait d'utiliser le tissu produit localement. Parce que non seulement nous allons alimenter l'économie locale, du coup, notre développement serait au complet. Non seulement nous alimenterons notre économie locale, mais également nous nous vêtirons de ce qui est nôtre. Nous nous vêtirons de ce qui nous représente réellement. Je trouve vraiment incohérent. Je trouve hyper incohérent le fait que nous veuillons utiliser ce qui vient de l'extérieur afin de nous affirmer. Nous veuillons utiliser l'importer afin de nous affirmer. Je crois qu'en fait, notre affirmation d'identité, notre affirmation comme groupe social, notre affirmation comme personne devait partir de l'utilisation de nos symboles locaux. Et ces symboles locaux, ben voilà, ils sont présents dans tout. Ils sont présents dans le textile, ils sont présents dans le modelage, ils sont présents dans les accessoires, ils sont présents dans le design d'intérieur, ils sont présents sur tous les points. Je crois que pour un développement durable, équitable et vraiment signifiant, nous devons faire un comeback. Nous devons faire un comeback. Oui, la colonisation, elle est partie il y a longtemps. Nous avons été indépendants il y a très longtemps. Mon pays a été indépendant en 1960. Mais même comme cela, on voit que la culture locale est encore colonisée. La culture locale est encore colonisée parce que plusieurs fois, ce qui est produit, nous avons été colonisés par les Français. Ce qui est produit par les Français est synonyme de qualité. Et ce qui est produit par nous est synonyme de qualité inférieure. Donc, je crois que c'est quelque chose que nous devons réellement revoir à notre niveau. C'est un travail qui doit être fait de manière interne. Et quand je dis interne, ce travail doit être fait de manière interne au niveau de chaque individu, au niveau de chaque famille, au niveau de chaque collectivité, au niveau de chaque région, au niveau de chaque pays, et afin que cela puisse être effectif dans notre continent. Je crois que nous n'avons vraiment pas besoin de ce qui est produit en Europe parce que, ben voilà, en Afrique, nous sommes de très grands producteurs de coton. Nous sommes de très grands producteurs de coton. Nous utilisons des tissus de coton, mais qui sont produits à l'extérieur, mais qui sont produits en dehors du continent. Cela n'est pas correct, cela n'est pas censé. Et je crois que cela est également dû à un manque de politique locale. Le gouverneur doit regarder également ce genre de situation avec beaucoup de délicatesse, avec beaucoup d'attention. Quand nous prenons par exemple l'exemple de l'école de l'université Ziva, qui a été créée au Zimbabwe par le docteur Sakima Fundikwa, qui est censée être une université de design. Elle a été une université de design pendant 20 ans. Il a dû fermer les portes parce qu'il n'y avait pas de l'aide venant du gouvernement. Les lois locales, les lois de son pays ne favorisaient pas, en fait, n'aidaient pas au développement et à l'établissement de cette université. Cette université, la vie, la survie de cette université était en jeu. Elle était en jeu parce que les politiques locales ne favorisaient pas non seulement l'implantation, mais également que cette université puisse perdurer. Il a lutté contre vents et marées. Cette université, elle est née et tout, mais il fallait qu'elle perdure. Et puis, il y avait ce problème au niveau du manque de politique qui aide réellement des gens qui veulent changer l'histoire de l'Afrique, des gens qui veulent changer les réalités. Mais voilà, ils sont pas, je dirais qu'ils sont pas encouragés. Il n'y a rien qui nous encourage en fait à y aller. Je crois que parfois c'est plus facile en fait quand on est à l'extérieur de vouloir changer les choses plutôt que d'être sur le continent africain parce que les politiques locales ne nous aident pas à cela. Donc, il ne s'agit pas d'une prise de conscience seulement du consommateur ou du designer ou du styliste, mais il s'agit également d'une prise de conscience de nos autorités. Il s'agit d'une prise de conscience des investisseurs africains. Les investisseurs africains, parce que nous en avons assez. Nous avons des investisseurs africains, mais qui choisissent d'investir à l'extérieur. Non, je crois que tout le monde doit faire un comeback. Tout le monde doit faire un comeback à la culture africaine, à l'économie africaine, à nos valeurs, à notre identité. Et puis voilà, comme cela, on pourra vraiment arriver à un épanouissement non seulement culturel, mais également un épanouissement politique, un épanouissement social et bien entendu un épanouissement économique. Et la question que je me pose très souvent, c'est de savoir si nous sommes réellement indépendants. Si nous sommes réellement indépendants après tant d'années d'indépendance. Je me demande si réellement la culture africaine est indépendante, étant donné que même faisant usage de notre culture, nous nous sentons obligés parfois de faire également usage de la culture européenne ou même de la culture américaine, parce que ce qui est sympa viendrait de l'extérieur, parce que ce qui est cool, parce que ce qui est beau viendrait de l'extérieur, parce que ce qui viendrait de l'extérieur serait plus beau que le nôtre. Comme j'ai l'habitude de le dire dans mes colloques de mode, dans mes séminaires de mode, la mode urbaine est en quelque sorte un synonyme de mode américaine. La mode urbaine est en quelque sorte synonyme du streetwear qui est fait en Europe et aux États-Unis. Non, nous pouvons également penser à développer une mode urbaine africaine. Nous pouvons penser également à produire une mode urbaine de chez nous. Nous ne sommes pas obligés de faire usage des pièces qui ont été créées par des créateurs américains ou européens. Je crois que nous devons mettre réellement notre créativité à travailler en considérant également notre climat, nos réalités locales et bien entendu nos traditions, nos coutumes. Et je crois que quand nous faisons plus attention à tout ça, nous produirons quelque chose de beau. Laisser la créativité fluer réellement, utiliser la créativité à fond et ne pas se contenter d'une juste adaptation. Nous avons cette habitude d'adapter ce qui est produit en Occident à nos réalités. Non, non, je crois que nous avons tout créé pour créer le nôtre. Nous avons tout pour créer ce qui est nôtre et qui sait lancer des tendances. Parce que pendant longtemps, nous avons consommé des tendances qui sont venues de l'extérieur. Je crois qu'il est temps de changer les choses. Je crois qu'il est temps que nous puissions lancer nous-mêmes des tendances. Parce que, ben voilà, les tendances, dans ce cas, elles seraient liées à notre identité et elles nous représenteraient mieux. Mais voilà tout ce que j'avais à dire aujourd'hui. Voilà tout ce que j'avais à dire par rapport à un développement économique produit par les Africains et pour les Africains. Ça, c'est ma vision de la chose. Ça, c'est ma vision du design et de la mode. J'ai dû sortir de mon pays pour comprendre tout cela. Parce qu'une fois à l'extérieur, j'ai pu comprendre que nous sommes vraiment riches, mais que nous ne voyons pas cela. Et que pendant longtemps, les colonisateurs nous ont appris que tout ce qui venait de nous était barbare et que tout ce qui venait de nous était relégué au second plan. Et ils sont partis, mais en réalité, ils ont toujours un pied là-bas. Et nous continuons de reproduire ce qu'ils ont comme idée. Nous continuons de reproduire ce qu'ils nous ont mis dans la tête. La génération passée l'a reproduit, notre génération le fait également. Mais je crois que maintenant, nous pouvons changer les choses. Maintenant, nous pouvons changer les données, prendre conscience de ce qui est à nous n'est pas la qualité inférieure, mais ce qui est à nous est aussi bonne que la leur. Ce qui est à nous est aussi authentique que la leur. Et il est temps également que nous puissions nous perfectionner dans ce que nous faisons. Comme je le dis souvent, quel que soit ton travail, quel que soit ce que tu fais, quel que soit ton poste, sois excellent dans ce que tu fais. Fais-le de tout ton cœur, aime ce que tu fais, donne le meilleur de toi-même et tu feras les choses changer. Bien entendu, seul tu ne peux pas changer le monde. Bien entendu, seul tu ne peux pas changer l'Afrique. Mais si chaque Africain essayait de faire les choses autrement, si chaque Africain essayait de donner de son meilleur, nous aurons une Afrique réellement développée économiquement, développée par nous et pour nous. Une Afrique qui pense à des solutions. Une Afrique remplie d'Africains qui veulent aider à la résolution des problèmes des semblables et qui le fassent réellement. Que nous n'attendons pas toujours les gouverneurs, nos gouverneurs pour faire quelque chose, mais que nous-mêmes, nous puissions avoir des initiatives. Et que, ben voilà, Même si ça ne marchait pas, on dira quand même, je l'ai essayé. J'ai fait de mon mieux et je crois que en essayant un jour, on y arrivera. Comme on le dit souvent, ben voilà, quand l'eau, elle tape sur la pierre jusqu'à un certain moment, la pierre, elle a une cavité en elle. Donc voilà, si l'eau peut produire une cavité dans une pierre, pourquoi pas nous changer les choses et laisser une Afrique meilleure aux prochaines générations. Je crois que pour les prochaines générations, nous pouvons le faire, nous pouvons décider de le faire, nous pouvons nous lancer ce défi et je suis sûre que nous y arriverons. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Japhet, for your presentation. We understand that not all of us can speak French or Portuguese, but we are sure that there were many people out there who could understand and appreciated all you had to say. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Our next speaker is Kwame Gamal Mascarenhas, I believe. I hope I've pronounced it correctly. And he's a Pan-Africanist, cultural activist, Creole professor at Resplendence Language Arts. And he will be speaking to us about the importance of experimenting ancestors' cultural manifestations for our today's Pan-African struggle. I hope I've got the title correct. If I haven't, I'm sure you will correct me, Kwame. Thank you for being with us today.
First of all, thank you. I would like to thank Daniel for this event, first of all, and for inviting me to Resplendence Language Art to participate. And I'm very honored to be here. I'm representing the federal movement, Pan-Africanist movement in Cape Verde. I'm the cultural ambassador of that movement. I represent the REM, the African Rooted Network that is settled in Brazil, and the Centro Cultural Humaitá. It's a research center for Afro-Brazilian culture. And I represent also the Bloco Afro Abel Jaci. First of all, I would ask permission to our ancestors, to the elders, to the equal, and to the youngest to be talking about our ancestry. The first remark that I would like to make is that I carry the experience of the only Africans that were took from Africa, but kept isolated in African islands and obliged to disconnect, to forget, to reject, underestimate, and mistreat their homeland. We just had nowhere to go. And we had no brothers and sisters in far villages or kingdoms doing things that we could see, listen to remind us who we were. In every direction, we found the ocean. The mixed human Cape Verdean was forged to become the black hand of the white colonialists. And it is not a coincidence that the first European Portuguese schools were settled in Cape Verde, in this island. As I'm not an academic researcher, the issues that I'm going to speak about are based on my story, okay? And I will tell the story going to the conclusions that it might have. So, Cape Verde, discovered and occupied, the space had to be organized. The slavery system settled down and made arrive to the island the builder of this new land, the enslaved Africans, those beings unprovided with humanity or civility. Maybe because the imperials weren't so sure about this lack of civilization and memory, soon was established a cultural reprogramming system in order to create a totally new man, more civilized, yes, and deserving to cohabit with the dominant high civilizational patterns. the submissive, compliant, and docile Christian. The urgent must was to change the names, convert and baptize in the truly faith, redress, regestualize, and regroup until the total redefinition. It was the Latinization, it was the Latinization turning one into a Latin slave, a skilled slave. This Latinization aimed to polish the enslaved through his or her un-Africanization, turning him or her not into a total human, but just less unhuman than the others, not skilled, because the maintenance of his or her enslaved status reveals us that to us. Even Latinized, skilled, he was still inferior as a being. By the way, in fact, he was Latinized to be effectively inferior. In the path of this Latinization policy, the entire educational system that was engendered had always the aim to cut and split us, if not totally, but the most that was possible, from our umbilical connections with the African existential and cultural matrix. Despite of the conceptual success of the permanent Latinization, held for hundreds of years, something went wrong. We believe that the elitism that excluded the main population from the access to education ended allowing non-Latinizating identity traces to prevail, generating a proper national identity that wasn't identified with the colonialist identity. And there, the colonists' disregard towards our people's material fragilities surely had an amplifying effect in the rising of a non-colonialistic identity that was, in my opinion, the first step toward an anti-colonial identity supported by the national identity. The solidification of our national identity allowed the cultural, national, and native identity to origin anti-colonial actions that came to conquer the large majority of our people. But something kept always missing, something that prevented that national force to go beyond the simple denying of the colonialism itself, and not the denying of all the system of values related to it, reaching the more hidden corners of our popular inconscience. And all of this was due to the previously referred conceptual victory of the Latinization program. That was the cut, with our before 1460 existence. The cut with our own self-esteem. The cut with the resplendence of our ancestral history, declared to be non-existent for centuries. And even the cut with our capacity in believing that we could have had a past history that we could be proud of. I believe that it was Amilcar Cabral's concern when he stated that it was necessary to promote what he called the re-Africanization of the spirit in order to make possible the real reconstruction, the unique and fundamental warranty to our people through progress. The progress based not in the paradigms imposed by the long colonial history, all aiming the well-being of the colonialist home people, aiming the docilization of our spirits, the apatheticization of our reactive attitudes, and also to belittle our potentialities. But the progress based on our own paradigms, according to our reality, our priorities, and our culture. This was the only way to materialize the revolutionary aims. And this, for me, was the colonialists' great victory. We managed to expel them from our lands, but they managed to maintain themselves with us. Because we were not revolutionary to the point of getting out of their paradigm's boundaries. that make us see ourselves with the eyes of the others, their eyes, that make us organize our reference systems according to their own reality and inhibit us to create our own solutions, not to concentrate in our own priorities. Then I asked to myself, what to do in order to re-Africanize the spirits? The Cape Verde's national independence was in 1975, and today, in 2021, our history school manuals still broach us and broach everything in an Eurocentrical perspective. The African history is still thought linked to the European action in Africa, just as if it had started with their arriving. And it's related to and the amount of these matters in our history manuals is shrinking year by year. The educational system that should be the leading structure for the unladinization and subsequent re-Africanization failed absolutely in this matter. If it's exaggerate to state that it continues to Ladinize, we can at least say that it didn't unladinize, nor is unladinizing as enoughly as it should. The national media, excepting the known and rare exception, seems not even to have notion of this problem. Neither the statal media nor the private media. It didn't manage, the national media, to be an ally, and its role could have been determinant. It can be yet. Only now, the civil Pan-African movements are beginning to raise up with strength and property, generating debates about several related subjects, and it is now that appears a space that appreciate the re-Africanizing experience that we want to share. My first contact with racist people and with explicit racist attitudes was in Portugal, when I went to study laws in the city of Coimbra. Very young and immature, I found revoltant being verbally aggressive just because I existed and just because I was different, being discriminated, being surreptitiously discriminated in several social spaces, and being condemned to be the worst, to be considered the worst just for being black. Then me and my immaturity fellows, we started to fight physically against the racists that we met. Racist act, punch on the racist. Purposeless today, but making all sense in that time. And one of those days in Coimbra came to arrive two Brazilian girls from Bahia that studied in Oporto. One of them, Flora, a black Brazilian from the University of Bahia, brought along with her a vinyl LP written in the cover, Ile Aye, Canto Negro, Black Chant. Without seeing the Ile Aye black crowd, I felt without just by hearing that LP, I never felt new energy, a strength, a certainty, a black heartiness that I hadn't felt even in the most emotive and exciting revolutionary songs that I have listened before. A wonderful and complex percussive orchestra with chants evoking several African empires' history, the resisting struggle against slavery, the original Afro-religions, the black resistance heroes, ancient and moderns, the beauty of the black woman, so to say, chants that evoked the black civilizational resplendence. In the fact of being raised among a Pan-Africanist family, I carry the name Kwame Nkrumah in a Catholic country from my father's side. I had this fact of being in that family had already given me a Pan-Africanist consciousness, that was surely much superior than the general national average, due to the plentiful conversations that I have had access with or without permission. And the audition of Ileia Aye's Canto Negro, Black Chants, promoted in me a conceptual revolution that subverted totally my way of facing the fight against racism. From a fighter that was contaminated by the oppressor's hate, I turned into a fighter that would instead reveal and exalt the beauty and the resplendence of my ancestral heritage, cruelly extirpated from my identity empire. All this ridicularizing the racist that not only denies my value, but also tries every time to convince me of my lack of value. Nothing is more unmotivating and desolating for a convinced racist than having to admit, even without assuming, the joyous and happy resplendence of the one that he finds inferior. And in the same time, nothing is more motivating and animating for an unladinized than feeling that the self-certainty, happiness before the fool that despises him. I got to know that Ileia was the pioneer African bloc in the African diaspora that was founded in Bahia, in Salvador, in Brazil, that in 1974, during the military dictatorship, marched Africanist drumming, chanting, and dancing in the streets of Salvador with a black-only carnival bloc, exalting blackness and the cultural resistance, protected by Candomblé Mother of Saints, the female priests of Candomblé. This Yoruba-rooted religion, Afro religion. Mother Saints from the police, and the bloc was protected from the police charges by this Mother of Saints. It was a bloc that was developing a strong social intervention in the peripheral neighborhood of Liberdade in Curuzu, taking out children and the young off the streets, socially integrating them through black culture expressions that used to show up in the carnival as a theme of the blackness. And the parade was based in ancestral Afro-Brazilian rhythms and their choreographies. The ancestral percussion, the ancestral dances, and the black historical plot. The African bloc, uniting the youth through ancestral expressions, evoking the splendor of the denied ancestrality. Then, it was then that I came to earth, can I say, if I can say like that. That the secret was to offer an Latinizing experience that would re-Africanize. It was there that started to make sense for me, the re-Africanizing of the spirit concept from Amilcar Cabral, the rescue of the African pride. Even the Bob Marley lyrics started to have another sense for me. Disappointed with the principle of law legitimacy in the law course that I was, I left law school and returned to Cape Verde. I began teaching history in Assomada, a city from the countryside of Santiago Island, where I started to lay my role of deconstruction of the Eurocentric narratives, the interpretation of history's interlines, like my dear history teacher, Mrs. Lydia Anaori, always used to say. You have to interpret the history's interlines, the things that was not written, but that you can read them between the interlines. There, I noticed how the lack of domain of the Portuguese language had direct relation with the failing grades and dropping out of school, with severe implication on the scientific elevation of the youth. There it happens, my first subversion to the system. I started teaching history in Creole, explaining the process and relation in Creole, giving notes in Portuguese, simplifying to the maximum the Portuguese, and explaining the written Portuguese. This process made the progress slower. That's true. But the understanding of the subjects by the students become an effective reality. I believed and still believe that it's more valuable to give 75% of contents and being conveniently understood than committing to 100% of the content with a majority that understand almost nothing. Another unlatinizing piece of the puzzle clarified for me from the histories remain. The dignification of our mother tongue, preventing the scientific understanding from being eternally delayed beyond its obvious relation with the elevation of our collective self-esteem. The recovery dynamic of the physical form lost in the night outs of Coimbra spurred the flames of my medical vocation, relegated in face of the possibility of exercising a profession that would take me away from the arts that fascinated me since my childhood. I started to notice with more clarity the relation between the various physical activities and health. The search for this total physical recovery, which I considered fundamental to elevate my mean of action, my body, to a state of readiness to fight that my spirit was gradually committing to, made me voluntarily enlist in the army, where my stay reinforced my conviction of serving public health without being a doctor, but by being a physical education teacher, teaching people how to be healthy instead of helping people with their disease. Also, during that time, I involved with martial arts, the one that was available in Cape Verde, the karate, where I learned the direct relation between self-domination, self-control of the body, and the emotional control, bringing to spiritual elevation. Even while being on karate, there was a martial art that in a Brazilian novel, the Isaura the Slave, that was the Brazilian capoeira, that greatly fascinated me. Because more than the gestural beauty, it pointed to another piece of the certainty. After all, this is a martial art of the blacks that wasn't thought by the whites, and it was so beautiful. After all, the blacks had richer secrets before being enslaved. They created it. They created these marvelous things. I already knew the splendor pre-discoveries, but nothing like a living, strong proof filled with symbolism to reinforce the Africanist delight. Fate and the African energies of my ancestors wanted me to go after my military service to study physical education in Brazil. And I ended up in Curitiba, in South Brazil. That was not an easy place to be for Black Africans, living in the noble areas of that city, where almost no Blacks lived at all. What helped us was the warm welcome by the Brazilians from other states that studied there. At the arriving in Curitiba, after almost 48 hours without receiving a single sympathetic eye look, neither a single smile. The first people to give me a smiling and inviting eye look were 3 street-crafted persons, one from Bahia, one from Sergipe, and from Maranhão, and a little baby boy, 3 blacks. They become obviously my new family and my first interpreters of Brazilian reality. They taught me their liberation tool, the street pre-jeweler craft abilities that allowed me to become the jeweler that I am today, allowing me to cost all my social intervention. They indicated me a capoeira master with whom I began to practice. This master took me to another master academy where there was an Afro dance teacher from Bahia, the Demerval, Professor Demerval, that also coincidentally, not coincidentally, loved Ileaye and was the one that introduced me to Orisha's gestures, to the gifts and all these beautiful movements. Very important feature in the work that I came to develop later here in Cape Verde. So I was already involved with capoeira and ancient Afro dance. Nearby my house, there was a popular Brazilian music conservatory where I started to learn Afro-Brazilian rhythms and the way that they were re-harmonized to the street percussive orchestras. Then I found in the musical world Mr. Marcio Rosa, a drummer and percussionist that would become the drummer and main partner in our awareness musical intervention.
Brother, sorry to interrupt, but can you wind up now? Because we need to move on with the program.
Okay,
So
I'll try. Okay. He
Yeah,
was coincidentally the nephew of Mãe Orminda, a mother of saint, so to say, the female priest, that ruled a candomblé terreiro, the sanctuary, okay, that I started to and kept visiting during my Brazilian stay, after being totally delighted by understanding that there was, after all, a genuine, radiant, and African communication way to the divine dimension that had absolutely nothing to do with the Catholic ways that we were put into by the colonial empire. In that point, I started to understand the energetic sense of the Orisha's gesture that I was already learning in the Afro dance. Surely a very emotive and unveiling experience. In fact, I was providing myself with cultural elements that were enabling me to start an Afro block in my country like Ileaye. And this idea made my professor laugh, saying, "You're crazy, you're going to found an Afro block in Africa." I said, "Yes, my Africa has very, very, very big troubles that could be solved by an African Afro block." And he didn't know surely about the damage that the Ladinization program had done to us, African people in Cape Verde. My evolution in capoeira allowed me to start to understand beyond what it's seen and first view. The astonishing, diversified, and stimulant gesture of capoeira, with gestures that are totally out of the Occidental supposedly established patterns for humans, giving us back the ancestral pre-biped gesture, crystallized in our evolution and lost with our bipedy. Realizing the capoeira's multifacetation that, being an Afro-Brazilian folkloric manifestation, englobes fight, dance, self-defense, dramatic expressivity, vocal, instrumental, and orchestral musicalization, and the oral tradition as a highly stimulant activity, I came to the conclusion that it configurates undoubtedly an original and highly efficient educational tool, stimulating the large majority of the important aspects of human development, such as the physical capacities, motor qualities, and the solidary socialization.
Sorry, Kwame.
But the gesture experience that the capoeira practice make us process has huge effects on our identitary subconsciousness. Without seeking for that, I found out that all those gestural and rhythmic experience in capoeira, Afro dance, percussion, and candomblé vites were reinforcing my auto-certainty in relation to my renegated African heritage. At each gesture, a new energy would be generated, and that was making me feel originally happy, dissipating all the doubts that were implanted by the un-Africanizing Ladinization. The sacred Orisha's gestures in dance, the gestures, chants, rhythms, and dances in capoeira, along with the spiritual, rhythmical, and gestural experience in the candomblé, were reinforcing and refining my identitarian reconstitution, and also increasing my historical self-esteem, and consequently my social self-esteem in an environment, racist South Brazil, where I was not humiliated just because my general culture did not allow it. But
so would there be a quick way in 20 seconds to just wrap up the rest of the story, because we do have to give some respect to the rest of the panelists that will be coming up.
I try to resume. Yeah, I'm in the middle, but
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is there a quick summary to the end? It's a great read. I would love to hear dynamic in your storytelling.
Okay, what just trying to do a quick review. What I want to say that it might look paradoxical, but I blackened it spiritually in Brazil in capoeira, Afro dance, and percussion, and I had to do this similar experience, offered those experiences to my youngsters. Yes.
Yeah.
Then we started the capoeira, we started the dance, and yes, and we remaniciated our dance with all the Cape Verdean dance that are so poor from the pelvis to the feet, so rich pelvis to the feet, and extremely poor from pelvis to the upper body. Yes. And if we don't
hopefully maybe we could actually even add a second to this at one point, because especially with capoeira, that's something definitely ingrained in our culture and in our spirit workings and even in our weaponry. But with much disregard, I feel so sorry we have to end our conversation with you, but we would love to have you back with a little bit more time with all your information. It's amazing, especially capoeira, because I have a little bit of an interest in learning that. But we appreciate your time with us. Is there any last bubbling words of encouragement for us to leave from you? Any last words?
Okay, what I would like to say, I couldn't finish the story. Yes, it was too long.
Sorry.
I know that for all Africanists, all the conceptual reformulation must be combined with a praxeological reformulation. Okay, and what I recommend highly to all the Africans. Okay, things that was involve yourself in cultural ancient African activities, in dancing, drumming, traditional. Listen to your elder myths and to your elder stories. Be aware of the name you put your children. Be aware and the games and the books that you give to your children, those that represent them. Okay, but yes, there are a lot of things to say, but I understand there is no time. Thank you, and forgive me for being so long.
No, it's okay. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. This was amazing, but we do have to we have a great long panels coming up, a list of people coming up. And next we would have Fatap and Alset Ankh Ray, who are the co-leaders of the African calendar. And they will be speaking on the African calendar. This is actually very interesting. So let me just bring them back onto screen. I see them here, but not seeing them there. Are you guys there? Okay, we might have to move on. So next in line we have, let me just see who else we have with us.
We have Janet. We have Janet.
Okay, I was just gonna say that my right hand. So Janet Lewis, CEO and founder of Demos OCM Inc., change management specialist, speaker and life coach, and she is the founder of Black Unity, author of Lost and Found, and we'll be speaking with, I guess, I'm just trying to see here, on the mental African unity we need. I like that, and yeah. Okay. Nice meeting you. And and take it away. Take it away.
Take it away. Liberate the minds of men, and ultimately you will liberate the bodies of men. The quote that I just read, it is from Marcus Mosiah Garvey, who was a Jamaican political activist and publisher, the father of Garveyism, that was known as the only Black man that was able to unite the Black race on a mass level in a time when we didn't even have social media. According to statistical data, there is approximately 173 million African American that is outside of the African diaspora. There's 22.7 million Black or Black mixed people living in the Caribbean, 67 million in South America, 57 million in Brazil alone, 42.9 million in North America, 1.5 million in Central America, 8 million in Europe, 300,000 in Asia. Now, imagine if we all united. Imagine if we were all united just on those numbers alone. Black people, loving, ambitious, beautiful kings and queens, a resilient people who have overcome the unthinkable, a people who have beaten the odds and just keep going. The only race of people who have endured systematic hardship in all areas of life. These areas of life was broken down by Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. Feel free to check him out. But he's basically broken it down and said that we have been suffering hardship in every area of life, namely economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, sex, war, and counter-war. In other words, we have been enduring hardship in every single area of life. My name is Janet Lewis, and I am the founder of Black Unity. I am the founder and CEO of Dunamis Organizational Change Management, Inc. I am an author and a life coach, and today I have a message for you. The unity and ultimate liberation of Africa begins with you. The unity of Africa begins in your mind. The unity Africa needs and the ultimate liberation requires a mindset and a mind shift that you can absolutely achieve. The mind is like an open, fertile field. Whatever you put in your mind, it will grow. If you put negative in your mind, it will grow. And likewise, if you put positive in your mind, it will grow. Therefore, if we feed our mind with unity and the liberation of Africa and take it one step at a time, we can absolutely achieve unity, because where focus goes, energy will absolutely go. Similar to how we were brainwashed to divide and conquer, it's the same way we need to be brainwashed to unify. It's the same way we need to be brainwashed to achieve the unity that we need. I know, I get it. Sometimes the unity seems like it's a huge task. It feels like it's boiling the ocean. It's like trying to eat an elephant. But how do you eat an elephant? It's one bite at a time. If we focus on ourselves and do our part, we can achieve unity. Children of Africa, on the continent and in the diaspora, if we make the unity and the liberation of Africa a priority, then we can ultimately achieve our goal. In Jamaica, we have this saying, one cocoa, full basket. That simply means that one achievement at a time will amount to the mass. If we focus on ourselves and come together one at a time, eventually we will become a mass, right? Which means that we will achieve liberation on a wider scale. And so you may ask, Janet, how do I do this? Where do I start? Where do I begin? What do I do? How can I be part of what seems like this ocean that we're trying to boil? Or how can I be part of this big elephant that we're trying to eat? And I'm glad you asked that, because I sometimes struggled with that question. And sometimes asking that question may make you want to give up. But I'm here to say that you can start small. You can start simple. You can start within your communities. You can start within your homes. You can start within your area of influence. Start with education with, start with identification with Africa. Start with self-education about Africa, and start with accountability to Africa. And when I say Africa, I am speaking of Africa, the continent, Africa, the people, Africa that's within the diaspora, anyone that's identified themselves with Africa. Identification with Africa, self-education about Africa, and accountability to Africa. Identification with the continent, the people, the race, the food, the culture, everything Africa. In the words of Kwame Nkrumah, I am not African because I was born in Africa. I am African because Africa was born in me. Identification with Africa is seeing yourself as one, regardless of where you were born, regardless of your religion, regardless of your culture, of your creed. It's you are one because you are represented by that mass. Black people once were a unit before slavery and colonization stripped that away from us. So it's coming into identification that we have done it before and we can absolutely do that again. Identifying with the fact that Africa is at the center of everything that we see and benefit from on a daily basis. It is no longer a secret that the world's resource is coming from Africa, came from Africa, and people are planning to go to Africa to continue to take the resources out of Africa. So it's identifying with that truth and identifying that we represent a race of people who are absolutely beneficial to the world. Identifying with the fact that Africa represents a land mass for African people. When I was growing up, I never associated myself with Africa because I saw Africa as something different than I was. I considered myself a Jamaican because I was born in Jamaica. But the Chinese have China. Italians have Italy. And in the words of Marcus Garvey, Africa for the Africans, mean that it's a land mass that we can identify with. It's a land mass that we can attach ourselves with to know that we belong somewhere and we belong to a great creed of people who have contributed a whole lot to the world. The great Marcus Mosiah Garvey admonishes us that a people without knowledge of their past, history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. Start with self-education of Africa. Education about Africa, understanding the root issues of Africa, collaborating and associating with other Africans. My true identity became rooted when I started associating with African people and African culture. And I say that again because I was born in Jamaica and we were taught that we were separate units. When I migrated to Canada and I started associated with African people and people of African descendants, and even from the other Caribbean islands, I realized that we are one people. And the one thing that we have in common is not just our skin color, but it's also the struggles that we're facing worldwide. Educate yourself about Africa, about African culture, about everything Africa. The African education will become easier once you are sound and grounded in your identification with Africa. In other words, the desire for me to learn more about Africa became easier once I overcame and once I accepted and appreciated the fact that I am an African who was taken away from my land years ago before I was born and brought to the island of Jamaica. You need to, it's understanding that the laws of attraction will align you with what you need. Once you start changing your mindset, once you start washing your mind of what you believe or what you were taught about Africa that are mostly negative or about African people, once you remove that blockage from your mind, the universe will start to align you with the people and the groups that you need to be aligned with. This platform that I'm on, for example, is a perfect example. Once I started aligning myself with everything African, I started meeting great people who were doing things and providing a platform or an opportunity for me to participate in the unity of Africa. The education will wash your brain of their narratives, of the lies and the half-truth that was told to us about who we are as a people and what our contribution is to the world. It's not a surprise and it's not a secret that African people, Black people, were completely removed from the history books. Now it's time for us to change our minds, wash our minds, and start thinking of the things that our people have done to contribute to this world. It's about you being the change that you want to see. It's about you doing something and channeling your energy and your anger that you may have about the damages that have been done. It's about you channeling that anger in the right direction so you can make a difference and contribute to what we're trying to achieve. And I always say this, if you don't want to educate yourself for yourself, do it for your children and your children's children. Because whether we like it or not, the actions and the steps that we take today will affect our children and our children's children. So if you don't want to do it for yourself, Do it for your children's children, so it will become easier for them to live a better life and live a life that is less struggle because of the fact that they're choosing to unite. Marcus Garvey said it. We, you, me, I, us, will need to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery, because whilst others can free the body, none but ourselves can free our spirit, can free our mind. We're talking about the mental unity that Africa needs, and the unity that Africa needs begins in your mind. And then accountability, race accountability. Establish a race accountability. What do I mean by that? Being accountable and taking accountability of how we act and how we behave and what we say about Africa, especially to people who are non-Africans or people who are not of African descent. It is thinking and acting on a wider, on a mass level, as opposed to thinking on an individual level. In particular to the leaders, it is thinking of how your decisions will impact the next generations. It is thinking about the acquiring of loans. How will the loans that you acquire, how will that impact the next generation? How will the sale of land impact the next generation? The favors that you give to foreigners that you don't give to the African countries, and I'm talking about the countries on the continent of Africa, as well as the countries that are in the Caribbean. How will your decisions impact the next generations? It is not a secret that we are paying a price for unfavorable decisions that were made in the past. On an individual level, it is you putting yourself and thinking, putting yourself in your race mate's shoes. In other words, the shoes of the people who are of the same race. So when you're making a decision, you're not just thinking about yourself, you're thinking about how it's going to impact the other Black people that are living today and the ones that will live tomorrow. Right? And in the suggestions from Dr. Neely Fuller, he gave us 10 things that we can stop doing that will help us to be more united, to help us to come together as one unit, and even help us to embrace each other and show each other some love. One thing that was robbed of us and one thing that we currently don't do today. He says, stop snitching. It doesn't mean that you're not going to say something when something is wrong, but it's deliberately taking steps to hurt your brother or your sister. Stop name calling. Stop cursing. Stop gossiping. Stop being discourteous. Stop stealing. Stop robbing. Stop fighting. Stop killing. And stop squabbling with each other, among each other, against each other, to each other. Here are 3 things that you can do on a daily basis that will help you to move the needle. Something that will help you to start changing your mind, to start thinking differently of what is it, of making a change, so we can start to unite on an individual level that will lead to a mass level that will lead to the overall liberation of the African people. When it comes to identification, solidify your identity with Africa. For me, being a Jamaican born, when I was growing up in Jamaica, I heard of Africa, but I was told that Africa was a far place, a small little place, far, far away with poor, hungry, wretched people. Naturally, I did not want to go to Africa, nor did I want to associate with Africa. How many other people like myself who was born outside of the diaspora, outside of Africa, in the diaspora, how many other people were either fed those lies by the media, by the stories, by TV, and how many other people felt that way? Thankfully, I am no longer comfortable with those lies. I am no longer comfortable with giving up a continent for an island. Remember what Marcus Garvey said. A people without knowledge of their past, history or origin or culture is like trees without roots. Educate yourself. Don't wait for them to teach you. No one will give you the secret that will disarm them. There is a reason why Black history is not being taught in school. Educate yourself. Find teachers that will help you, that have already done the research. Some of the teachers that I rely on are Dr. Claude Anderson, who teaches about Black economics and the importance of economical unity. Dr. Arikana Chiambori, who is breaking things down at the grassroots level and showing us the impacts of the decisions and the impacts of colonization. The late Francis Cress Wesley, who speaks from a psychological perspective that helps you to understand from a mindset perspective why racism exists, why they do the things they do, and why they do not want to teach you your history in school. The late Dr. Amos Wilson, who teaches us that we need to decolonize our minds. These are just a few of the people that you can find out there. We are in the age of knowledge where you can research and find people on YouTube or on Google who can get you the information that you need. And accountability, again, being accountable for what you do and what you say, thinking of the next generation and making sure that it does not impact them. I'm almost done. Be the unity that you want. See the unity that you want. Believe the unity. The world sees us as one. They see us as one. When it comes to anything negative, if one black man does anything, they say it's all black man. So let's leverage that power. Let's leverage the power of unity and unite on a mass level. And I will end with this. Up, you mighty race. You can accomplish what you will. The unity and the ultimate liberation of Africa begins with you. And I yield the floor to you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for your wonderful words. Very powerful. And thank you for being a part of today's event. It's powerful. I agree with everything you said. And continue with the names she said, guys, to the audience. All the way down to Runoko Rashidi, Professor James Malls. Keep it going. We thank you for being a part.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so we're going to go back and try to reintroduce Pata and Pata and Aset. I just want to reintroduce. They are with the calendar, but I just want to say that again. I see them that they're with us now. Wonderful. Of course, I was. So let me bring you up. And of course, my camera has lost. But are you there? You both? Are you there?
I am. How are you?
Okay, wonderful. You can hear me?
Yes.
Great, great. So I would love to give you the floor and your discussion about the African calendar. Are you?
So I was very impressed.
Just wanted to see if that would help. Oh. A little bit of technical difficulties. Let me try to take you out and bring you back in. Okay. We might be having a little bit of technical difficulties there. Just try one more time. But so far.
Hi, can you hear me better now?
I can hear you now.
Great, thank you. Yes, I was very impressed by the previous speaker.
Was it she?
Yeah, so so I can start?
Yes, and now the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, welcome all, and I want to say thanks that we have been given this platform to talk on. In alignment with what the previous speaker was talking about, it is very essential that we get to know ourselves. And we have created a tool. It's named the African Calendar. And I would like to share with you a presentation about that. So I will try and find it real quick. Share screen, what is this? Okay, if correct, you can see the calendar. The African calendar is about making the switch from believing to knowing. The reason why we say making the switch from believing to knowing is because we live in a society where we have a belief system. We are fed all these norms and values throughout our education, through our parents, through experience that we had in the past. And we've created an African calendar just to inform people with factual events and the stories behind people, traditions, and histories. So I'd like to introduce ourselves. I am Alcet Angray, and together with my partner, Tangray, he's at work right now, we have created the African calendar that answers the few questions. Is this you? Are you interested in African history? I would want to know more about the role African history played in world history. If you would like to know more about our history, our culture, and our heritage, if you would like to know your ancestors better, if you feel connected to your authentic self, and if you would want to share more of African history with your children, then this is a tool that you cannot miss. The African calendar. A calendar forms the basis of all great and successful civilizations around the world. It lays the foundation and harbors cultural legacy, which is a birthright to us all to begin with. So the philosophy of the African calendar, which we also refer to as the TAC, it started with around the Nile, where the first calendar, which was known as the Dendera disc right now, was created. Calendars influence how the way we interact, how we organize life, which ultimately reflects the culture and traditions of powerful and inspireful civilizations. The first 360th day calendar was created in Tamaray, Kemet, at a time where there was nothing, and out of that nothing, everything we see today that was created based on the aspects of Neter, or what we now know as nature. Neter meaning God to us. What had happened is this story was actually taken and incorporated in the Roman calendar. As you can see, the Dendera disc is over 56,000 years old. It is nearly not the oldest that has been found, but this is the oldest that was recorded. The Dendera disc was brutally taken by the French in 1827 out of a temple of Hathor in Luxor, and it was taken there and brought to France, and it's now still, you can still admire it in the Louvre Museum. So it's all factual and it's all physical also. The Roman calendar was a calendar that was created in 738 BC. It was just a simple calendar. It only has like a civil value to it. It was based on the moon cycles, and every moon cycle that was a month. That's where the month comes from the moon cycle. Around 45 BC, before Christ, actually Julius Caesar came in contact with Egypt, and he found the Dendera disc, which he then applied to the Roman calendar and exchanged it into the Julius calendar. The whole story is in the African calendar, which actually amplifies how this took place and what the tools were given to produce this new calendar. Julius Caesar also eternalized his name in this calendar by naming the month July after himself. This calendar upheld for about 1600 years, and in about 1582, it was changed into the Gregorian calendar, the calendar that we uphold today. A specific element to this calendar is that, if you have noticed, the only international holidays that it has is Christian holidays. This is how Christianity was propagated in the world on a massive scale. So you had all these traditions around Christianity, like Christmas, Pentecostal, Easter, Good Friday, and all these kind of festivities. And traditions have the impact of uniting people, of creating some kind of a cohesion amongst a group of people. And this was actually done worldwide. This is how Christianity was actually marketed around the world. So to go to the next slide, what are the values of the African calendar. As a people of African descent, we have lost most of our cultural legacy. We have become subcultures to the dominating cultures that rule over us. For instance, Brazil was colonized and was upheld by the Portuguese. So you can see that they have very, even the Black community in Brazil holds more cultural alignment with the Portuguese. Same as in Suriname, we align more with the Dutch. Our language is also Dutch. And this is massively projected all over the world amongst us people of African descent, who we refer to now as Black people. So our history is a part of acknowledging our legacy, our ancestral legacy, a reflection, and it's educational. Our culture has values, norms, morals, and principles that value us and connect us, give us a sense of belonging towards a group of people. Our traditional give us generational wealth, commemoration, and stability, cohesion, while rituals are like secret passwords that give us a sense of recognition, acceptance, nostalgia, and connect us spiritually. So the solutions are mostly found in the fact that we have accepted ourselves as people are colored Black, which is actually reducing ourselves to the color of our skin. While we are much more than that, we are not people of enslaved. We are not descendants of enslaved. We are descendants of Africa. And once we come to unite on those principles, we have a history pointing into the right direction and actually referring to ourselves and upholding the traditions and rituals that come forth of Africa. We are all growing a bigger awareness as we slowly move towards globalization and digitalization. This means more of the intercultural relationships are being formed at a larger scale, be it platonically, romantically, or business-wide. The African calendar brings people of all ethnicities back to the essence of humanity, as a time where there was nothing, and out of that nothing, everything we see today was created. This provides us with a new perspective as we share stories that create a better understanding and more empathy behind people's stories and events. The African calendar is an instrument that can be used to break open the anti-Black racism debate as we share new and factual information on how our civilizations were formed. So if we talk about cultural legacy, a cultural legacy is the inheritance of culture that trades influences for success or failure. Our cultural practices from centuries ago that have been passed down through each generation. Cultural legacy is the collective name for the powerful story of our history, your rich culture, your colorful traditions, and our powerful rituals that we as a people of African descent miss. Like Marcus Garvey said, and the previous speaker said, a people without its history, its culture, and knowledge of itself is like a tree without roots. And we need to uphold that, we need to uphold that much more, as we are a lost people at this point. We have actually become what has been created of us, a people, a Black image of us, which was created, which we have adopted as we needed to survive. Because to be Black, you actually had to become Black. So our cultural legacy exists out of history, culture, traditions, and ritual. And all these are imperative for us to actually connect to each other, to see each other. Because like the previous speaker said, we all are connected. It's just where the boat stranded, and we were subjected to the dominating cultures that led to our diversities now as Caribbean people, or people from South America, or the people from America. But it's actually not what we stand for. So what happened to the cultural legacy of Africa? Well, Julius Caesar copied the Dendera disc, creating the Julius calendar, taking out our gods and our goddesses and turned them into Western gods and goddesses known as zodiac signs. So nowadays, when we refer to, for instance, I am a Capricorn in Western mythology, I say I'm a Capricorn, and I'm proud of that. And I actually claim those features to it. But it's actually the energy that I'm giving to a Western god that is not mine. If you think about January, where we celebrate New Year, New Year was actually to honor the god Janus. All the months in the years are actually named after Western gods. And so the god Janus was honored by Julius Caesar, and he actually exchanged the new year in March going to January so we could actually honor that god. These are things that we are not aware of, but these things really go against our spirituality. So we need to look into those things deeper. We are all born into cultures. If you are born to a Surinamese mother, or you are born to a Brazilian mother, or a Dominican family, you will automatically adopt that culture. And what is imperative to understand there is that culture upholds certain values and norms, and those norms are being passed down from generation to generation. And what happened to us is when we were taken out of Africa to become enslaved, we literally had to become enslaved mentally. We needed to act enslaved, we needed to think enslaved, and we needed to teach our children to be enslaved. What happened is the first people were taken from Africa, they became enslaved. They were whooped, they were beaten, they were killed. There was everything done to them to make them subject to being a slave. Now, when they had children, what did they learn? They teach their children. They would teach their children to act like a slave. So they would teach their children to be quiet, to not speak back, to obey the master, to do the work, to be very submissive. And that is actually what we have taught our children generations and generations after. So for 400 years, we did that. And afterwards, after we became, after the enslavement, we actually became Negroes. Negroes as if in negro, the first word that was used to actually point out who we were, and negro meaning black. So we became negros, negro in America, where they actually had this social civilization where black and white lived together. It was segregation at first, but then when they saw that we flourished by having a Black Wall Street, we had our own villages, we had our own doctors, our own agencies, our own schools, they actually went back and said, no, if we want to keep these people small, we have to integrate them into our culture, into our way of thinking about them. And that's how we became integrated and politically called Black. So we are not Black. We have become Black. And to be Black, you had to become Black. So they actually had the Jim Crow era, and where they actually lynched us, and they had the KKK just to keep us in this sense of being Black and adopting that culture. And to know where your seat at the table was, where your seat in the bus was, in the behind. And all these morals and norms are being passed down from generation to generation. And this is where we are at this point. We are waking up massively and knowing that we have much more to offer. The only thing is that our history is shattered all over the world. It's been destroyed, it's been manipulated and falsified. So now we are actually taking bits and pieces and trying to puzzle back who we are, our own identity. And with the African calendar, what we have done, we have researched over 20 years already now, researched the history. We have glued together every bits and pieces, all factual, and installed them in this one African calendar so people can actually find more of themselves in one place. So if there are any questions, you're free to ask them.
We thank you so much for your commentary for today's presentation. You just made amazing points, and I think you followed very well behind the last speaker because it's true.
Yeah, it's the thing that we did with the African calendar is we aligned all the stories from prehistorical dating back to history and also the nowadays events. So you will find in there our African astrology that was dedicated to our gods and the mythology behind those gods. And also we highlight countries and the icons like Haiti and Ghana, but also Dominican Republic, Suriname, so we can all get to know the stories behind the people and the events that we've been through, because that is what actually is going to connect us. We are separated, though the whole world looks at us as one group of Black people, but we are not one, because we are, in our cultural mind, and mentally, we are divided.
And I just so agree with this. The other organization, my vice president with the Haitian American Collaborative, was actually working with, Baina Bello and just making a calendar that, displays Haitian events. So, and with that same idea, so it's just so great to hear that these ideas are happening across seas. And so we will have a calendar and a time that actually shows our dates, our events, our triumphs,
Right.
And, and I love this. And I thank you so much for being a part with us for today.
Thank you. Enjoy your evening.
You too.
Next. Thank you.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. So I just want to give a special shout out in between as I bring up our next speaker, just to our sponsors, Tuna Cheki, and our second sponsor, My Media Prime TV, for thankfully streaming us today. It's been another wealth of information. Lola, who is our Pan-African activist, will be our next speaker on the true liberation and what that possibly means for us as a whole. So let me bring her in.
Okay. Good morning.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
How are you? I love your hair.
Thank you. I love your hair, goddess. I love everything you got going on. You're beautiful, queen. And I'm just happy to be here to talk about what true liberation is.
And let me give you the floor to do so.
Yeah. Black Power family. Yeah. I'm here today to say that I am proud to be a queen. I'm proud to understand my divinity. I'm proud to understand that I am a goddess and that we are going to reclaim our domain, which is Earth. We will rise above the oppression of our enemies and we will destroy our enemies. What liberation is to me and what I understand it to be is for us to be able to make choices about our own financial destiny as a nation. What liberation means to me is that our children have their education taught to them in its entirety from beginning of their greatness. We still have so much that we have to go through to get there. We've had so many things that have happened throughout the years that has made us discouraged, but we will continue to overcome and we will continue to fight for our own land, for our own nation. Marcus Garvey in 1919 came up with the whole ideology of Pan-Africanism. He said Africa is for the African, both home and abroad. We were meant to have our own nation. And I want every melanated brother and sister out there to know that you no longer have to live your life in bondage under white supremacy. You do not have to feel that you're a lesser being. Melanated brother and sister, walk with your head held up high, knowing that you are a king and you come from a royal stock. That's what I want every Black man, woman, and child out there to know, that we are rulers of this domain, which is earth. And I'm just proud to know that there's so many other like-minded people, such as myself, out there in the world. If we can just come together, we could have so much. Another thing that liberation means to me is that the color of your skin will no longer be seen as a badge of shame. Our hair won't be able to be seen as a badge of shame. You know, some places where you get a job, they tell you can't have your hair locked. They'll tell you that you have to either wear a wig or change your hair or straighten it to assimilate to what they want it to be. Liberation means that we'll be able to have our own corporations where we hire people who look like us.
Sunday, I just do Sunday, yes.
Liberation to me means that I don't have to fear for my brother or any man that I love to leave out the door and not come back the way they came. Liberation to me means that I don't have to worry about police brutality. Recently, my friend Queen Sasha of the UK, the Oxford Black Panther, I believe she was a victim of an assassination attempt, even though the news is saying otherwise. I know for a fact that they wanted to silence her because of her activism. So, Diane of the UK, the Parliament, I support you on that statement. Don't allow the white supremacist media to silence you, Queen. I just wanted to say that on here too. Liberation to me is we have our own media where we get the truth out to our people, what benefits us.
They said put him out.
Another thing that liberation means to me as well is that we will have our own culture. We can celebrate our own holidays. We can have our own times to come together. And we have the right to worship our own gods and deities. And we no longer have to worry about worshiping European gods that are not ours. That's what liberation truly is, being able to be who you are without being apologetic about it. I am unapologetically African and proud, and that's something that I want all melanated people to be able to say one day. But what breaks my heart is that a lot of Black people here in America and other melanated people around the world, they don't know what it is to really be free. They don't understand what true freedom is. They think because they got a high-paying job, they got a nice house, that's somehow freedom. That's not freedom. Freedom is being able to truly sit down with other people in your community and make plans for your whole nation without Europeans and other foreign governments coming in and telling you what you can and cannot do. Purposely trying to destabilize your nation so they can continue to profit off of your suffering. Most Black people, melanated people around the world don't understand that their countries are not poor. Africa is not poor. Africa is one of the wealthiest nations on the face of the earth. Africa is the true bread basket of the world. And they do not want us to wake up to understand that if we take over our own finances, we can shift the dynamics of Africa where it will benefit our people, and they don't want that. That's why they come up with the Boko Haram. That's why they create all this inward fighting with the people to keep us underdeveloped, undereducated, and poverty-stricken so that we will continue to be against one another.
Oh my goodness. That's all. No, you can't.
Hold on.
Can't. That's right. That's right.
Sorry, my grandmother's talking too loud. I apologize. But yeah, that's something that I've come to understand that's really important. Okay, I'm just going to another part of my house. I'm sorry, everyone, for that. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so I'm sorry about all the interference. My grandmother was talking loud. So as I was saying, is that we have to start taking our country back from the Asian, from every European nation that continues to try to keep us destabilized. We have to start rising up and telling them that we are adults. We can think for ourselves. We have the most intelligent people on the face of the earth who've cultivated everything that they have, and we don't need them. We never needed Europeans to tell us how to do anything. We taught them everything that they know. And we must take that dynamic and flip it to let the world know that we are capable of doing everything for our own people. We don't need their medicine. We do not need them to do anything for us. Some of the greatest scientists came from the continent. Everything that I'm using today, headphones, the internet, the cell phone, everything that I'm using, Africans created. This whole networking system, Africans came up with, and they sold their ideas to European people. So we don't have the credit of these things, but we invented it still just the same. So that's something that I just want everyone to know that's within a continent, is that we are capable of being self-sufficient. We just have to believe in one another. I believe in every Black brother and sister out there today that we can overcome and we can rise up and have a nation of our own. And it will happen. We just have to continue to support one another. And what I want to say today too is that this is not going to come easy. With liberation, sometimes to get true liberation, it comes with bloodshed. It comes with sacrifice. Enough of our people's blood has been shed. We've lost so many great Pan-African leaders through assassination. We've lost great African-American Black activist leader, once again through assassination. We need to start protecting our activists that speak for us, that are trying to support a new nation for us. We need to start rallying around them, working with them, instead of working against them. So I want to say that today too. The liberation movement isn't for everyone, because you have a lot of people that are afraid and they think that everything's going to be the way it is forever, and it's not. You must join the fight to liberate yourself, to liberate your mind, to liberate your soul, so that you can see what our ancestors left in place for us. And that was to be rulers of the earth and continue to help other nations grow. Our ancestors used to teach so many people around the world different things. Our ancestors, the Ethiopians, used to teach Greeks and Romans. That's where they got all this knowledge from. As the sister before was saying about the calendar and how the calendar was altered, they stole that knowledge from us. Everything within Greek and Roman history is plagiarized from Kemet and African teaching. So the knowledge is out there, you just got to learn it. One thing, another thing too that I wanted to say too, is what made me become a part of the liberation movement for Africa was learning my history. I was working at Colonial Williamsburg, and I started studying about the lives of African Americans, and I realized everything they were writing about their experiences were lies. We were not happy, humble slaves. We were revolutionaries who had many uprisings here in America, had many revolutionary wars here in America because what happened in Haiti. So if you're in Haiti today, I say Black power to you, because without the Haitians and their revolution that was successful, we would have never had the courage to do what we did here in America, what Nat Turner did. And I really feel with everything that's happening today, it is going to be another bloody revolution. It is going to be another revolution that's going to take place within a continent, because so many people from other parts of the world are going there and they're becoming more greedy. They want more land and they want to harm more people. We have to rise up and start protecting one another and giving them the means to destroy their enemies. Anyone, and who are our enemies? A lot of people ask, who are the enemies? Anyone who wished to come and do harm to our women and children, our men, underdevelop our country, steal from us, disrespect us, try to sell our resources for their gain, and it don't benefit us. Those are our enemies, and those peoples do not have rights to be in our home. So I don't want to run over time. I know my time supposed to be 15 minutes. I'm trying to stick to that time limit. So I'm just going to end by saying this. Let the liberation start in your heart so you'll understand what true freedom is. True freedom is living without fear, living without looking over your shoulder and questioning yourself, are you worthy to have a certain position? All power to the people.
Thank you so much. Wow. Lola, how powerful, amazing, inspiring, absolutely inspiring, truthful words you spoke.
Very truthful words. Very truthful
You're
words.
so brave. I just loved listening to you. You got to come back one day. You got to come back and give us some more of that. I love your spirit. I just love the way you addressed everybody so calmly, so intelligently. It was just wonderful. Lola, you're amazing. You're amazing. And you're so beautiful. My goodness. Beautiful African queen. Oh, wow. Oh.
Of course.
Thank you so much, Lola.
That is definitely a hard act to follow, but I'm going to throw someone in there to follow it, who is also a representation of NEON, which is the Haitian American Elected Official Network, and one of my colleagues, Alex, Dr. Alex.
But we do, before that, Diana, we're going to have a break.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah?
Oh, I forgot. Are we doing the break?
We're going to do a break. Finally, we're going to have a break. Just a little.
We're going to finally have a break. So, Alex, sit right there for me. We're going to actually have one break today, and then we'll be right back in.
All right.
Vessels of Virtue Global Entrepreneurship, Social Entrepreneurship and Leadership Awards 2021. Accelerating the voice of holistic empowerment and transformation for outstanding, innovative, courageous, resilient leaders, entrepreneurs, and social entrepreneurs. This award ceremony honors the many that have defied odds, challenged the status quo, and have gone on to change not only their lives, but also that of many around them. The awards bring together active stakeholders from around the globe with the aim to appreciate, honor, and support achievers and help narrate the positive impact individuals are making in their respective countries, continents, and the world at large. The award categories for leadership are Emerging Leader, Future Leader, Outstanding Leader, Men in Leadership, Women in Leadership, Pan-African Leader. The categories in entrepreneurship are Outstanding Entrepreneur, Innovative Entrepreneur, Upcoming Startup, Upcoming SME, Best Entrepreneur in Information Technology, Best Entrepreneur in Healthcare, Best Entrepreneur in Finance, Best Entrepreneur in Consumer Discretionary, Best Entrepreneur in Communication Services, Best Entrepreneur in Industrial Services, Best Entrepreneur in Consumer Staples, Best Entrepreneur in Energy, Best Entrepreneur in Utilities, Best Entrepreneur in Real Estate, Best Entrepreneur in Materials, Best Entrepreneur in Farming. The categories in Social Entrepreneurship Awards are Social Change, Pillar of the Community, Courage and Tenacity, Outstanding Social Entrepreneur, Innovative Social Entrepreneur, Most Transformative Entrepreneur, Impact-Based Social Entrepreneurship, Social Entrepreneur with the Most Sustainable Innovation. Nominations will be made across men and women in different age categories on country level, SADC, East, West, North Africa, the African continent, and global. For more information or to partner with us on this historic, groundbreaking event or to make nominations in the various categories, contact us on the details below. Vessels of Virtue Global Entrepreneurship, Social Entrepreneurship and Leadership Awards 2021. Proudly sponsored by Maranatha Publishers, Alohe Cleaners, Vessels Magazine, and Premba Holdings.
So wonderful with our commercial break, and also again just to throw out our sponsors as well with Tuna Cheki and my Media Prime TV. I will graciously be announcing our next talker, who is an elected chairman and the chair of the NEON program, National Haitian American Elected Official Network. And he will be speaking on what does freedom mean to Haiti. So with no further court, I'm going to bring up a friend of mine.
Honorable, are you able to hear me? How are you?
Huh?
How are you? Is my sound okay? Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you well. Awesome. Your sound is great.
Oh, I want to say thank you first and foremost to all the wonderful, amazing panelists you put together in this, all the program, and this wonderful program that everyone who worked so hard to put together. They did such an amazing job. I was in and out watching the program throughout the day. And when it came just before time, because you did say my next talker, and as an educator before I'm a politician, both of them are talkers, but I know my time frame here. I had, as you know, today is council meeting for me, and we were talking about it, but this is such an important topic of, freedom to Haiti. It was just crazy, and I had to be on the council for a supermajority vote, so it was just back and forth. So I want to thank you for your leadership in the National Haitian American Elected Official Network. You did an amazing job on Sunday in a panel of this national voter empowerment that we did. So again, to get on the subject, as we're talking about the motherland, absolutely, as everyone know, the DNA of us as a people started in the motherland. And Haiti, as slaves, most of us were, from the West Coast. We came, from Nigeria, all of the different parts. There was not much there was no trade slaves in South Africa. So Haiti itself, when they were dropping slaves, way before those were dropped in Haiti. And then about the revolution that started around late 1700, which ended in 1803, of us gaining all of our independence and all of the different things that made Haiti what Haiti is. But we did what we did without any weapons, without any big guns, the machine guns, and we were suppressed with the French, the Napoleon, that was suppressing Haiti. So coming back, dealing with slavery, and then out of that we became the first Black republic in the Western Hemisphere. So there's a lot when we celebrating the month of May, which is considered to be the Haitian Heritage Month in the U.S. We just celebrated Haitian Flag Day, May 18th, and there's a lot of significance to the month of May in Haiti, as well as to the diaspora of Haitian descent who are living in other parts of the world, not only here in America. So freedom to us, we know the struggle started in our motherland, because that's where it starts. And us as a people, we fought with our hands and strategically, and we destroy an army that had money, that had resources, that had those big machines, those guns. We didn't have none of that. The slaves put together, and they were very, very much united to destroy Napoleon and the French army and to make us a country of what it is. So freedom means a lot to Haiti. And I think because of us being from Africa to Haiti, being such a pride people, always talk about, oh, we were the first country in the Western Hemisphere, was the richest country producing coffee and all of these products. We were actually overseeing the Dominican Republic when we were Hispaniola and all that. So Haiti really, really was blossoming. And I think because of all that, there's a lot of suppression, a lot of things that's happening now, a lot of political suppressed, that it has kept us as a people, and we are feeling the effect now. And I think it's going to be generation to come when they say us Black people never really get a break. And I think that has a lot to do with how we got started from Africa until here. And our history, of course, from Boukman and 1500s, from way pre Haiti, really says a lot about who we are and how resilient that we are as Haitians. But freedom is everything, because that's the only thing that we know how to be, is to be free. And that comes with a price. And I think we are paying that price politically, economically, and most recently, I think you and I, we had a discussion about we're paying for it in terms of educational wise. So there's a lot that is happening, that the suppression of who we are as a people in general has to do with the key word, which is freedom. Because even here in America, I don't think all of us understand what freedom means and what does it mean to be suppressed, and what we got to do to be truly a free people.
It's so powerful that you said that, and it's a good way to close our today's events. There's a poem that I was given before in learning in our liberation and studying, and particularly because he's kept using freedom. So I'm going to give this to the audience, but I'm particularly going to say it next to you, and because my Haitian mentor gave me this, and it says freedom as a question mark, and it goes, our first mistake was that we thought, Our first mistake is that we thought of freedom as a place rather than a continuation of a struggle. Tyranny never sleeps. Our second mistake was that we thought of freedom as a goal rather than a launching pad for which we reach those goals. Without purpose, freedom hardly matters. Our third mistake was that we thought of freedom made us free. But that, however, is license, not freedom at all. Freedom is being shackled to identity, purpose, and direction, and being in constant pursuit. And that was written by Amun Hatep. And I think with the story and how we can end with just what liberation means, it's a constant pursuit from our people that has started from the dawn
of time when we didn't even think when we were just liberating ourselves in different dimensions to be more closely connected to the universe and planet, to when it became closer and more worldly, and we had to liberate ourselves from people. And now we have to liberate ourselves from that same structure, but our mindsets and evolving in the way we were before, right? So, I appreciate you coming on. And we always pull each other in this manner a little bit, like, So I very much appreciate you giving us your time. And I know, Councilman, you're all over the place with meetings.
Listen,
I appreciate you.
When especially a program such as this, and when you're a member of this wonderful organization called, I will always do what I have to do. I do have to jump back after our meeting, and I want to thank you to go back to the council meeting, but this is so important, and I want to again take my hats off to all of the organizer who put this amazing event together, because I was watching from my phone and I had people that was watching, and when my time came, up to speak, and then they needed the supermajority. I just want to say thank you to you, to the amazing, anything that talks about our motherland, went back to Africa, and most of the Haitian Americans, most are Haitians. I'm talking about Haitian Americans, all Haitians, most of them. We are from the Benin tribes, Benin. And when I went to Benin, because a brother of mine, which is next to Nigeria, you could tell you were home. You could feel it. So, it's all connected, but you could only have that connection if you go back. And it's often when you talk to maybe perhaps an African American who does not really understand that all of us are from Africa. We just been dropped to different islands and different here. They were just slaves here, and we were slaves in elsewhere, and then we went to Haiti and Jamaica and all these different things. And in the middle part of this country, they don't look at us as Caribbean. They don't look at us. They just, okay, there's another Black person. Right. And, wherever. So anytime we do that, I want to thank you guys. And this topic of freedom, it goes. And anytime I have to deeply, you always so deep talking to you. I enjoyed it. And I say, thank you. Keep on doing what we do. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, Councilman. And I appreciate you being a part. Now get back to work.
I will. For the people.
So next we have in line Dr. Kevin Washington, African Central psychiatrist, and he will be talking about the mental emancipation and a critical step towards African liberation. Wow, that is strong. So I'm going to bring him up. How are you, Doctor?
I am here. Greetings. How are you, Sister Diana?
I am here too with you. Actually, quite honored, because anytime you speak, it's just a plethora of more information and a lot more note taking. So I will definitely give you the floor.
Well, thank you for allowing me to have this time to converse with you about African liberation. We must be clear about the idea of liberation, freedom from what? Liberation means to be liberated from something that has detained someone in the past. And it's important to make sure that when we liberate ourselves, that we do two things. One thing is that we actually leave from something, and we leave that which was destroying us behind. And too often, many times, people will actually leave with the same incarcerated mindset that they had prior to the enslavement or the incursion of someone else's power upon them. Thus, they actually perpetuate the particular trauma that they have encountered. It doesn't matter what population you deal with, you find the same phenomena happening, is that those that have been oppressed, those that have been detained, those that had been actually held in captivity, often demonstrate the same set of behaviors that led them into the condition of not knowing who they were in the first place. And so it is an honor to celebrate African Liberation Day. That is the liberation from what? And so the first thing that we will begin with is this idea, the liberation from the incursion of European dominance, right? And so when we talk about the European dominance, we must deal with the idea of European superiority, but also deal with the idea of European power imposition. And so it's critical to be able to be clear about the liberation that the Europeans, and also we deal with the Arab invasion. We deal with a plethora of invasions, the Hyksos invasion into the continent. So we have thousands of years of invasions of other people. And so we have to recognize that each time that there was an invasion, there was a power imposition. That means that people had to impose their power, their will, their prowess on a population. And so this happened on multiple levels. One was, of course, the physical challenge of men against men, men against women, men against children. That was typically how it was done. Most of the time, that there was not much bringing of women to battle, but men were fighting a hand, tooth, and nail of the populace that was dead. They also began to challenge ideology. And so we talk about ideology, you deal with the issue of religious philosophical underpinnings of how people function, their various dynamics of worldview, right? And so the ontology, axiology, the epistemology, right? How do they organize the universe? How do they understand themselves in relationship to the creator? And so you see then that they brought in religious order that they thought was imperative for one to know. And so that is the Arab invasion. And then Europeans repackaged African Christianity, African spirituality, call it Christianity, and then impose that on the populace. And so you have these various types of impositions, right? The physical, the philosophical, and then the idea of ethnic cleansing, right? The idea of not killing someone, but once the populace had been overtaken physically, once one had taken over psychological, or the idea of the philosophical overtaking, there was then the psychological pillaging that took place. And this pillaging came in the form of what they considered to be ethnic cleansing, for example. So when you have two warring factions coming together, and what the victor claimed of the one that they defeated, it is called booty. And so the booty are the spoils or plunder of war. And so we have then this ethnic cleansing process by which Europeans and others begin to impose themselves genetically on a populace so that you can get in what they will consider to be ethnic cleansing. And so we have to look at these multiple levels of reality and look at how we're talking about liberation. So oftentimes we limit the conversation about African liberation to simply being one set of events, one event, the idea of the so-called enslavement, human trafficking, what they call the slave trade, or we look at the so-called the triangle. Well, so we limit the conversation in very minute ways, and it begins to have us to question, or not even think about questioning, the years of imposition that occurred, again, physically, that occurred philosophically, and also that occurred psychologically. And so we have to see that there were years of raping and pillaging the minds of a population. And so Stephen Biko said it best, that the greatest weapon of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressor. And so that is the thing that has been taken advantage of. That's the thing that we're working to get back. When you talk about physical imposition, if you look at ethnic cleansing, you can see it happening with individuals coming in and having their sexual ways with Africans on the continent. But if you look at also the ways that Africans throughout the diaspora in the more recent dispersal of Africans, you will see that they do the same thing psychologically, where you have lynching, raping, castration. All these things are ways to psychologically tear down a population. And so we see, even in the US and other places, that the lynching practices have not relieved themselves, that the lynching is done publicly so that others can see what's taking place, so that they will get themselves in order, because they will be operating from a position of fear. And so we must recognize then that the psychological aspect of this process of the European incursion is one in which is long lasting, because it is one that is mental and and it builds a belief system, or what some call BS, right? So we're filled with a belief system of European superiority. Then the outgrowth of that is that people begin to try to find ways to survive within the context of the European imposition. That is, how do I position myself in such a way that I do not encounter more discomfort coming from this entity? So one way is to adopt the philosophical independence of a population. One, acquiesce to the populace. After, of course, moments of years of beating and fighting. The other thing is to accommodate this particular entity that is seeking to take you over. And so we understand then that the acquiesce and accommodation comes in the form of adopting or assuming the philosophical underpinnings. So they have many people who are of African descent that consider that the Greeks to be the Greek classics in literature without no recognition of the power and the symbolism and the mysticism inside of the Medu Neter, or what is called hieroglyphs, right? And Medu Nefer, the idea of divine speech and good speech. So we recognize that there's an adopting of the European way of life in order to navigate the space. And so then one freely then walks into a form of incarceration and begins to assume that the Greco-Roman civilization is the highest order of civilization. And so we begin to want to imitate and emulate what they have, and at the same time abnegate what we came from, right? Who we are as a people. To understand that Pythagoras did not come up with the concept of geometry, that individuals had already conceptualized how to construct buildings geometrically, some called pyramids. These pyramids had a base of 4 and a side of 3 to an apex of 1. So what we studied in Pythagoras theory was actually ancient African constructs that were built to understand one's divinity, the idea of the 4 directions, symbolizing north, south, east, and west, but also the elements of the universe, the base of 4 symbolizing earth, air, water, and fire, and then coming to the sides of 3 symbolizing the idea of man, woman, and child, or eternal life, or mind, body, and soul. And so this idea, the apex of 1, was a God concept. So along with those of Pythagoras, there was always this intellectual knowledge coming from African people, and you continue to see that knowledge being utilized throughout the entire world today, but never giving credence to the populace. And so my point here is that there has been this taking away of the intellectual genius of a population and then misappropriated and suggesting that it belongs to the Greeks and the Romans, and therefore one begins to acquiesce and accommodate and try to become more Greco-Roman, more than and know about Thales and Anaximander, but not know about the various minds that have come out of the various dynasties that have come out of ancient Kemet and before. They have no idea about Taseri, Tameri, Taiwani, Punt, Kush. Have no idea about the idea of Upper and Lower Egypt. Have no idea about the idea of the Upper Nile and the Lower Nile. All of these things are elements that are missed because of assuming that the European intellectual genius is greater. And so there are many people that you can study to understand this. There's Sheikh Anta Diop talks about civilization of barbarism, or the origins of African civilization. There are individuals such as Melfi Asante, there are Joseph Ben Yakanan, John Henry Clark, George G.M. James. So a variety of individuals that one can study to begin to unpack this ancient history, like the idea of the stolen legacy. I think it's very genius the way that Sheikh Anta Diop wrote the title "Civilization of Barbarism." The idea that how can one bring civilization to a population? And John Henry Clark actually stated very clearly, civilization is the act of being civil. And so war cannot be civil. And so when we begin to examine more closely what has taken place, we see the physical incursion, that we begin to adopt the oppressor's historical legacy and begin to assume that it is ours. We adopt the religious order of the oppressor. And so we begin to worship as the oppressor did. And so you can go through countries throughout Africa that are primarily Arab, and you will see them, you hear them playing Arab-sized songs. Now, we're not suggesting that all Arabs were not necessarily of African descent, but that's a deeper dive to understand the connection between Africans and what became known as Arab. Because as a matter of fact, what happened in that process, much of the African genius was kept alive in mathematics, especially through that incursion. But the point we want to make here is that when one begins to disavow themselves from their own of recognizing the divinity, when you find spaces such as Senegal and Gambia, where there was the imposition of Arab religion, there is a removal of African masks and African religious practices. And so you have to go further down in Guinea, find that, and in Cote d'Ivoire to find the connections because of the Arab imposition to say that these things are not of divine order. But in reality, the practices that we engage in are the things that allow us to solidify our connection with our divinity and ourselves and our people. And you have then the adaptation of the religious orders. And so these things are things that have caused us some problems, some challenges. And more importantly, these are the things that we must begin to liberate ourselves from. That is, identify with the power and prowess of ourselves as a people, to be able to be clear about our Africanity, our heritage, our knowledge, to be clear about the fact that we come from a great and powerful people, that the Greeks and the Romans did not come up with this idea of civilization. Civilization is the act of being civil. And so you cannot apply in any stretch of the imagination that fighting and killing someone is a civil act, right? So we even talk about in the U.S. civil war. How can you have a civil and war at the same time? So we live in a space with perpetual oxymorons that we begin to believe to be fundamental truths. In reality, they are acts of terrorism. And so even in the U.S., it marks its entire history around war. So we know about the Revolutionary War. We know about the Civil War. We know about World War I. We know about the Korean War. We know about the Vietnam War, World War II, the Iraq War. We know about wars because they begin to mark their history around war. We even understand the Trojan War. So for them, it's always about your accomplishments around the idea of warring and destruction. When you look at African societies, it was always about the various dynasties based on what was constructed. At this point, these buildings were erected. The Harem-Khet, the Sphinx was created. The step pyramids of Saqqara were created. So see that there's a different order and a different worldview. And this is the thing that we must begin to liberate ourselves towards. See, there's freedom from and freedom to. And I give a classic example of this. I had a dog one time that was in a small backyard, but it was a very large dog. And so once we got the dog outside into an open field, it ran around the field and it really could have run away from us and we never would have seen it again. But after it had run around in circles and run around so far, it came back and stood right next to us. It was free from the backyard, but it had no idea that it was freedom to be a dog, because in reality, dogs roam. They don't sit in anybody's house, actually move around, and they roam. They search. They do what they do. And so the reality is that we have to understand that freedom from is one thing, but freedom to is something else. So when we talk about freedom from oppression, it is then secondly the freedom to be a liberated African. And what does it look like? And it's hard to understand what it looks like because we've been living under the incursion of European dominance and power, but there are always vestiges and there are always remnants of who we are as a people. We recognize that wherever we find ourselves as a people, that we understand a God concept. I don't care where it is, whether it's Olodumare, whether it is Clay, Bamana, I don't care what it is called. It is always somewhere a God concept in play for African people. That's why John Mbiti says very clearly that for the African religion is life and life is religion, that there is a connection between the two and that there's never a severing of the two because they are always a part of. Even I find myself in the Gambia at this time, that though some may practice Islam in a very devout way, the way they practice is very African. And so it is not Arabicized, it is something very distinct in and of itself. And so we always have a God concept. We always understand the power of humanity. Though there are times where we battle and fight one another, you will find that African people know how to honor humanity in others at all times, right? And so again, there will be debates and battles. There will be moments of warring. There will be some bad leadership, and we can go on ad nauseum about that. We begin to examine the general cultural perspective of a population. Again, here in the Gambia, it is almost impossible to pass by someone and not have a discussion about how are you doing? Did you rest well last night? And that becomes a conversation. Well, good, and continue on with your day. right? It's a slow down process to check in on the humanity, the spirit of another person. And so we have a God concept, we have the idea of humanity, and there is a great value for family. That becomes a part of the process by which we have identity. And so there, in reality, within African worldview, the only way that we have true identity is in the context of a cultural reality, a cultural perspective. That, for example, I became a father. So when I had daughters, and so my identity shifted because they were born. So the collective, the child being born, changed my relationship with other people. And so the idea of I am because we are, therefore I am is very central to African worldview. Among the Zulu, it's called Ubuntu, that whatever you do in your space impacts me in my space. And we can find this, we can find this concept throughout African societies where it is about the we and the us. Just even today, as we talked about, I mentioned about being in the Gambia, a young man had a plate of rice and some dumbara, and he was walking with and going to eat with his friends, and he said, "You are welcome to come with me and eat out from this plate." Now it's one plate. It was a lot of food on that plate, but whatever he had, we had. And so there's a philosophy here that once the food is prepared, it has no owner, right? That's a different concept altogether, that once it has no owner, it belongs to the community. And so we recognize then that there is a community fortification that is essential. So the liberation is freedom from European incursion, but also freedom to be African. I think that is the main one that has challenged us. We begin to identify with the oppressor with our imagery. We begin to place a false hair on our heads, and we make our hair blonde. If we look at the realities of life, the idea of the dominant and recessive genes, as they call them, I call them expressive and less expressive genes, that curly hair is expressive to straight hair, and yet we straighten our hair. We see that there's skin bleaching going on all over the continent, all over the African world, and so we know that dark skin, melanin, is expressive over less melanin. That if you have a product or a person by which there is a non-black person, that child is not going to be a non-black. It's going to be closer to black than non-black. So the reality are African. So the reality is that the genetic expressiveness is within a population. We run towards the genetic recessive because we've been conditioned to see the recessive as being premier. But in the span of life, there is the recessive cannot be the preeminent because it does not express itself the way that others desire for it to do. Brown eyes are expressive over blue eyes, and yet people go around putting blue contacts in eyes. And we have to recognize that there is this buying into an image of European superiority, but when you're free from that, you begin to recognize what it is about me there is to love. And so you begin to recognize how to love your hair, how to love your skin, how to love your eyes, how to love your lip size, how to love your body structure. You begin to understand that all of these things have a purpose and are function. This is liberation. So the idea of persistent enslavement, systemic trauma, suggests that much of the trauma that we begin to carry on is psychological, and we have to begin to break the chains of that particular psychological slavery, as Dr. Naeem Marbar talks about in his book, Breaking the Chains of Psychological Slavery. We must break ourselves away from that, but also go towards who we really are. And when we recognize that, as we look at the genetic material of the population, that it is expressive over others, it doesn't mean that it is better than. It means that it has a unique function in the world that the world needs. And if we diminish it by bleaching our skin, by bleaching our minds, by bleaching ourselves out of existence, the world is left with a void that we were here to fill. When we begin to straighten our hair and try to straighten our thinking to look unlike ourselves, we are leaving something open in the world that the world needs. And it needs the African genius. When we begin to try to make our eyes blue and light green and not be brown, the world is missing the vision of a population that needs to be able to create a greater reality. The African Liberation Day is about understanding, as Bob Marley says, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. We have to be clear about how we emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. And we have to do it. And it begins by looking in the mirror. It begins by examining the beauty of who we are as a people. It begins by examining the genius of African people throughout the ages. Whether we go from aqueducts among the Moors to creating geometrical shapes among the ancients of Kemet, or developing the internet technology, to developing the cell phone technology, Samson and Miles, to developing a broom, developing a baby carriage, to developing all things great and wonderful, for charting the ways by which a rocket can ascend into the heavens and touch the moon and return back. So-called the women of the hidden figures, Black women. Whether it was Gladys West and the conversation around GPS that we use today, a Black woman, Kenneth Dunkley, and the creation of 3D technology, Patricia Bath, and the creation of the cataract removing machine, we must recognize that African genius is preserving the world, but we're so busy running towards the European, running towards the recessive, that we do not recognize the genius that is within. So this African Liberation Day, the challenge is to begin to break the chains of mental slavery by understanding who we are as a people historically, who we are as a people in a contemporary context, and at the point we begin to pre-pave the way for who we will be long after we can no longer speak for ourselves. As Dr. Fukuyama reminds us, we are a seed of a seed of a seed of a seed of the seed, which means that the essence of all that has ever been and all that ever will be resides in us. And if you recognize it this way, that everybody that is listening looks like somebody that came before them. And the question becomes, who do they look like? And who do they look like? Which means then that at some level, we've always been here. And whatever we produce beyond this point will always exist. But we have to take the charge right now and determine what will be the image beyond this point. That is what African Liberation Day is about. That is what understanding persistent systemic trauma is about. That is what freeing yourself from mental slavery is about not having the oppressor reign over your head, recognizing that you have the capacity to liberate yourself, and only you are the one that can be able to create an image and something that is great and wonderful beyond this moment. Thank you so much.
You're on mute, Diane.
Thank you so much, Dr. Washington. Profound, deep, and so much to think about, so much to absorb in that. And I can listen to you all night. If I'm honest, I really could. Because you have so much to teach us about ourselves, looking inwardly at who we are. And you teach us to look away from our oppressor. And it's just, I just love your teaching. I really do.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be able to share. And I will say, Diana M., that many times the things that I'm saying, I'm hearing for the first time. So it's spirit speaking. Yeah. And or I'm hearing it for a first time in a different way. And so so that is the idea of being able to be open. And there's a lot of pain that comes with being African in an anti-African space. There are a lot of attacks. It is not an easy task to engage in. Family members will turn away from you. Jobs may be removed from you. There are a variety of things that happen, but each of these challenges, if we're able to persevere, makes us very stronger for the next generation.
Yeah.
And I've been in this space of the Gambia forest to observe a variety of things, and I just forgotten about the basic things of how dogs breed, right? And how the female makes the dogs follow her until the weaker ones. And I watch other species do some of the same things, and it's amazing. I watch goats, and I've observed certain things, and it's like, if you cannot withstand challenges of life, then you don't have what it takes to extend life. And so the challenges that we will encounter, right, for taking a stand, to be for being ourselves, when there's greater profit for others, for us not to be ourselves, that's a real challenge. But I say this, that goes with this, and by saying that the only reason why they keep coming for us is because they haven't won yet.
That's true.
And we have to recognize that. What is the power of who we are that will not be defeated? That's a deep piece that will not be defeated. It's what led the Haitian Revolution. My brother was talking earlier about the Haitian Haiti populists. It led them to be able to strike up from Boukman, the drum, to Dessalines, to Louverture, to be able to fight against the French and defeat morally Lafitte, such that he sold the Louisiana Purchase for pennies on the dollar, because they said that if these people can beat us like this, that they can fight us like this, there is no land that we are able to, that we should ever hold on to, because they can beat us anywhere. Right? And that becomes, even if you research it today, it becomes the greatest land acquisition in history. My point is, when we stand up and fight for our humanity, the world takes notice. Ancestors show up, the Spirit leads us, and we are victorious in all things. Because they said this one thing, they said that you may be able to defeat man, but you cannot defeat God. And God is within, and they went to go do battle. And they said that every time we kill one, they keep rising up again. And why? Because they realize that the body has been damaged, but whatever it is inside of me can keep coming, and it kept coming. We have to keep coming in the midst of all of the challenges. That's where the victory is. Yeah. And that's who we are as a people.
Yeah, we're connected. We're connected to the divine. And so they can't stop us. No matter what, we will keep coming. We will keep coming. The first is the last, and the last is the first.
You know, my ears perk up when I hear Dessalines and Boukman and Macandal. Like, my ears just perked up like, yeah, you called, you rang? It was a pleasure speaking.
And these names that we don't call out, right? We don't recognize the power of the drum to come together. Yes. And the drum was not necessarily a physical thing outside of the body. The drum is inside the body because the heartbeat is a rhythm. That's how we know that a child is there. So we have the drum within us. Yeah. Liberation is about recognizing our own drum, right? And I don't have to become unlike myself to be okay.
The heartbeat.
Heartbeat.
Right? The
That's it. My unique heartbeat is distinct from yours.
Oh.
In the beginning of this week, Diana put me on the spot and she asked what liberation meant to you. And I said, it's our heartbeat. So it just wrapped it really cool in a circle without even intent.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I like that.
Amazing.
Thank
you, Dr.
Lily, we can have you for an array amount of time, but I think we are going to also be showing a video for
what I'd like to share before you get to the videos, I just want to share with the audience, what is the thinking behind persistent enslavement systemic trauma? And Daniel decided to use that as a part of the theme for this year's African Liberation. And I'm honored that he used a construct called PEST that I've been working on for a number of years, even before there was post-traumatic slave syndrome. I even spoke with Dr. Joy DeGroux when she was coming up with the concept, and I said that we cannot have post, because post means you're beyond the trauma. When it is
Right.
ongoing, it is a perpetual process. And so I call it post-slavery, but even that was wrong. And so my mentor, Dr. Wade Noble, said, consider the word persistent or persisting. And so that's where the persistent came from, because it is an ongoing process. And so we have to recognize that if it is ongoing, there's a different way of doing the healing, the repair, the management work that is distinct from post-trauma, because we have to repair and restore in the midst of what's happening around us. But we have to recognize that it's persistent, it is ongoing. Enslavement is the ideology of one group being superior to another. Systemic, it means that this ideology runs through every aspect of our lives, whether it is how we name ourselves, what schools we attend, what clothes we wear. And it's trauma. It is disruptive to the spirit and psyche of a population. And so when we acknowledge that, then we can begin to acknowledge the fact that there is healing that can take place, because we can begin to set into motions corrective steps to think correctly. So everything I mentioned today was about thinking correctly and living correctly, that is consistent with who we are. And we cannot go to a European therapist or any therapist, but a European-minded therapist, I'll say it that way, who doesn't have any idea of the original shape and form of the psyche of African people. You do not want to come to me and get a cast on your arm, because I did not study physiology and anatomy well enough to cast on properly. Counseling and therapy provides the structure for the healing to take place. But if there's no knowledge of the original structure, then we can deform the mind as we can deform the body. So we have to know who we are. So that's the power of African liberation, is free and knowing who we are. That's all I got to say. I'm done. Let's watch this video. Thank you so much, Diana and Diana.
You're welcome.
It was much a pleasure. And hey, all right, he told us to do it. Let's watch the video.
Okay, I'm gonna share my.
Hey, and we creep you so you can share your screen.
Okay.
Unless you want me to be up here in
share screen. Okay, it's okay.
I just have to find this real quick.
It's okay.
This video is from Ruth James, a management and consultant, and it's African-owned value chains and support chains.
Okay. All right. Can you hear it?
No, not yet.
Can you hear it now?
Greetings. My name is Ruth James, and in recognition of African Liberation Day, I appreciate the opportunity to share some thoughts with you. The topic of African liberation, of course, includes economic emancipation. So let's start by establishing a common understanding of the context in which we use this phrase today. So we see that one definition of economics includes a focus on the production, distribution, and consumption of wealth in a human society, while another takes into consideration the making choices about the products and goods that they buy. Emancipation, of course, is the freedom from being restrained, controlled, or in the power of another. In other words, emancipation is the liberation from bondage. So when we talk about the economic emancipation of the restraints and bondage that subject African peoples to domination and control by entities who purposefully obstruct African peoples' production of wealth, distribution of wealth within African societies as a whole. Well, the past 500 plus years have clearly indicated economic emancipation of African peoples will not be granted, as the economic plight of African peoples is in fact a significant and critical component of the value chains of many industrialized non-African world powers. African peoples will need to achieve economic emancipation from within So what is a winning strategy? Do we simply focus on buy black? Will that be enough to shift the paradigm? I say not. I say the answer lies in understanding and harnessing the force of African value chains. So let's take a moment to understand the value chain reference, the series of activities a business engages in to create valuable products or services, which are a key aspect of a value chain is that the cost of the effort to create a valuable product must be less than the income the product can be traded for. And this is exactly the reason why there is mass exploitation of poorer peoples to harness the services and labor force components of the value chain at little costs in cases of neocolonialism and zero costs in cases of modern day slavery, so that the effort to create certain products and services costs the producer next to nothing or nothing at all. Unfortunately, we live in a world where the demand for cheap or no cost labor is so high that entire mechanisms for the percent poverty are employed as a means to ensure the perpetuation of exploitation by those who use these methods. In a value chain, there are 5 primary activities involved in the creation of valuable products or services. First, we have the logistics involved in acquiring material needed to create a product or service. Then we have the actual operations of manufacturing or creating or extracting the product or service to provide. Then we have the logistics involved in how to customers, and we have the sales and marketing to attract and gain customers, then services to provide customers with support. Now we also have the secondary services needed, which includes sources of financing operations, accounting for auditing and reporting on business operations, legal services to safeguard the business, human resource management, research and development, and procurement activities. So let's make this real by observing a case study of an African value chain in operation in Mevid Dairy Farm, located in Kenya. This is a brilliant example of an African business increasing in value and including fellow Africans in their value chain, resulting in the enrichment and economic growth of not only Mevid Dairy Farm, but also the immediate community where the farm is located, as well as the extended African community, even beyond the country of Kenya itself. The observations made by watching a YouTube video provided by Mevid Dairy Farms on their operations. I highly encourage you to search out this video and have a look for yourself. It is a study in African business excellence. So let's look at the series of challenges that the farm owner encountered and responded to, such that each response to a challenge ended in addition to their operations. The farmers were not originally dairy farmers. They were vegetable farmers who just wanted some milk for their family and the workers on the farm. Unfortunately, they had to travel approximately 40 kilometers to get this milk. One day, they made the decision to get a couple of cows in order to supply themselves with milk. This eventually grew to 6 cows. As cows, they were able to provide for themselves and also the surrounding community. Of course, with every value add, there must be some investment. And in this case, the investments were food, water and shelter for the cows, caretakers, milking apparatus, and milk storage. Next challenge. As the numbers of cows increased through reproduction and purchase of additional animals, the amount of milk produced exceeded the needs of the local market. So the local market was not enough to address the issue, and large processing entities approached by the farmers as potential customers refused to purchase the excess milk, since the farm was not an association member. This is when the farmers decided to invest in yogurt processing equipment. They'd made yogurt and fermented milk, able to put those successfully out to market. The investment for this value add were the milk cooler, the yogurt processing equipment, and staff to run the production line. Next challenge, the government mandate. So now the government mandates that the milk must be pasteurized. As a result, the farmer invests in a 500 liter per hour pasteurization processing line, and then is able to produce pasteurized milk and comply with the government mandate. Inputs, new pasteurization line, and staff to run the line. Although they did not say, it is highly probable that there was a need for access to capital or loans in order to make the investment in the pasteurization processing line. Next came a challenge for farmers in the community who did not own their own processing lines, but this challenge for other farmers was actually an opportunity for Mevid dairy farms. The government refused to license any dairy farm not producing pasteurized milk. So these smaller farms were in jeopardy of losing their business because they did not have a pasteurization line. So Mevid dairy farms took this opportunity to upgrade their processing line to a 3,000 liters per hour operation. This way, they could offer pasteurization services to other dairy farmers. This provided a means for these farmers to sustain their businesses and diversify their income sources. Key investments in this value add were the upgraded pasteurization line as well as staff to run the line. Again, there is likely to have been a need for access to capital or loans to make the upgrade of the line possible. Then we see the next challenge for is really aspirational. The goal of the farm is to give back to the community in a number of ways. For this purpose, the farm established a dairy farming training program and also established the practice of purchasing milk from other community farms, effectively making these smaller farms Mevid dairy farm suppliers. With Mevid dairy farms are assured a source of steady income. Key inputs for this value add were classrooms, teaching staff, and local purchasing processes. Lessons learned here from the case study are that creating value is about addressing needs and solving problems. There must be a reason for the existence of a product or service in order for it to have value. In our case study, it started off with the farmer just needing milk for themselves. Then it was clear that the community also needed milk. Eventually, local farmers needed a place to have their milk pasteurized. And then other individuals were interested in learning dairy farming in order to set up their own farms. Then we see that value creation will require iterations of trial and error cycles. For example, when local markets became saturated in the earlier days of the farm, the 500 liter cooler solution provided turned out to be insufficient as a long-term strategy. Next, we see that there are intentional obstacles faced when creating African value chains. We saw first the lack of market for excess milk produced by Mevid dairy farms, because they were not part of some existing associations. We didn't share this in the earlier presentation, but Method Dairy Farms had actually approached 3 different huge processors, and they were turned away by all 3 when they sought to sell their excess milk. Then we saw the obstacle of government mandates that were faced by Method Dairy Farms as well as in the community. Establishment of a pasteurization line is a pricey endeavor. So had Method Dairy Farms not had the means to establish one, they would be out of the dairy farming business. So would all the other little farmers around them, as they ended up depending on Method Dairy Farms for pasteurization processing. So these are the types of ways in which African businesses are disenfranchised and disincluded in overall economic participation. But Method Dairy Farms gives us an example, one that has the capacity to meet the challenge of these types of regulatory roadblocks placed in the path of African businesses. These ones should turn back and enable the smaller micro business. Finally, we see that interconnecting African value chains must be intentional. African seeking out African suppliers, African service providers, and African employees to ensure development of truly African value chains is key to shifting the paradigm. So how do we harness the power of African value chains? One, be intentional. For business collaborations, procurement, and staffing, concentrate on inclusion of African peoples across the continent and the diaspora. We also need to make room and include individual entrepreneurs, and micro businesses in our value chain. We must beware of exploitive entities. Exploitive entities who engage in neocolonialism or modern day slavery practices do not belong in any African value chain. We must act collectively to achieve economic emancipation as a people. To listen through this small presentation, we hope that some portion of it would serve as encouragement for African listeners to begin engaging in intentional development of African.
Okay. Sis. Looks like we've come to the end. Looks like we've come to the end. Oh, Diana, your mic.
I always forget, but we have come to the end. For a second, I was like, I can't believe it. Well, in this 25th anniversary celebration of this 58th celebration, I would I wouldn't want to do it with anybody else but my other Diana. And this was an amazing event. And our president, who just had us sneak in there in the back scenes to say, hey, don't forget the other D in the situation. I got you, Prez. I got you. Thank you for all the work you do. Thank you for Tuna Cheki again for being amazing sponsors. Also, thank you for my Media Prime TV for sponsoring as well. Thank you for all of our audience for being such a great part of not only today, but this whole month. And that's all it is. I hope it was inspiring to you. I hope you breathe liberty into anyone you see, not only your family, but if, like you said, I am you, you are me. So whoever you see on the street, if they're diaspora, they're part of the brotherhood, just give them a wink, give them a hug, give them a shout, just give them a something, you know? And hopefully we'll unite and continue to unite, because Black excellence is all that we are, all that we will be, and all that we can create.
Yeah.
How about you?
So you asked me, what does African Liberation Day mean to me?
Yes. What about you? Wait, this way. What about you? What about you? You.
Okay. African liberation means for me to just be able to be my authentic self. If I can just be who my creator just created me to be without any apology, that's, and I don't have to try to look like anybody else or be like anybody else or talk like anybody else or walk like anybody else, just to be who I was designed to be. An image of his greatness, or my creator's greatness, and let that flow out from me to everybody else in the universe. That's what I was created to be, you know? And that's what true African liberation is. That's what true African liberation is.
That's amazing. And I think for what I said to you, your words to me gave the same chills, same thing. And I think if we continue at the end of the day, that realizing that our DNA is truly who we are, right? So if liberation is in our DNA, it gives us the ability to be truly who we are. And that's a combination of the two thorns that'll just present the actual rose. So
it keeps
on
cutting
that
in and out.
Yeah, I know. But on that night, we're doing a close. We're going to end our event for today. And yeah, any more words to say? Do we have a closeout video, or we're just closing out?
I think we can close out with just a final brand video or something like that. I'll play Black Market video, and then we'll say goodnight to all our viewers. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you to Elvis. Well, Elvis, our other host.
Yes.
You left us a bit early today.
Yes, he did. He ran off on us, but he was amazing. Thank you for being a part. And you know, and don't forget to keep tuning in to United States of Africa and GPAN. There's a lot coming out. I know my sister with me will be with you guys again next month. So continue to check us out.
Yeah, because I'm an African woman's coming up soon. So got exciting things coming through United States of Africa. So
it is.
Good night, everybody. We'll close you out with our final promo video.
Yeah.
And until the next time.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Africa. Dark, mysterious, and backward. For centuries, Africa was known as a dark black continent with ungovernable economies, making it hard to do business. For centuries, the only market to get anything was the black market, illegally and uncontrollable. For centuries, it was deemed non-profitable and dangerous. To us, Africa is the promise, and with it comes untapped opportunities and rich potential. Africa for us is the perfect market, where you can get anything you need, but safely and profitably. For us, Africa is blackmarket.co.za. Black Market is a marketplace. Black Market is a payment gateway. Black Market is a large-scale employer. Black Market is an SMME empowerment partner. Black Market is backed by a blockchain, making each transaction secure and safe. Black Market is safe and secure. It's a marketplace that aims to empower you. Black Market is bringing all traders, formal and informal, together on one online platform to trade, sell, buy, and interact. blackmarket.co.za, Africa's promise.